MIT is like one of the world leaders in suicides for students, by the way, jumping out the windows because they can't keep up with the academic pressures. International students, a lot of Asian students die at the hands of suicide at MIT. They had to usually change the design of their building so that people couldn't jump up.
Here's a lovely one. At least 33 pardoned January 6th insurrectionists have now been convicted of, charged with, or arrested for additional crimes since the violent attack on the Capitol. It includes child sexual assault, production of child pornography, possession of child pornography, rape, conspiracy to commit murder of a Federal Bureau of Investigation agents, kidnapping, sexual assault, aggravated robbery, reckless homicide, driving under influence, causing death, illegal possession of firearms, domestic violence by strangulation, burglary, vandalism, grand theft, stalking, violation of protective orders, threatening public officials, and drug trafficking.
I didn't see that, but I can't say that that's stunning. What was that published in?
It's MS Now, what used to be MSNBC. Yeah, I'll put the article. They made a whole, like, one, what is it? They have a report 1 year later, after the pardoning.
Well, like, there's not a week that goes by that we don't see in the news or on the internet, right, on a news website, that someone was arrested for child pornography, and they just so happen to be a conservative Christian pastor or GOP member or Republican or it's rarely ever a trans person or a lesbian or a liberal or, it rarely ever. So why is that? Why is it that there's so many pedophiles in the Republican Party?
This is not surprising to me, I'll tell you that, but come on, it's a party that has welcomed a lot of ne'er-do-wells, right? So naturally they feel at home. And, on public display, their very leader is a guy who is, prime example of the worst human being I could even think of in this lifetime. Sure, we have to go real far back in history, for the public display of kind of behaviors that we're seeing now. It's a real letdown and a stain on American tradition and legacy, boy. I don't know, I hope we can survive it, one. And there needs to be a lot of soul searching and fence mending and correction within the political body of the United States to not have these weak, kind of agreement level things that hold the politics together. There needs to be a lot more teeth, a lot more separation, maybe without nations to see how they've been able to resolve these issues, because, it's a mouthful of the corruption and rot that we're now bearing the fruit, so.
I know the question's rhetorical, but I was just going to say that you could make an argument that a synonym for diversity, equity, and inclusion is, well, take your pick, there's a lot of them, but I would say having empathy for groups that are marginalized, right? The empathy word is the thing that is easy to point to that's lacking from folks who can almost belittle it as a joke, right? So if you have obviously a group that believes that is less empathetic than actually sexually abusing or raping somebody or, taking advantage of a minor or any of those kind of things, all of which, the kind of things we talk about, especially in this case, for like the centering of the bullseye of where that is, in the most heinous example. So it's like, that is the calling card of the kinds of characteristics that are largely found in that side. Not to say it's immune from the other side, but of course you shouldn't.
No, that's a great point. I was going to say there's a had a tendency, Mark, I don't know how long for something into sexual crimes and whatever you want to call them. Underage kids has been going on forever. It's always been a part of human society, but it seems to be extremely society that seems to be evaporated. Like in Roman times, just complete lack of any kind of moral consideration. philosophy, nihilism, whatever you want to call it, leading to just like absolute reckless abandonment, doing whatever you want kind of stuff. But then on the other side of the pendulum, you've got the extremely repressive societies like, legalistic Protestant societies, really hardcore Catholic culture. You've got these extremes on each side that tend to exacerbate the problem and cause it in larger numbers. Because like you said, there's no way we're always going to find examples of this in every group you can imagine. But it just seems to coalesce more heavily with those extremes of societal. I mean, when they have pastors' conventions, I don't know if you heard this, but I mean, the South, the religious South, the Bible Belt, I need to look at the statistics again, but at one point it was the highest concentration of pornographic consumption in the world. The Southern United.
Interesting.
My son likes to, one of the things he used to like to trot out as a statistic is the state that has the most dildos per capita is Iowa.
Well, every time there's a Republican convention, Grindr crashes.
Yeah, right. It goes down.
And it also crashed at Charlie Kirk's Memorial WWF concert.
I just think for the conservatives who come in the room and mask their intentions, it's just good to know what it looks like from people that are thinking about the issues more often than not, and what people are thinking. Like like hearing the pushback, like it's to the point where, unfortunately, if you are a member of a card-carrying conservative class, you essentially are equating some shit by everybody who's on the left. And I know it's vice versa. A really good argument objectively to say that is the case. It's a more objective case to claim because of the things that we're pointing out and the kinds of things that they laugh about and rail against. You're railing against human decency. You're railing against all the things that Jesus stood for. That was the original way I opened the room and had the post from the I want to call him Congressman, who's running for senator, right, from Texas. It's such an easy thing to see, like, would Jesus ever be for ICE raids? Like, would Jesus ever be for shootings in the street, deportations, and everything that the right proudly snickers about when they rally together? You know what the left snickers about when they're together? Like when we win for healthcare, when we win for education, and we win for SNAP rights. Like, think about that for a second, and think about the piece of shit that you look like. Now, you might have another argument for why you're there, but I never really hear the new ones that aren't cloaked in extreme religiosity or, bathroom break Steve there.
Or abortion, right? Oh, well, it's a genocide of unborn children.
Yeah. Well, that's about the only one that I think doesn't deserve a whole lot of scorn, and I also don't think it deserves to be a legitimate presidential kind of argument that we always make. And if we really wanted to take, we could find a way to make that not part of the presidential vote, but I don't think the left or right cares, and I don't think the media cares, because they know it's a ledge issue. They know it's what gets people talking, gets people in Clubhouse. It's an easy thing to get people inflating about, and it shouldn't be part of the political discourse. In my opinion, there are ways that intelligent people could make sure that that's not the case, and it already is kind of the case in many ways. But outside of that, all the other arguments that they actually have are rooted in where they have the clear bad side of the argument when you're talking about human rights and decency across the board. And they used to be up in a frenzy with their silly movies that they used to make about, we're going to go get the pedos and Homeland Security is going to come in and save the day. They're really quiet on that now because it was never really about that.
Yeah, one of the things that I can say that I honestly appreciate about Donald Trump is that there are these kinds of people that have existed in the United States going all the way back to the founding of the country. Okay? These are the racists, pedophiles, people who have no morals, no conscience, etc. They've been here all along. And like you said, they mask their intentions. They hide claims about concern with national security in Steve's case. But then, because of this specific like kind of nature of who Trump is and like the people that he surrounds himself with, we have to have these conversations out in the open where everybody can see that we can find out who actually does support things like child molestation. And that gives us, that unmasks who these people are. We know who they are now.
Yeah, so you're concerned about like, oh, sorry, I don't have any bars. I'm breaking up. I'll come back on that.
Change the link on top of it to this Connie Chen one. And you're like, watch the graphic, right? Now, granted, I have in fact checked this particular graphic. There's no reason to believe it's fake. I've looked up similar graphics in multiple decades, right? But this particular one, look at the graphic and then listen to the commentary, right? And just think what people are talking about with intelligent discourse about the relationship between extreme Christianity, prosperity churches, and people trying to co-opt Christianity to be the, as she says, chaplain for capitalism, right? And the sort of, I should say, the negative correlation there is between charitable giving and helping the poor and how religious you are, right? The more religious you are, the more less likely you are to actually give. That's pretty wild if you think about it. Well, one of the bedrock claims and one of the excuses for why they should be tax exempt is that they're already doing their own, God's work and they're helping the poor. It's a very interesting, thought-provoking thing to take for people who want to choose that argument.
I mean, it feels like churches and religion in general is just a real estate scam in the United States.
Yeah, I'd probably start with the church who, where the one that Don Lemon was arrested over. The church where the pastor was the field director for ICE for that region, for that specific region. We should start with like stripping churches like that of tax exempt status. And you can probably argue back and forth about the merits of that, sure, no doubt. The other thing I want to say about like what I said earlier, like these kinds of people have been here all along. They've been masking their intentions. Absolutely, I agree with that. I think part of the reason why they seem to be in the forefront now is, there's a number of reasons, but I think one of the biggest contributors to this is that, back in 1789, the founders, they didn't send just 10 amendments to the states to be ratified. They sent 12 to the states to get ratified. And one of the 12 amendments, one of the ones that didn't get ratified by the states was a bill about the apportionment, about how many people, how many elected representatives would be in the House, specifically in the House. And that one was about, basically saying that after 100, there were enough people in states to reach 100 representatives in the House. After there were 100 representatives, then representatives would become proportional. They would scale with the population size. And after that did not get passed as an amendment.
Is everyone from the number?
Like this one.
You old cheeky cunt, you! You obese fucking retard! Ugh, what a disgusting fucking amalgamation of a creature! A brutal skew! Enigma! Ugh! How did you learn your English, Enigma? The side of a turnabout of the South Bay Sea! Hello? Got a fucking opinion for everything, don't you? Fucking, you probably eat a lot of food too! Fucking take huge shits every morning without tea and biscuits, you fat fuck! When was the last time your body's on the inside of a gym?
And that limited the size of the House to 435 seats. Okay, and the reason why this is because the founders like they.
Enigma, if you want to do me a favor, go in this room and say John Kitover's live streaming this to a room called Atheist Liberals, Trans Liberals, LGBTQ Racist Bigots TS. Do me that favor, Enigma. You'll make my day. You'll make me so happy.
The point of the House is, in the Senate, is supposed to balance.
This is pro-lyrical room with Benjamin and a bunch of other atheist liberal Democrats. Just go in there and say John Kitover's live streaming this across all platforms, and you guys should be careful what you say.
Like nowadays, like 80% of people.
You'll make me so happy, Enigma. I swear to God, I'll never make fun of you again. If you go in there and you say that for me.
Population, I say, live in large cities. That's just a fact now. And so, like, now we have, like, because the House now looks like the Senate, there's an outsized influence from, like, rural voters. Okay, and so the system has gotten out of whack. That's why, like, that's part of the reason why Donald Trump is president.
Tiger. Hello. 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 CM, yo, can you do me a favor, CM? Can you go in the atheist house, the clubhouse, local news, and arguing with the awful? Can you please go in there and say John Kitover's been live streaming your room for 2 hours into other clubhouse rooms called Trump Derangement Syndrome, Atheist Liberal Trends, LGBTQ Racist Bigots TDS, the W Word TDS Therapy Room, Trump is racist and transphobic. If you could go in there and say John Kitover's been rebroadcasting them for hours, I would appreciate it if you could go in there. You're probably useless, so I guess I'll just mute up here. No point in talking to you. You're probably a useless agent.
And every tree in downtown Nashville like split 8 ways. It's insane. I've never seen that.
That's because they topped them for decades and then they got dry rot in the center. That ice turbines and they split.
Funniest story I ever heard about Cora, is she's talking to some guy for like a year, and doing like dopamine drips with him for a year. And then finally he told her, he's like, yeah, I can never meet you because I'm married, bitch. And she was like devastated. I was laughing so hard. It was like the funniest story because she's like, every day we were texting. Like she said it was like miles and miles of text scrolling. Why do I record rooms that are already on replay? What are you talking about? CM, dude, you can come up here and talk if you want. I'm not going to some private with you, faggot. Jesus Christ, man bun. If you want to say something, just come up on stage and fucking say it. You're already in the chat, stupid. Turn off replays. No, stupid. I don't think you get it. It's not the CM show with John Kitover. Yeah, just keep trying to talk all you want. Stupid. If I go to a private with you, it's still in my other rooms. You're so stupid. Everything is recorded in live stream. I don't know why you think you're going to want to get some kind of exclusive conversation. It's out in the public. Hello? I told you, you're useless, CM. You got brain rot, bro. I'd hate to be you, but I got to get to the gym, fatty, and read a book. That's what I got to do, CM. I got to read a book and get to the gym, fatty. That's it, dude. There's no fucking... You want answers? That's it. Go read a book, go to the gym. These are losers, CM. Losers. I'm recording losers. They just chant mantras all day. Their mantras are CRT, BLM, LGBTQ, DEI, PEDO. That's all they do. It's a complaint room. Oh, Andrew's the worst, bro. Andrew's got horrible brain rot. That guy's totally fucked in the brain. Anybody who doesn't go to sleep and is on Clown House all night long listening to these stupid conversations, trying to play the role of Johnny Carson or something, it's crazy. It's stupid. It's a waste of your life, CM. Don't be like Andrew M. And don't be like CM. CM's even maybe worse than Andrew M. Is that what you're worried about, CM? Do something with yourself. Read a book on here, stupid. Don't just talk. You talk like a child anyways. You talk like a dribbling little 3-year-old. Read a fucking book like a man. Hello?
But like if you have that in the city, you would reduce pollen and you would reduce allergies because they're...
Go ahead, CM. Go in this room and tell them already that I've been live streaming them and making fun of them. Why did I record it? Because Andrew is a fucking loser. I'm making fun of him, CM. Don't you get it? I'm mocking that faggot. Just like I'm mocking you. Don't you get it? You're worthy of being mocked. Congratulations. Hello? And Andrew is the dumbest of them all. He's the king of stupids. Read a book, stupid. Go to the gym, stupid. Stop being a fool. He's a fool. You're a fool. I'm a fool, but I'm not stupid like you. Hello? Hello? Come on. Sam, go in there and tell these fuckers I'm recording them. You're useless. Be a part of my game instead of just questioning it. Just do. Stop asking questions. Do. Do is the law. Do. That's God backwards. Go do God, CM. Hello? How is that a mock? You're not on the inside of the joke, stupid. It's my joke. I'm recording you. Hello?
Well, everybody needs to grow their own. What tree is it? Magnolia? I keep forgetting this. But the tree you can extract TNT from the roots of is it?
No, it's mimosa.
Mimosa. Yes, everybody should have a mimosa tree.
I actually have a mimosa Illinois, which is even more potent than the hostalis, in my front bed, like right by my driveway. Nice rose bed. Yeah, and they're kind of like sensitive plants too. If you touch them, the leaves will curl up, and so like.
CM, I do it because like the phones do the work, bro. I just set it and forget it. I go to sleep. It's like, dude, people are on here giving their whole life, their whole essence, all their focus. I'm sitting here just automating, recording it for no other reason than to let people know that I'm recording their unrecorded rooms because I'm making fun of them for being stupid and not reading a book. They just talk. That's it. And it's all just their opinions. Just read to be a book, and then there will be no more argument. I know it's already recorded. The point is I'm using my account, my phone, for the purpose of recording, and it's something to be recorded. There's never any dead space. There's never any dead time, which is amazing. There's no downtime. People just keep going and going because people are trying to learn how to use English. Like you. You're not a native English speaker, Sam. That's why you're here. Your brain, you think you're intelligent, but you've got brain damage, probably. Or you never developed it because you grew up in the slum. I don't know where you came from. But are you ready to have some fun? Yeah, CM, that's called projection. I got no problems over here, buddy. Go look in the mirror, and then you can tell yourself that and say, maybe he's right. Maybe I'm talking about myself. I'm not talking about John Kitover. He's an online proficient troll, fully automated.
You can't predict when it's going to be. It's just like, oh,
Welcome to the room, Zen. We're listening to Cora and others talk about trans. Everybody's so upset because Trump doesn't like the trans. Isn't it amazing the things that they complain about? It basically comes down to CRT, BLM, LGBTQ, DEI, PEDO, and then trans. And there's more, but in terms of the complaint, it's just so crazy listening to people get angry and screaming, "You people," and then saying all the Republicans are racist, bigots, and pedos from the start of the founding of the country. That's where the room divulged, came. This is a collection of angry clowns who are political. And then if you ask them, are you political? They'll say, no, I'm not political. But they spend their whole day talking politics. So clearly people are stupid or they're fools. I can't figure out if it's a fool or stupid. But CCM writes, I'm an idiot. And he doesn't think that that's projection. When you do gossip or slander about somebody, he doesn't view that as being a projection. And thus all his insults on me are actually self-reflective moments for him. What do you think, Zen?
He hangs out like these flat earth rooms like 24/7. And it's like, come on, dude, like, our computer makes spend, your time better doing mathematics and stuff.
Well, anyways, we can make fun of somebody until the apocalypse, but it won't make our lives any better, will it?
Whatever happened to the Thursday book reading rooms? Is that still?
Well, he wants it at 10 a.m. and I've been getting up at like 10:30 a.m. So I've been missing it. But the whole point is, it's not just about me doing it. It's about him reading a book. You don't need me to read a book. So if you want to schedule a room to read a book, just go ahead and do it. And guess what the amazing thing is, Zen? You can read a book anytime you want. That's amazing. Isn't that amazing? It doesn't even have to be scheduled for a specific day and time. At any fucking moment. Any fucking moment. You could decide to stop having forever conversations using your words with your opinions and your facts. You could just read a fucking book. That's it. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. I was actually reading words. It's a pretty good book. Chinese. Sort of, it was good. It's really good.
Yeah, sorry if Dr. Dave is bothering you. Like, I didn't take his phone calls, or when I did, he just said, what kind of problem you got with me? I'm like, I don't have a problem with you, Dr. Dave.
Oh my goodness, like you're calling these random numbers that you have no idea. It's like,
People are obsessive compulsives, and there's just a lot of like deranged people out there that the body fails, the brain fails.
and some minds are failing earlier than others.
I agree. I would say that CM actually has probably a preliminary, what would you call it? Hey, Enigma's here. Oh, never beware, never fear. The fat bitch Enigma's there. Here she is. She knows everything, this one. She goes by the name Enigma. It's not an enigma, fat ass. Just go read a book and go to the gym. And there's no real debate, Enigma. I know you're super, super open about everything. But CM here hasn't actually made one single point. CM, I would challenge you to just say one intelligent sentence. Because I've actually memorized intelligent things, so I could actually say, yeah, I can say something smart. See that? He just keeps going on about room recordings. It's so crazy. It's like, do you know all these rooms are recorded? And he's sitting here telling me, do you know all these rooms are recorded? Why record a room that's already on record? Why you're listening to replays to record new rooms? You're crazy, John. You're crazy. You're a dumbass. You see him. Did you know I have a nonprofit here in Illinois? It's called the John Kitover Complaint Department, JKCD Incorporated. It is an actual nonprofit registered with our LGBTQ Secretary of State, who gave away hundreds of thousands of licenses to illegal aliens so they could all go drive trucks around the country dangerously. But you're not the first. So you see this? See all these complaints in the chat? Let me just help these fat fucks. Watch this. Allow in-room chat off. Now, where are you going to get your dopamine from? Where will you get your dopamine from? I mean, watch. They're just going to have to leave the room, because at this point, now that they can't interact and get their neurotropic dopamine processing, the room will just implode and self-destruct for them. But see, I didn't actually care that they were here to begin with, because I do. There it is. There we go. That's what I would call neurotic implosion, where you can't get the loop and therefore you must hit the eject button. That's what's happening here. People road rage or get in a jet, and then they find out there's a system failure and the machine won't respond the way that they want, so they have to eject before it hits the ground and explodes. Let's go back to Cora and see what this tip-top cunt is saying.
FYI, if we search the database currently today, we're not going to find any information on the individual, because the individual no longer lives in the United States. Therefore, any records of his offenses are not going to be listed, and Hermes is going to play that out to the T.
This is JCC, by the way. They're talking about Hermes,
There are a few people
who claims that he was deported, but I don't think he was deported. I think he's just making that up.
You know, he has a strong love for African Americans.
He loves a lot of things.
Why he's letting this thing go forward. So he has a little, that's his little ace in the hole.
He's just gonna say that's like those are fake websites, right?
Yeah.
Regardless of him saying they're fake websites or not, he can't be found anymore because he lives in Mexico City, so he's not in the database anymore.
That seems like such an easy loophole.
CM is in there asking, why did the records disappear?
Yeah, because it must be kept on.
You know, this whole editing thing is really for really like low IQ anti-Semites. You know, like it's really giving them a whole bunch of fuel for them to go on these wild, you know, conspiracies.
Well, if you go to jmail.world and then you go into the pictures section, I'm about to actually go in there and record it because there are a lot of photos, thousands and thousands of photos. Whoever runs that jmail.world, they uploaded not just the 7,000 emails, but like pictures and PDFs. There's so much stuff in there that it's more than just low IQ brain rot. Once you consume the data and you look at it, okay, well then we can move on to new topics. But you should spend some time actually trying to understand or organize what's in Jmail world.
Do you see that Epstein was like a transgender pusher?
Yes.
Like,
Radical.
He wanted to like transgenderize like 3-year-old kids. It was insane.
Yes. He was interested in neuroprogramming and using,
also
abuse.
African Americans like through like genetic engineering. Like that was like within some of his communication emails.
So it's not just anti-Semite brain rot. There is critique worthy because a lot of these leftist liberals are pushing the same Epstein ideology.
But, you know, it's like, why are they trying to connect it with Trump, even though there isn't like any substantial evidence? There's more substantial evidence.
They're political.
Clinton,
They are
Bill
political.
Clinton, Bill Gates. You know,
These are the people already in charge. Meaning that the people that we witness and listen to on Conhouse are the exact mirror of the people already running the system. At least in Illinois, you might go to Florida and like those people will laugh at these people. But in Illinois, these people mirror perfectly who's already in charge. Anybody who wants to go to a library and read a book with a drag and do a trans show for children. Oh, this is the funniest thing. I was thinking about like Cora was so angry that like, trans people would try to use, the female bathroom. And I'm thinking to myself, like, don't these people know that if a gay man is going to go into a female bathroom dressed as a woman and then get angry about being questioned, well, he is putting on a performative show in a bathroom at Target. But these people, because they force the word trans as being, legitimate, they just play into this whole performative, like, mind virus hypnosis. And it's just so funny that this is where it goes. Like, this is their defense. This is their credibility and their endorsement for themselves that they endorse performative trans art in Target bathrooms as being a legitimate form of artwork. But they can't even see that they can't even see it's performative art. They view it as a human rights issue and that they or this group is a protected class. It's so cringe and so stupid.
What about like the transracialists? That it's like what you were saying, performative blackness, like blackface. But similarly, it's performative womanness or performative manness, I guess.
Enigma says that I'm a lonely man. Enigma, you could be projecting your loneliness onto me. I'm actually somewhat fulfilled and happy that I get the ability to critique these critiquers. Because again, Enigma, you've probably never seen Mystery Science Theater 3000, where these group of funny people watch a movie and then they just like make fun of it. This is my comedy, Enigma. I'm making fun of people like you. It's not about my loneliness. It's a show that I produce, Enigma. I'm not necessarily getting paid for it yet, but this is what real art is. It is self-critique. And my self-critique is that I probably smoke too much weed, drink too much, don't go to the gym enough, and don't read enough books. And meanwhile, you want to come in here and criticize me in the chat. Let me turn the chat off again as another neurotransmitter test. Here we go, fat ass. There you go, you fat cunt. Can't put anything in the chat now. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna take your fat fucking finger and you're gonna click to another fucking room and probably write in the chat in another room of mine so you can continue to play this game, you fat fucking cunt. Here we go, fatty.
Posting pictures of women in, provocative positions and claiming and using that as PTR and claiming they were his girlfriends, and so Ryan called him out on it. And brought to the forefront of his sexual offenses in his history, and that's put it on loaded.
And I think Rohan, well, I think part of it was the women in his photos are almost always women of color and black, and I think that just his general demeanor, like, I think bugged Rohan in a pretty bad way. So I don't know exactly how that turned into doing a background check, or I'm not exactly sure.
Rohan had
they had like a personal beef based on that kind of stuff.
he picked the wrong guy too, because Rohan has a business well known that is like a black Airbnb that was dealing with discrimination for people of color going to a regular Airbnb. And I would assume, as I know, that background checks may be part of the process. So it may be a function in his business.
So he's like already got a subscription to whatever service.
I think it's highly probable if he's running an Airbnb-like business, that background checks are part of that system.
It's like having the hardback subscription.
Yep.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Too bad for Hermes.
And also, Rohan is just a stand-up dude in my book. So like, just a completely different level of trust.
Some of the recent chats.
Yeah, I agree. I think Ron's a pretty stand-up guy. I agree with that.
Zen, if you could go in there and say, John Kitover has been recording this room and doing an analysis of your trunk derangement syndromes and projections, because Pro, who is not in here anymore, is calling people passive aggressive. And it's just amazing listening to projection. For example, one schmuck on here, I can't remember his name, he's a regular schmuck. He said, you're an obfuscationist sophist or an obfuscationist Socratic. And that's exactly what he does. It was like a perfect projection connection. It was very funny.
I recently found out that the OnlyFans is extremely
like from our own mind, our own words, our own matrix. So it's like whatever sort of insults we're throwing out, it's actually insults that have been cooked up internally, not the other person.
That's what projection is. You're literally projecting your inner feelings about self onto somebody else to get a dopamine response. They're trying to gaslight or trigger me so they can get the fulfillment that they're looking for, but they lack the self-awareness to know they're projecting. And it's just, sticks and stones will break my bones, but words will never hurt me. And it's like, I'm happy to basically be funny enough to say, hey, I gotta hit my projection alert bell. I think you're projecting. And then we can break their hypnosis. And then I think we actually raise their IQ in that moment where they go, fuck, he's got me, but nobody will ever admit it. So it is what it is.
What's crazy about, that guy, CM, he's supposedly this math professor, but he's on here 24/7 in some of the most low IQ rooms, flat earth rooms, and he's there being modded with them, and he's
he woke up one day and said, yes, I'm going to be the villain of the story.
Wow. facial feminization, FFS. That's awesome. Strip it down to the bolts and nuts. I want to look like my facial cranial. Could you imagine being the surgeon, say, like how the surgeon lives his life privately, making all this money doing like radical mutilation surgeries?
It's like out of like the worst horror show that you've ever seen. Some of like this transgender stuff. Like they invert your penis.
Yeah.
They peel off your face to shave off like the bones.
But is that really any worse? Abortion has got to be the most vile thing because you're taking an innocent, like alien baby floating in a fluid, and you come in. Like, see, the thing is, we just don't have the cameras to actually show us the look of horror on the face of the baby as its arm gets ripped from its body, and it like looks to the right, and it's like, what the fuck? And this baby just starts screaming. So I'm just saying, like, you know how like Dr. Pimple Popper like makes a lot of money by doing ASMR pimple popping videos? We need like the abortion ASMR doctor to like record murders.
Well, they banned ultrasound like videos.
Did they?
Abortion.
Oh man.
Can't do that. That's like psychological to the level.
Yeah. Yeah, wild. They were talking about abortions, and they kept bringing up legal liability. And liability is just like another word for responsibility. And so essentially, we have legalized responsibility out of the equation of a baby, meaning that we've legalized murder and the lack of accountability or responsibility, and thus removed all liability from anyone involved in a murder. And so
it payout though that there was this trial where like a person, a young girl who was like 13, got her tits chopped off, and then she sued once like she turned 18 and got like a $2 million payout.
Yeah, I saw
because
that.
Like she wasn't warned about it.
That's great. I mean,
we need a lot more cases like that to really turn this around. But it's crazy to see like how bought off the judicial. It's like judicial tyranny here.
It is.
Did you see like how many injunctions have happened against like the Trump administration? Like more injunctions during this administration than ever. Yeah. Like throughout like the entire history of the United States.
It's just the microcosm and the macrocosm are the same in the end. It goes to a judge in a court. And it doesn't matter what the topic is, even on the question of who is the president. These electoral colleges, the Electoral College, the Congress, the House.
With George W. Bush.
Yeah, it will go to a
chats.
Yeah, it'll go to a court. It'll go to a judge, and then it'll get issued a summary judgment and a written response. And it's like, what? Why vote? Why don't we just let judges decide if that's where it's going to go every time? It's crazy.
But do you see like what's happening in Virginia now, like with the 10-1 redistricting of like the congressional seats? Like it was like 5-6, now it's 10-1. And there was like a judge that ordered, hey, this was unconstitutional in the state of Virginia. But the Democrats went ahead and did the redistricting anyways.
It's funny, like Kim Kardashian wants to be an attorney, but she's already like more powerful than any attorney can ever be. It's like, it's so superficial. It's
especially, like we live in, sort of like this, have you heard of like the phrase attention economy?
Yeah.
Like we live in an attention economy. Literally, like everything that we have, like is our attention. And so, like Kim Kardashian directly goes to what, like you're saying, she has such a great amount of influence through attention hijacking that it doesn't even matter if she becomes exactly like a lawyer or anything.
what's crazy is it's like
The belief that robots and see Elon Musk is the biggest fucking liar amongst everybody because he keeps pushing this like interstellar civilization bullshit. And if you just look at it from like a hypnosis communication perspective, he's just publishing science fiction. But yet when you're the richest man in the world and like you're not concerned at all about anything other than pushing out like sci-fi propaganda. I mean, come on, man. Like, that's not intelligent. That's not patriotic. I mean, I know he's not an American. He is a fucking East German. And on X, under Adrian Dittman, people are still so sensitive about if you say Adrian Dittman is Elon Musk, they go crazy. So there's like ways to know what the truth is. And on this app, literally 99% of what everybody says, the exact opposite is what should be the norm, but it's not.
Well, like science fiction is like the dialectical opposition, right? You have science, which is based on like hypothesis and testing, and then fiction, which is just, Lulu Dreamland, from the Aboriginals, and so when you combine those two words together through like the use of magic, it's very powerful hypnosis.
They should do not a draft, but they should have an opportunity for Americans to go to some type of American patriot military refining, like summer camp, where
especially for like these big cities, like something like the YMCA, but for like the government, right? Something that happens like in Israel, where you serve the army for 2 years, or like the civil corps, where you go out and improve, certain parts of America.
See, what it does is it's not just about it is about the personal development, but it gives them an accolade or a resume item to separate them from what we know is a left woke mob of brain rot. Guys like Pro Lyrical. What's really funny is when guys like Goo come in and they scream wigger at him and they say you're just nothing but an effing wigger. Like he is like an Eminem type wigger, where I'm not using it like to say that because if you say wigger, it immediately brings up the N word, but they're separate words. And so the part about the monkey cage, and like I think Trump just got in trouble for taking a photo of like Obama and putting it on a monkey or something. That type of response to a juxtaposition or basically art, when the critic becomes an insane silverback violent critic, that's when you have to try to capture it as opposed to like respond to it seriously. Like in these social audio test spaces, we have the ability to control communication. And too many people on here give up the control of communication and fall for these fisher nets and these spider webs. And, you've witnessed me for a long time play the spider, play the fly. Like, to me, I'll play any role as long as I'm filming it because I'm the final catcher. You're a catcher too now with your YouTube channel. And that's the ultimate position to be in, is to be the person recording it. And the best position is to know your position and record them, but actually not even listen to what they say because you have essentially siloed them or categorized them or what's it called?
Reframed, you reframed their viewpoint, their worldview in your own framework that you've built, your own matrix. Yeah.
Well, it's an opposition because most people will say that we need unity. But the truth is, this is a political war because when you hear what they say, I can never be a part of what they're saying because what they're saying is so stupid and so radical that there's no compromise. It's simply, somebody said that Trump has the ability to compartmentalize. And so like, if we look at this as like one giant, unity chain of communication, you have to essentially do compartmentalization, but that's why recording them is fun because they don't even know they're being recorded. And the funniest thing is, if nobody will say that they're being recorded, it doesn't impact them. And even if they, like a couple weeks from now, if they were to go back and say, yeah, John Kitover was recording all of our rooms and putting it on YouTube like 3 weeks ago, no one will ever go back, and it won't matter. It's the same thing as a tree falling in a forest. There's nobody there to hear it. It doesn't matter. But I don't even have the number of accounts. Like, it's too hard to keep up with it, to go in there and say, hey, this room is being recorded. And then they block that account. It's just like cat and mouse. But I feel like recording them but not having to listen to them is my ultimate solution. So right now I'm getting ready to set up more recording studios so I don't have to listen to them, where I will come in every 3 hours to check my recording devices and then leave. But I do not want to spend my life listening to these people, but I do want to record them. Does that make sense? Ding, ding. Yep.
Yeah, no, they're narrative pipelines for the mainstream narrative production, facilities. They're psychological mirrors, like what they're saying are just the exact same sort of narratives that are being propagated through the mainstream news media anyways. So
Look, my worry is like sometimes if they know I'm recording, they're glad that I'm recording because they know that if they have the mic, their hypnosis is the true narrative, because the medium is the message. So if they are dominating the medium, it doesn't matter where they're being promoted on. They think that they will be interpreted literally. But when I cast them onto my branded, profiles, people who watch it might know that I'm being critical or sarcastic with regards to what I'm publishing. But I worry sometimes, oh no, maybe people won't know and they'll think I'm promoting this speech. But I think in the long run, people will know that I'm being sarcastic and recording them.
That's like a sort of process that I'm trying to do as well. Is I'm trying to automate like the recording function and like having automated like with these neural intelligences to like make an automated title for each of the YouTube videos, so that hey, like I don't even have to like listen to anything they're saying. Put the title up on YouTube, broadcast it, and just automate the whole process.
I heard somebody in the Bitcoin room, sometimes you hear some gems, but it's always still spam. Meaning, like, if they found a loophole, guess what that loophole involves? Spam. So they're using these chat bots to do mining to a certain extent, and using AI like functions or AI agents to spoof. And so, if you can spoof or make it look like your account on some platform like a music app or a gambling app or something is bigger than it is, it gives you some influence. And whether you can monetize that influence or not, is questionable. But, it's so cool. The thing to me about life, which is the great comic joke or the universal joke or the great tragedy, is that almost all profit in this economy is artificial. And so there could be no profits if our Federal Reserve and Congress weren't willing to produce the trillions of fake currency every year to actually stimulate or what we call growth. So it's not, the thing is, it's like, that could be depressing to some people, but if you actually can accurately describe it, it gives you a power over other people in a debate. And so our lives are short, but our words, every single word, is actually essential in your success. And that is your financial remuneration for your ability to control speech. Welcome, Danny, to Trump Derangement Syndrome. We're listening to TDS sufferers do their talk therapy for the day.
Bears in here like yesterday.
This is CM.
I'm not really a make fun of person, but
yeah.
Like our actions. Once an action is done and sealed, even God Himself can't undo an action. Like that was like one of the most powerful like axioms and like moral philosophy within that book that I read. That was just so impactful, and it kind of reflects to like what you were saying in regards to, our words are sort of like the thing that we're binded by in history. So
Yeah.
it's a fantastic book, and I just have to thank you for I don't think I ever gave you like.
Oh yeah, you don't have to thank me. Every time I've ever opened Morals and Dogma, I've always just like gone on a vacation like joyride where I'm like, whoa, 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 like whoa, like that book is intense. It's so incredible. And as an American, like that's our document. Produced in America, supposedly transmitted out of UK to France to the Caribbean up to us, but like that transmission is like extreme intelligence. But the whole thing is in English. So we live in like an English industrial complex, and all of these participants are participating in an English industrial complex or an English paradigm. Like Tiger down there, if you speak Mandarin or Cantonese, you're playing the same game over there, but in a different language. So if you could become multilingual, that's a great power. But these things mean nothing compared to like the power of a Mark Zuckerberg, who has a $300 million yacht and a $30 million carrier yacht and a private island, apocalypse bunker in Hawaii. And he can't even get into China because the Chinese understand brain communication, programming, NLP, all that stuff. So,
Did you hear about like that huge shakeup in China's like military leadership? That Xi Jinping was like cutting like people off from leadership roles in China in the military positions.
To know about that.
Yeah, it happened like it's been happening like the last couple of months because they've been like selling state secrets from China.
That's so crazy, isn't it? We're 39 trillion in debt, and we're spending money bribing people probably overseas to give us like information that they stole from us, and we the taxpayers. Like some woman just murdered somebody in our neighborhood, and she got a 45-year prison sentence. I'm like, you just made this bitch's retirement. She was homeless. She just got an upgrade from the taxpayers because she killed somebody. Why don't we just blow her brains out and put her in a fucking shallow grave in a cornfield and save the money? Because if $70,000 a year for 40 years, this bitch just got a $3 million fucking taxpayer retirement vacation, and she'll probably get it. Anyways, it's a joke. But
do you ever hear like that idea that there's only like maybe like 14 million actual souls on the planet?
Yeah.
And the rest of the people are only like biomass accumulating, taking up resources and stuff.
Yeah.
I've heard theories like fertilizer.
I've heard theories like that. But I mean, to say something, see, the thing is, I know that's not true because, I feel bad when I call people stupid. So I'm like, okay, I'll call you a fool. But the whole point is, I know you're not stupid because you can read the same book that I can read that I think is a genius book. You may not comprehend it the first time. It might take multiple reads, but eventually, if you were to work with me and read the same book, I could confirm that you're not stupid, but you're a fool who's no longer even a fool. You have a genius manuscript of divine illumination. So it's like nobody's actually stupid. People, it's just an attention economy. And like you said, the attention or the focus of the self is all you really have. Doesn't matter whether you're in a prison like Jeffrey Epstein or back in his mansion. He recognizes that the only thing you have is the present moment, which is the now. And so that's why I say there's a lot of hope for humanity, but how do we get people to give up their political position and transcend the politique for the magic? Because any word with a C is connected to magic, whether it's sympathetique.
Correspondence.
Yeah, it's correspondence. But anyways, this is a game that people will have to figure out on their own because it's just too hard to get people to drop their shtick. So many people have done the same performance over and over and over and over again. That's all they can do at this point. Like Danny down there, somebody yesterday was making fun of her. They were like, "Oh, Danny, good to see you didn't change." They were calling you a retard, stupid. They're like, "Oh, you're still retarded. Congratulations." I couldn't stop laughing. I was like, "That's so mean, so accurate, though." Like, Danny, are you still retarded? Like, you got a kid, for God's sakes, and you act retarded. I'm not trying to be mean, but like, read a book or something. Like, grow the fuck up. You know, do something different. That's what we're saying. Is probably read a book. Probably start with a fucking Danny the Book series, and then you label it like chapter number 1, and then you fucking read a book, Danny. Don't just come on here and say retarded things and listen to retarded stuff like Mr. Jeff's room, where people are talking about their fucking, you know, what they're ordering for dinner. What a waste of your life to listen to this stuff. So, without further ado, I give you more retards. Oh, by the way, I'm the founder of I Find Retards. Many people don't know this, but I find retards and I give you retards. More retards for your consumption.
There's this account called Retard Finder.
Yeah, Retard Finder. That's me. That's me.
I'm going to say premise 3, information is mind independent. Okay, fine. The term subjectivity doesn't come up.
That's not true either. What did you say? You're really mad at that thing.
Yeah, that's been also a rejection of that premise too. Information is not mind dependent. That's been my whole
Information which is not mind dependent.
Go ahead.
many times. A rock alone has information, right? A rock is from mind.
Wait, but now you're just presupposing you're submitting a question against my argument.
You agree that most people would translate. Don't use that word.
One of the best things about these rooms then is they do not play copyrighted music. So I could confidently leave right now, go to the gym, come back, and this room will still be going, and they will still be probably talking about the same topic 2 hours from now.
The actual definition is that you don't like my definition.
That was not my argument. So now you're lying.
Why do you bother with these people?
I can't imagine, right? No,
That's
I didn't say I didn't like it. I gave a very clear reason for why I reject your definition. What was it?
I didn't give an argument. You said
Oh, you
something
don't
like
remember what I said?
Now, notice this is a native English speaker versus a non-native English speaker. So if the whole point is to argue definitions, why not just read books to each other? We're already talking. It has to be the dopamine that people are getting from this. No one is gaining any greater knowledge or information about anything. So that's why it becomes like an ESL training simulator.
No, you didn't. You did not listen to what I said. What you listened to and what I actually said.
Which room is this? I kind of want to get an audio recording.
Why don't you try to Steve Man? He's positioned by the man. Is that fair?
yes, completely. So he said something like subjectivity requires the existence of a subject. He doesn't like that, right? He doesn't think subjectivity should require the existence of a subject or should presuppose its existence, and therefore it's going to have a different definition. Who cares? None of this is relevant.
The problem I have with this disagreement with you is that in philosophy, subjectivity refers to the perspective, the feeling, beliefs, and the desires of the individual subject.
You don't rule on that, right?
Though a rock can have perspective, feelings, beliefs, or desires. Now, maybe a rock can have a perspective and a certain kind of relativity, right? But I think that's a different thing in physics activity and not what meant commonly by the word subjectivity.
You're really confused. You're utterly confused. So you can't deny inclusion by reasserting the original hypothesis that rocks can't have subjectivity, or rocks, the ground, or the fundamental source of physical reality is not subjective, right? That's not the way this works. Either you deny one of my premises, or you deny one of my premises because the conclusion necessarily follows from the premises. So which premise do you deny?
P2. I deny P2.
Actually, I deny, based on your, I don't think you got a chance to really express this properly this afternoon, but based on the small, all of them, I think I would contend that you don't have a consistent definition of the words across the premises. Therefore, this word is that the premises are over. Premise one, the universe, you're just entangled in information. The fuck does that mean? Where it points out, information is subjective. That's just wrong. And premise 3, subjectivity.
See, it's the exact opposite of everything is true.
Like, minds can also make objective statements. Everything a mind is.
is a reasonable definition of information that does require minds.
I agree that
It's like saying every definition requires mind.
information requires mind. Now you started that I'm equivocating in one of the premises. So I'd like to know which definitions you think I'm using. So I'd like to know, tell me what an equivocation fallacy is and which two definitions I'm equivocating on. Go ahead.
I think that you equivocated on the definitions of premise 1 and 2.
Okay, so which two definitions am I opinion on? Which two definitions do you think I'm
The universe requires, if I understand it right, the universe requires information.
Okay. You can answer my question. Do you even know what the question was?
That's one you proposed.
Do you even know what the question was?
The universe requires information in premise 2. You claim that information is subjective, but I would contend that the information that the universe depends on is not the same kind of information, in which it makes sense to say that information is subjective or requires a mind.
What question are you answering right now?
I think that what's happening is a categorical error across the board.
Oh, you're still talking. What question do you think you're answering right now?
Benjamin, the way you should ask this is like, okay,
He's not going to answer the question. He wants to dodge questions instead of Elliot.
I'm gonna, because I thought the same thing that Benjamin thought. Okay, like clearly there's an equivocation going on in premise 1 and premise 2. Premise 1, it said, you're right, entangled information. Just hold on, I'm explaining the equivocation, right? So you say specifically entangled information. To me, it seems like you're talking about something that has to do with either quantum mechanics or some kind of information theory. Okay, and information in that sense is objective, meaning you can describe like facts about things that are not dependent on anybody's feelings or values or opinions or anything like that. Okay, that's information in that sense. And then premise 2, you say information is subjective. Okay, but it's also true that information of a different kind, like what someone's opinions are, what their feelings are, what their values are, that is subjective information. This is a clear equivocation.
Can you define equivocation for me? I don't think you know what it means.
Nobody thinks.
What are we in the third question right now?
I think it's the same as making a category error, which is to say that you think the two things that are in different categories are in the same category. That's an equivocation error.
Okay, so if they think I'm making a category error, then tell me which two definitions I'm conflating. Go ahead.
Well, I think that in premise 1, you use information in an ontological sense, and in premise 2, you use information in an epistemic sense. In other words, what we know. And that's a category error, because information ontological information is not epistemic information. That's a category error, and I feel that you equivocated the two. That's my position on your proposal.
Well, clearly not, because premise, which one is it? Premise, just gonna pull up the argument. Premise 2 clearly says information is subjective, right? So I'm saying information simplicitor. Information simplicator.
The implicit here is that all
I left the shop. It's just talk to you, Benjamin, or you just want to talk. So premise 2 simply says information simplicator is subjective. So I can't be equivocating because I clearly defined all the information, including entangled, whatever, to be subjective. And the conclusion necessarily is all this is further premise. So you can deny the premise. You can deny premise 2 and say not all information is subjective.
I have an amendment for the purpose of the room and mine. The word simpliciter here, does it just imply all cases of information? Is that what's meant by simplicity?
Yes, I'm quantifying over all information. I'm saying information has a subjective property. It has a property
of being subjective.
That's false.
Well, I just reject that simplicity, right? I think that there are different kinds of information, and some of them follow this premise, and some of them don't follow this premise.
Okay. You can give me a definition of information which you think captures objective sorts of information.
Well, if I had a hard drive and I had 10 gigabytes of
I asked you to give me a definition.
She was so close.
Information, what is conveyed or represented by a particular arrangement of sequence of things. That's one definition.
Okay, we can examine whether that's subjective or objective. Okay, so I'll give you an example. So the definition you gave is some sort of sequence which represents. Sorry, you said represents something else.
Yeah, another information definition is facts, data, or instructions in any medium or form.
Okay.
Both of those definitions are not mind dependent. It does not require a mind for that information to exist.
Okay, let's just go with the first definition. The first definition is you have some sort of a symbol or a mark or a pattern which represents something else. Okay, I'll give you an example. Let's say you make a vertical chalk mark on a board. Now you tell me whether that represents the number 1, whether it represents the letter I, or whether it represents the sun, the word sun in Chinese.
So it obviously depends on context. I can remember the sun is mainly made of hydrogen and helium. That is not subjective. Information is not necessarily subjective.
Okay. Wait. So now you're considering representation is subjective. So the first definition is subjective. Okay, let's move on to the second definition. Sorry, what was the second definition? What didn't Sam just say? It depends who the subject is, who the interpreter is.
No, that's not what Sam said. Nor was it what I said earlier when I spoke.
Okay, Sam, repeat what you said.
I said you can have information that is objective, like the information. The sun is hold on a second. That's about what is subjective about what I'm saying? How is that?
What I'm trying to explain, Sam.
Go ahead, explain.
You probably should go on mute now.
We're discussing representation.
I meant on you need to go on mute too, because I'm trying to explain something to Sam. Here's why that's a bad example of information that is subjective. Because in that sentence, the sun is the subject. Excuse me, subjective. Because in that sentence, the sun is the subject. Okay, so that's why it's a bad example.
That's not a bad example. I don't care about your.
Hold on a second.
I don't care about your semantics.
Here's a better example.
An objective is an objective is something that in hydrogen.
Here's a better example. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's a better example of information that has no subject.
Okay, so back to the subject. Okay, we're discussing whether the vertical chalk mark, the vertical chalk mark on a backboard represents the letter I, the number 1, or the word sun in Chinese. So
That's an example of mind-dependent information.
That's not the question at hand.
No, the question at hand is delineating things that are not mind-dependent, and I'm giving him rebuttal that not all information is mind-dependent. No,
can you give me an example of a representation which is not mind-dependent?
Go ahead. A rock has information. That rock exists regardless of minds.
Right.
Wait, do you think a rock represents something?
Yeah.
What does a rock represent?
It has information in it as well. That's why I talked about the earth earlier.
Information. Right.
I think you're really confused.
That's why I
So
talked
if
about
you don't mean understand structure doesn't represent anything.
A structure does encode information. And then when you carve a 1 into it, its structure now encodes
information?
Well, it could encode certain information based on what question we're interested in asking, right? So if, like, let's say an English speaker comes across a rock with a vertical mark in it, depression in it, he could say, somebody wanted to inscribe, hey, that means the letter I, or maybe it means, but if a Chinese speaker comes across it, he's going to say, hey, it's the word sun. But if there's no subjective observer, it's not going to represent anything.
Yeah, all you're doing is you're bringing out what representation is going to
represent anything.
Representation is going to be subject dependent. That's all you're pointing out. Is that the symbol to ration mapping is going to be subject dependent, and I agree with that. Right?
Thank you. So the first definition of
No. We didn't address the first definition.
The word representation subjective.
Mapping.
Okay, let me move on to the second definition of information.
That was not the first definition. That was
Yes, that one.
No, it was not the first definition. No, it was not the first definition. No, we'll move here, right? What I have agreed to so far, you then should support with first definition. You can't just make that move and then get away with it. You have to actually take what I agreed with and then make it match the first definition.
Okay, so I'm talking about two definitions given by JCC. The first one is information is like some sort of a pattern or data that represents something else. Since that definition involves the word representation, and we saw that representation is subjective, the whole definition itself becomes subjective, and therefore
I disagree with that.
Okay, we can move on to the second definition.
No. I disagree with that, right? You have to actually address the disagreement because it's going to be substantive.
I mean, you can say that it's subjective, so I don't know what you're pointing.
Substantive. The disagreement is going to be substantive. Do you understand what that means?
Substantive. I think you mean substantive, not substantive.
No.
Conditions, right? And accents and all those things, right? If you understand the Columbian conveyed, bringing the brick.
Well, okay, so you see it's subjective, then, okay, it's mind dependent. Okay, so
I didn't say it was subjective. Nobody said it was
you agree that it's subjective. What are you talking about?
No. What I said was, hold on. What I said was, the choice of symbol mapping to representation is going to be a subjective choice. It's going to be mind dependent.
I treat the purpose I find
And
retards.
he thinks it's a one, and that guy thinks it means the sun, right? I've agreed to that. You then have to map that back to the definition, and then point at the thing that we're pointing at, and not the act itself.
Okay, sure, I can do that.
Right? You have to point at the rock and not the God.
Can I try, instead of you asking me the same question 5 times?
No, because you keep on demanding it's subjective.
I'll make you a drink.
So if you think that the representation is contingent on the interpretation, like you can't have a representation without the interpretation, as you call the mapping procedure, then, and if the mapping procedure or the interpretation is subjective, then since by virtue of being contingent or dependent on the interpretation or the source of interpretation, the representation is going to be subjective.
Okay, but that's wrong.
Because
Why is that wrong?
Because you're now pointing at the rock.
drink some coffee.
Mapping it to not the act of mapping.
Drop a huge load, drink some coffee.
And
I'm not pointing at the rock.
What I'm pointing at is the act
Fine retards.
and knowing that means the sun. And I'm saying that's subjective. What I'm doing is you're now pointing at the rock.
So I like to support my argument, right?
And I'm pointing, and what's agreeing with is you've now changed the subject.
Yeah, so
We're no longer talking the act of creating a mapping from symbol to representation. We're now talking about the symbol itself. And that's changing the context of the argument.
Well, the symbol itself cannot possibly be the individual rock because you can have the same symbol, the same representation.
I still
You
think
can have the same symbol, the same representation found in many different rocks. Sorry, am I about to respond or?
Yeah, you are, but I'm gonna kibosh to that, right? Because that's supporting.
Okay, it's all your phone after you're done.
That's supporting the stance-dependent side of the thing, right? What I'm arguing is the rock itself is objective, exists regardless of minds. The rock itself has information. That information is completely mind independent.
God.
The river
Now,
flows even after you
God,
die.
fucking over here, man. Over here, I'll drive you home.
What the fuck you goddamn disrespecting when I'm supporting my fucking argument? I'm gonna fucking flip the fuck out because all you arrogant fucks feel the need to kibosh my argument with dumbass Agamemnon.
No,
Agamemnon.
we're agreeing with you, JCC.
Well,
I said the river flows on. I said the river flows on even after you're dead, which was in support of
Hey guys, if I have to jump in here and try to make this work, I will. Okay. So here's something we just
Okay, we're gonna.
ACC made a coherent argument with T's. I would like to hear Agamemnon respond to ACC's argument, so I'm gonna restate it. Best I
I
can.
put it in chat too.
I'm just gonna try to get JCC.
Why everybody gotta talk for me, goddammit? I'm not a fucking fuckhead.
I just
Fuck Tony.
Agamemnon. And you respond to JCC's argument, which I thought was pretty
Fuck
decent.
hard. All your fuck.
The rock has information in it. What would be your response to it?
That's okay. So my response would be that information cannot be identical to the structure of the rock because you can have the same information, the same representation found in a different rock, right? So it cannot be identical to the ground. Right, but just to continue. Sorry, I just wanted to talk about the news report, right? So I'm not done yet. So I just want to finish this.
Please let him finish. Please let him.
Why? He put forth a premise.
Please let him finish.
Why? He put forth a premise.
Oh wait, who keeps doing that? Look, please just let him finish.
So
Agamemnon.
applying the law of identity, the representation cannot be identical to the rock because you can have the same representation in a different rock, right? So it cannot be identical to any
Okay, so
specific
let's
rock.
say the rock. Let's say the rock. Say the rock.
As a carcinogenic, I just get to the like the.
I'm trying to help you and other people follow your.
You're already wrong.
How about you?
No.
Let's say the rock is a crystal. It has a crystal by
You're not helping me by interrupting me. So I can actually the part of there. The second part of this is that we say a representation is the outcome of a procedure where you take a symbol and you interpret it. Okay. Now, given the fact that the interpretation procedure or algorithm depends on the choice of the person doing the interpretation or the subject doing the interpretation, the representation itself is going to be subjective. And look, you can understand this very intuitively. The vertical mark on the rock can, to somebody, a Chinese
We didn't bring up any marks on the fucking rock. You're diverting from the subject at hand. You're filling in stuff that wasn't mentioned. You're a dishonest interlocutor. Fuck off, Agamemnon. My argument stands solid as the fucking rock I'm using to demonstrate the objective nature of information. Does not require a blow at your ass, Benjamin. Doesn't require mine for that rock to have information. Do you accept or do you deny that?
I mean, the way you define information is by a word called representation.
I didn't mention representation. Nowhere in my fucking definition did I say representation. Don't guide me, Benjamin. Why do you
in here? God, because I just have a responsibility to keep the room sane. All right. I'm gonna try.
keep it sane by removing him? He'll be sane if he's not talking.
I'm gonna try to do a little GCC anger interpreter. GCC is wondering, I'm not as I am too. If you could tell us if this representative information is an important part of your
Honestly, you're like the worst interpreter
construct,
possible.
or is it an optional to your argument? Because if it's optional, can we try the argument without the use of representation? And if it is a requirement, then can you tell us how it works? Necessarily.
Important part of the argument, because remember, we're talking about what the definition of information is. So the first definition I brought up is information is reduction in uncertainty. And I said, we don't accept that. That's from the
If he wants to define the word in the first premise, he can do that. As long as he doesn't redefine the word in the second premise, he hasn't broken any rules. So if he wants to say information is the reduction in,
who cares? We told him we don't accept his definition.
Optionality?
Reduction in uncertainty. His definition is a reduction of
Reduction in uncertainty.
At the end of my 10 minutes, because they're very model that I'm using.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay,
So I want to get to the end of my sentences again. Right now,
That's different.
as long as he's consistent in all three premises.
Sure, if you can use something scanning information in all three premises, but he doesn't.
Well, maybe he doesn't. Let's let him try.
Okay, thank you. So I just want to get to the end of my sentence. It's getting like really confusing. Okay, so I ask, okay, so I said the premise just says information is subjective. Okay, and my way of supporting it is subjective to go to various definitions of information and to show that all the Shannon information. Use the Shannon information definition down the list. Okay, the first definition. The Shannon. I'm going to give several definitions. Which says it's a reduction in. I don't know why I just read it for you. No, because that's what we said. We have to go consistent. Get it all out. We just said you have to stay consistent. You're going to start with Shannon information. You have to stay consistent to information. You may go in one week and then start talking over. Hold on. Hold on and there. Wait a minute. It scared me and then started talking over me. Okay. Hold on. Hold on a second here. Right. Okay. Information. You have to start with Shannon information and then end with Shannon information. It has to be Shannon information at all points in between. You can't just mid-premise in premise 2 go, now let me switch definitions to this other definition.
Yeah, I think we've established that. But can you just use Shannon information in your language and see if that makes it all work?
Yes, I can, but I just want to finish what I'm saying because I feel like T is interrupting and I can't. Like he says,
of course I am. I help if you use Shannon information in your premises, maybe.
Sure. Now, I just want to take it one step back and then I'm going to get to Shannon information, okay? So the step back is I asked for alternative definitions and JCC provided an alternative definition in terms of representation.
No, I didn't say representation. No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
No, he didn't. Here's what you're saying. Fuck you. You just go to fuck. I'll reiterate my definition again. Right? I put in chat. I actually put two things, right? One definition is what is conveyed or represented by particular arrangements of sequence.
There you go. That's so confusing.
No, I'm not confused. I stand corrected. My other definition was facts, data, or instructions in any medium or form, right? So none of that requires a mind.
Right. So I made the distinction in JCC's definition 1 that you're now choosing to ignore, right? And the distinction being between the information and the act of mapping it to a representation. They are two distinct things, and you can't confuse the two because one is the information and one is the act of mapping the information to a representation. Okay, now I'm gonna get to Shannon information if you don't mind. So I'm gonna argue that Shannon information itself is subjective, it's mind dependent. And I'll give you a scenario, or I'll give you here's the argument for that. Now, given that the formula for Shannon information is the negative log to the base of 2 of the number of physical states a system can be in, it really depends on what question you're asking. So the number of states depends on what question you're trying to get an answer to. So here's the example. If you flip a coin, you can think of the outcome as being binary, tails or heads. But suppose you're not interested in whether it comes up tails or heads. Suppose you're interested in whether on the dime, FDR's, Franklin D. Roosevelt's head is pointing up or down, or to the east or to the south. Now suddenly, instead of one bit of information, as in like a binary outcome, you get 2 bits of information. But suppose instead of being interested in whether FDR's head is pointing up or down, you're interested in whether it's pointing, I don't know, to the southeast, to the southwest, to the northwest, blah, 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 blah. To what degree it's pointing. Normally you can get 360 outcomes instead of binary. And you can extend the thought experiment that depending on what question you're interested in, the coin flip can contain an infinite amount of information. So again, subjective.
What's the argument? Just asking different questions. Hold on just a second. What is the argument that the coin flip can contain an infinite amount of information? Because you smuggled that premise in at the very end of your argument without an argument for it.
Oh, okay.
You're just asking different questions.
Okay, here's the argument. Post flip, and I'm going to generalize the argument. Post flip, the number of physical states the coin can be in is infinite, right? Because it can be represented on a real number line.
It's begging the question.
Which contains an uncountably infinite number of
But that's begging the question.
It's not begging the question. Look,
It is because you're now arguing that which needs to be demonstrated.
no, I'll give you an example.
No, you're begging the question.
Suppose
An example, you're begging the question. You're assuming the conclusion in your first premise. That which needs to be demonstrated, you're now stating in your first premise.
Well, here I'm looking for, which shows how I'm not begging the question.
So you need to give me an example. You just need to stop begging the question.
I mean, your examples suck. Maybe you can let me get to the end of my sentence.
You can address what I'm saying about begging the question, right?
When you're just asserting I'm begging the question without listening to what I have to say.
I pointed out that what needs to be demonstrated is now being asserted. Right?
Well, I can't demonstrate it without you giving me a chance to
point it out. I don't need an example because I just need you to acknowledge that what needs to be demonstrated is being asserted by example. Right?
I can't demonstrate it. I can't demonstrate it without giving the example.
No, you can't. You can give a mathematical, for example. Right? You can give a logical syllogism. You can give a deductive argument. You can do anything without providing an example.
Okay, but one way of demonstrating it is to provide an example.
No, so why are you trying to? Because that's just going to beg the question. That's just going to beg the question.
How is it going to beg?
Because you're going to assert what needs to be concluded as what needs to be concluded as your premise.
Okay, here's what I'm trying to demonstrate, okay? What I'm trying to demonstrate is that
contains an infinite amount of information.
Why are you trying to cut me off?
You're just asking infinite number of questions.
Hey, Benjamin, am I left wrong here, or is it going to be like,
no, bro, you're wrong. Address that.
It's going to be.
You can ask an infinite number of questions about a coin. So what? That doesn't mean that it contains an infinite amount of information.
Right. Well, it's not just you can ask an infinite amount of questions about it. It's that the number of physical states the coin can
be irrelevant point. You can ask an infinite number of irrelevant points. Why are we talking about infinite now? Why is infinite?
Because now you can apply that formula to Shannon information to the formula, right?
Because what you're talking about has nothing to do with that there is an infinite way. There's an infinite way
Shannon information
comes up for any given unit. That's all you're pointing at, right? It doesn't have to be 360 degrees, does it?
No, it doesn't have to be. It can be the infinitely fine grain.
Right. So that's all you're pointing at. You're not pointing at
yes, it can be infinitely. The physical state, most of them can be infinitely fine grain.
You're not actually pointing out that there's an infinite amount of
information contained within, right?
What I mean, that's exactly what I just showed. I just proved it. Like, look, I can prove it mathematically.
No, I remember not. You are asking an infinite question.
Mathematically, what you're
In order
talking about,
to have an infinite amount of information, like a coin toss or like a rolling a die, you'd have to have an infinitely sided die, which is fucking impossible. Like, you're stupid, bro. You have no idea what you're talking about.
Here, I'll give you a scenario where you don't have to have an infinitely sided die. In a coin, okay, and then suppose the coin lands at a new orientation. Let's say it lands heads, and then you divvy up the angle from 0 to 360, but instead of like having integers, you divvy up in terms of the real number line. Now, since the real number line is infinite, in fact, uncountably infinite, like let's say the coin lands 0.00250011, I don't know, infinite degrees pointing to southeast. Since that number line is infinite, the amount of physical states the system can be in is infinite.
But that number line isn't infinite. That number line is limited by entropy.
It's a real number line. That's limited by uncountably infinite amount of digits.
It's limited by entropy. Why are we now arguing infinite? I mean, that's
Okay,
not
well,
here's let's get down to the brass tacks. Fucking A. Shannon's theorem. Hold on, please. The source coding theorem, which is Shannon's first theorem, states that the maximum average number of bits needed to encode a source is its entropy. You can't compress below entropy without losing information. So that number is not infinite, it's limited by entropy. That's Shannon's first.
That's just assuming entropy cannot be.
I didn't assume anything about entropy.
Shannon entropy is defined in terms of Shannon information.
Next,
If Shannon information is defined in terms of the number of physical states.
capacity.
Okay, go ahead.
We're getting to it, right? Go ahead. Next, every channel says Shannon's theorem. Every channel has a capacity. C is equal to the max of some subset of P of X given Ix, Y, right? It's a maximized mutual information theorem. It reliably communicates that it is possible at any rate where R is less than C, but not greater than C. This is the famous Shannon limit. Whose communication is possible up to a capacity. Right? And so as we're talking about the limits for information as bounded by entropy, then what you did is you took a specific example, which is going to be bound entropy, which is to say that every single time you flip that coin, that is going to be an expression of entropy. Right? And that right there is going to have a limit. So the amount of times, the amount of information, for example, means that you can determine whether or not the coin came up heads or tails is going to be limited by the number of times you flipped the coin. That's what's being said here. That's what you're missing, right?
I can completely grant you this point. It's not relevant to the conversation. Here's why. Because I can grant you that the upper bound for information is not infinity. The upper approach is infinity, or the upper bound approaches some very large number. It doesn't matter. Well, really
Theoretical statements, sure.
I just want to finish.
No, I'm agreeing with you. Like on the chalkboard. Yeah, I agree with you.
No, not just a chalkboard on the coin flip. I I can grant you that the upper limit of the information is some very large number. Doesn't
I'd
matter.
rather argue with the Christian arguing for gays is why they voted for Trump. So yeah.
Is it just gonna be you guys? You're not gonna let me talk?
Yeah, I'd rather you just disappear.
Okay.
Well, the reason why is because this is a perfect example. Like, you don't understand the difference between data and information. You're putting out a lot of data right now, right? There's very little information content. You keep repeating yourself and getting it wrong. So the information content is nearing zero. Because the data, because you're divided by the data, and there's so much fucking data. Just talk too much.
I think you left Andy. But yeah, he was saying something trivial. If you ask like an infinite number of questions, you can get infinite answers for them. Well, that's stupid, right? It's ridiculous. It's trivial.
Well, I guess the claim is that, like, well, the information just went up because I thought about it differently. It's like, well, no, it didn't really, because, like, if you had ones and zeros before, so I'm imagining like a spreadsheet, I have a column of ones and zeros. Oh, now I have a column of angles. Well, you didn't say that before. That's a different data set and a different question. We got to start over with that. And also, like, now that thing could be, you have infinite choices. Well, you're dividing by an even bigger infinity because now you have this even larger infinite space of possibilities. This is so stupid. This is dumb.
It's really dumb.
And it's not to the claim that the universe emerges from minds as well, or infinite mind dependent either.
No, we don't get anywhere near minds in this. The whole reason for Shannon information is to define axioms against which we can do things like, build signal processing queues. Because we do. Like, we run up against the Nyquist limit due to Shannon information, right? That's just like, something that us engineers need to be aware of, right?
And the only people who actually want to support the claim that the universe emerges from mind are those who believe in a God.
But I thought my example was pretty fucking right on, right? The number of times that you can determine whether a coin is heads or tails is just going to be limited by the number of times that you flip the fucking coin, you stupid fucking moron.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I don't think that's the best understanding of the Shannon information in the rolling coin. Better example would be how many times you could divide up a circle in your ability to perceive the coin. So if you can tell in the immediate detection that the coin is straight up, let's say hours if you can tell to the closest hour of the clock where the coin is right now, then right now the coin has one of 12 states. If you can tell it to the minute, then it has one of 60 states. But your ability to perceive its state will limit the amount of epistemic information you can extract from it. But
Hey, Benjamin, you have no idea what you're saying, bro. That's
ontological information that it would take to describe a coin is unbounded.
No, bro. I'm having no
Sham information.
If I want,
Sham information doesn't bound ontological information. Only
shut
bound
up with these words. I don't like hear what you're saying, Benjamin. If I want to specify a point on a unit circle, I only need two pieces of information: an x and a y coordinate. A point on a unit circle is just 2 points, the ordered pair.
Right. So
I can parameterize
number of
every
points
point
is
on the unit
stupid.
circle with 2 bits of information: x, comma, y. 2 points of information.
It's 2 bits of information.
He means 2 bits.
No,
of
are you sure about that?
Yes. He means 2 pieces of encoded information, which colloquially can be said 2 bits of information, right? He doesn't literally mean the two binary pairs.
Yeah, but those 2
It's not an
bits, if you
infinite.
say, could be of infinite resolution.
ontological.
But that's the thing that's being pointed out that's stupid, right? To point out that there's an infinite number of points in the circle is just navel gazing.
Or the same thing as in a unit in an interval, there's an infinite amount of points, and so it's like saying you can't measure the length of anything because there's an infinite number of points from A to B. Like, this is how stupid what you're saying is, or what he was saying.
Data and information.
But the observation that you can't measure anything was actually a very important observation in math that led to the discovery of fractals. Why are you discounting it so rapidly and vapidly? It's actually a very interesting axiom. You should know it.
Even explaining a fractal is not an infinite amount of information. You can express
The length of a river
one
is a
complex
fractal,
equation.
which by definition the length of a river is infinite and arbitrary, meaning you can decide that the river has any length you want by simply choosing the length of the measuring stick you wish to apply.
All we're pointing out is
Again,
information.
that becomes equivalent, Benjamin, to there's an infinite number of points on an interval.
I don't think the chance.
It's called the coastline paradox.
Actually, the coastlines challenge.
Bro, shut up, man. If you want to measure the coastline of, say, the British Isles or whatever, yeah, depending on how.
Can I just ask a question? What is it about Agamemnon that has rattled your brain so much that everybody on stage is angry? He's a dishonest Christian. He's a dishonest Christian. Has little to no. He's a dishonest interlocutor. He's a dishonest. I didn't find it to be dishonest. Well, because you're in the same category, Benjamin.
I've known that guy for years.
I put you in the same box, Benjamin. I don't care.
Yeah, there's
I know you don't care, and I don't care what you care. So there you go, Benjamin.
in math. There's this old saying, like a fist has an infinite number of points on it. That's true in math, but in the actual world, that's not true. Like what's the smallest unit of measurement, like the Planck length or something like that? Your fist is made with atoms. I guess the smallest unit of measurement is like the Planck length.
That's not true.
Yeah, so it just can't be. In the actual world, there's no infinities, and this is important for you guys. Einstein hated actual infinities. Okay, you should pick it.
Well, largely I am, right? I think that business represents chance. So anyway, you've gotten to the end of the universe. That's good. At some points, it becomes quantum, and you can only count one zero, maybe. That's for sure that.
Again, your name is. What you're saying is nothing different than there's an infinite, mathematically, there's an infinite number of points on a circle or an interval. If you actually wanted an infinite amount of information, and something like, again, you'd have to have something like an infinitely sided die. Dice where that would probably, the result of that roll would contain technically an infinite amount of information, or at least infinite number of possibilities. Beyond that, you're not.
That's just a Hilbert space, more or less. I mean, the Hilbert space.
You don't know what a Hilbert space is.
It's an infinite amount of ontological information.
You don't know, but a Hilbert space is not an infinite amount of anything, bro. You don't know what a Hilbert space is.
Sure it is.
You don't know what a Hilbert space is. The XY plane is a Hilbert space. That's not an infinite amount of information.
It is. There's an infinity towards zero.
There's an infinite number. That's my.
Your robot is
That's it. It's mathematics. If you have a ruler in front of you, measure the length of anything. Learn measure theory. You're an idiot. Learn what measure theory is.
Yeah, I gotta disagree with you really hard here. Yeah. A dice roll, last I checked, is in classical probability theory, which uses fundamentally different mathematical structures. Right? We agree with that?
Probability theory also uses measure theory.
Hey everybody, happy Friday. Pro, are you there? Pro, are you there? I guess not. Well, happy Friday, everybody.
Happy Friday. We're gonna ask Pro. Maybe we can help.
Well, yeah, maybe I could ask Benjamin. Benjamin, are you like a decision maker in the atheist house? I don't know if you are or not.
I wouldn't say put that way.
Okay, let me try it another way.
I'm inside a house where we have decision makers.
Well, I want to get permission before I do something. I'm interviewing tomorrow. My show a 36-year LA County from the sheriff's department who's running for office, and I wanted to plug the show like in the chat or whatever. I wanted to make sure it was okay to do it here and in the Pro House. That's why
You can plug Pro as many times as you want to plug them.
Pro, I appreciate it. Thank you very
Put
much.
your ad in the chat right next to Coke. $200 a day you can make in crypto. It's just
Why do you leave those? Those should be doing it.
Pro and Benjamin Pro, thank you.
so yeah.
I love Coach.
You do.
Did the ghost get along too?
I'm gonna create a
The goats.
first class.
Andy, my friend.
My first class escort to the VIP.
Yeah, that's how you roll.
Do the goats get a first class escort anywhere?
I've been doing it.
Yes, the goat. So that's what Andy wants to know.
Steve, speaking of interviews, you probably heard there's no Hermes interview tonight. Cancel.
Blow me to Bermuda.
I did not hear that he canceled. I was looking forward to it.
Yeah, he advised his attorney not to do that yet now tonight. I'm not sure. We'll see if it happens later or not. But
I would guess it's a maybe. It's a maybe.
yeah, I would guess it's going to turn into a no. And I've told him through my email that also means that I will tell him probably not to come in the rooms. So I asked not to really do like the pre-room like I was going to do for it. Like you didn't really want to be connected to it and stuff. So
Yeah.
I kind of wanted that, but I said, I'm not going to stop people from talking about what they want to talk about necessarily, but I can't really release that. But I also said it's probably best for him not to come in the rooms then too. But, I might just kind of do what a lot of people do anyways and just kind of politely give an escort to the permanent VIP.
Are you still running the room?
Well, that room was going to be actually his room, but I'll open April that time, yeah.
Oh, you mean I RSVP'd for Hermes room? I thought it was in your room. Obviously, I wasn't looking close enough.
His was the real room was going to be in my room at 6:30. Would have the link to his room, and we're just going to keep it open until the filter over there.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thanks for letting me know.
So Steve, tomorrow, like, how long is this to be? Is it going to be like a lot of you and this person dialoguing back and forth, and we are going to quite some time?
That's a great question. I will tell you. Well, as you know, we run the show normally from 7 to 10 a.m. Pacific Standard. I just got off the phone with him. We figured that he would come at 8, so he'd come in at the start of hour number 2. I would interview him for about 15 to 30 minutes. And then he's willing to take any and all questions. I asked him if there's anything he didn't want to discuss. Does he not want to take questions about Minneapolis? Does he not want to take questions about George Floyd? Does he not want to take information about bad cops? He said he'll take any and all questions. So I'm going to interview him for about 15 to 30 minutes in hour number 2, and then he'll take any and all questions from either the Mod Squad or the nieces and nephews.
Awesome. Is he still a current LA County Sheriff, or is he retired?
He is he was in the LA County Sheriff for 6 years. I don't know how many years he was captain. I'm assuming 10, but I could be wrong. He's been, again, 36 years. He's been recovered 10 years. And he's throwing his hat in the ring to run for LA County Sheriff. And if any of you are more specifically interested, all you got to do is Google up Mike Bornman, like being born, BORNMAN, a candidate for LA County Sheriff. He's been retired for 10 years.
Gotcha.
Will he play this as a campaign contribution?
I'm sorry, say again. serious?
No, well, I'm kind of a joke, but I mean, if you consider a campaign contribution.
Are you? I heard campaign contribution. I didn't hear anything else. I'm sorry.
Are you interviewing other candidates?
I'm viewing any and all candidates that want to be interviewed by Uncle Steve.
I think that's enough.
I thought I answered the question. I don't have any scheduled. If that's what you're asking, but
So no other candidate running for sheriff is going to be interviewed currently.
not tomorrow. But if any of them reach out to me, I will schedule their interview. It's only fair. Also, he's going to be on the workers' rights radio show, and so that's of course completely different. But that'll be on Wednesday. I'm not gonna plug that because most people on Clubhouse don't listen to it, which is just fine with me.
That's interesting. What was the relevance of him being on the workers' rights show?
Because that goes on 4 terrestrial radio stations Sunday morning in Southern California in Los Angeles.
Right, but it's not going to be related to workers' rights at all, is it?
Correct. It's not related to workers' rights, with the exception that as a captain, you are boss over your employees. But no, it's just the fact that it's relevant to Southern California. And also, with the combination of radio stations, he's probably got literally tens of thousands of listeners, potential voters, versus, on the show tomorrow, we're all spread all over the world. I told him this was sort of like a preview for the work. And I told him exactly how the show works. He knows the difference.
Cool. It'll be interesting.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to it. Thank you.
Oddly enough, there was a cycling team called the LA Sheriffs.
Shit, what was I gonna say? LA County Sheriff. I mean, I don't live in LA, but back in California, born and raised. I would like to know. I would like to ask him about would he enforce California's bans on masks for police officers in California? I suppose that would be.
That's a great idea. I mean, I told him to expect questions about ICE in Los Angeles, California, about whether or not what ICE is doing, how it's different from what the sheriff does and such like that. Yeah, he's willing to take any and all questions. He's good.
It's gonna be really interesting when ICE pulls that shit they're doing in Minnesota, like downtown LA, or maybe in the fucking hood like Inglewood, and I'd really like to see how that plays out. We have so many guns here. It's crazy. A lot of crazy gangbangers.
Yeah, they'll definitely get some pushback if they try to invade a house and they got a warrant and they just have the okay from their ICE representative to invade the house. They'll be shot on.
You want to kick the fucking Latino nest here? Oh my god, that's gonna be a disaster.
Oh yeah, California, Los Angeles, population 45% Hispanic Mexican here in Los Angeles. It's a lot different than Minnesota.
Yeah, come on by, Pecker Woods, see how that plays out for you. That's all I gotta say.
Hey, but you're gonna melt over here, dude. We got too much heat, bro.
California is one of the Castle Doctrine states.
Yeah, we're sanctuary city.
No, Castle Doctrine.
Oh yeah.
Castle Doctrine is where under certain conditions you are legally allowed to shoot and kill anyone who unlawfully and forcibly enters your home, which would.
Yeah, but it's state law. The feds are always over it, right? Or fucking state laws anyway. And that's. Yeah, I guess how that's going to play out. Yeah, but I hear what you're saying.
Well, I'm gonna look for a Hermes room tonight, eighth-ish house, pro house, whatever house, and do my best to get there. Anyways,
If you need any antibiotic ointment for your Hermes outbreak, let me know.
thank you. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that.
Yes, you just focus on the eighth-ish house. That's it.
Yeah, gotcha. But both a pro. Thanks for letting me do the plug. See you later, everybody.
All right, sorry, this should be antiviral medication. I forgot. This is a virus, not a bacterial infection. Sorry. Is that correct, Sam? Hermes is listening? You know that? He might be that anonymous account in there. See? No, see that he's listening via Kitover room. He says yes. Awesome. Shut the fuck up. No, Hermes.
I didn't get the end of what Steve was saying, but I'm not really doing a Hermes room. That was actually what I said. But,
Yeah, I don't know if he got it or not, but I think he may have got it. He's just gonna come to your room tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure people are gonna end up talking about Hermes, even though it's not gonna be a Hermes room. But
It's a current hot topic that's gonna be on the table, so that's it.
what's up, Mercy? We're quiet here.
Things ain't what they used to be. Oh.
I could actually bring another problematic person in. Speaking of the title and interview them at the same time, I can check if they want to come in.
Who's that? You should interview Roy. Oh, I can't be problematic.
All my dumb shit already. There's nothing. What's the point? Yeah, it's a problematically public person.
Can you tell that someone? Who them?
Not quite yet. But
I'm not going to vote. We don't want to take the wind out of pro sales. Let me get it. Give us a hint. Yeah, give us a hint. Give us a hint.
I did. And it's someone who's public and problematic.
There's a lot of them. So someone that we know who they really are, like they're not Andrew R. No, he is not real. He's public and problematic. That's true. Wait, who is? John Kitover or Andrew Dittman, whatever. Oh yeah.
I wouldn't interview John Kitover.
Why not? Oh, why would you say that's good? What is it with the Kitover is so brilliant? That's just it's crazy.
I was talking to Kitover today because so he's recording this room. Like, if you guys want to hear replay of this room, you can go to his shit.
Is it recording it or is he streaming it on YouTube?
There's no reason to interview
He's
him.
recording it on Clubhouse and streaming it on YouTube. I was asking him he was recording Andrew's room yesterday, which is already on replay. So he's just making a second copy in like shittier audio quality of a room that's already on replay. I was asking what the fuck the point of that is. I get recording these rooms that are not on replay. I guess there's something there, right? But he's just making a shittier second copy of room already on replay. I don't understand.
Does he not have to work or something? Like, how much time does he spend?
That's what I was asking. You have a job, bro.
Because I'll be on here all fucking day, bro. Like, I'll go to a gig, I'll be there for like hours, come back, do like editing and shit. But, I'm not talking, just kind of listening or not listening. But he's like actively doing all these accounts and all this shit. It's crazy.
Dude, I talked to him. I was asking how many phones does he own? How many accounts does he have? How many YouTube channels? I'm talking, he has like over 30 or 40 phones. I'm like, how did he afford that shit? He's like, tell me he bought a bunch of like cheap phones. I don't know, on eBay or something for like $10 a pop. And yeah, I forgot how many YouTube accounts he told me. It's crazy, bro. He streams 24 hours a day, even while he's sleeping. His streams are all on.
I have an idea for him. Why doesn't he create actual infinity and just set up like a row of like 11 phones, recording each of the phones in front of him? Do something.
It could be like an avant-garde, like, sound installation.
You can call it
John Cage shit, yeah.
That'd be funny, dude. Yeah, just two phones recording each other.
Okay, how many people in the town right now can smell asparagus? There's a compound called asparagine in your urine. I can. I do. Whenever I eat it, I do, yeah. Okay, that's what I mean. And what everyone does is I heard it's like 50-50.
I mean, I've heard of garlic.
Yes, not everybody. Hold on. So, when you eat a bunch of asparagus, you don't smell it really strongly in your urine, then it's like an hour later.
Not really. I mean, at the same time, I'm not like smelling my urine.
Okay, so yeah, it's a genetic thing. So you don't have, it's like people that cilantro tastes like soap, sort of thing.
Yeah, that's fucking.
So maybe it's true, maybe it's like half and half.
Yeah, so is it considered a bad thing that your urine smells, or does it really matter?
No, it's completely innocuous, just like if you had to write down genetic.
I mean, I've heard about it with garlic. Because if you eat a ton of garlic, you're
It comes out of your sweat and your excretion. Yeah, for sure.
How do you describe the smell? Like, it smells like asparagus, but like coming out of your urine.
Different. It's different though.
Yeah. It's really strong too.
He actually calls smell innocuous. Isn't that the definition of smell? That it is innocuous.
Okay. Olfactory.
It's boring.
Yeah. So no, it's harmless. How would you answer that question?
Reality of race in this country. So to just see this as a chance, maybe like what I'm doing is that that person is foregone. They will not change. Okay? They have to go. I think that's where I'm coming from. I would like many of us to stop giving passes and excuses to people who support, a racist president, a racist regime, a bigoted, go on and on.
The giant Italian market, you can find it there. They're
I
really
think
weird.
one thing that I might
Perfectly straight. They're kind of a different shape, and they have a good flavor, but they're stringy.
and
They're really
other
expensive.
presidencies and other people in positions of power. It's rare that people at the top, especially presidents, if they want to get out some kind of a message that they want to get the message out, but they don't want it to stick to them, they get their surrogates to say it for them. But not this president, unless you believe the Stafford story, which I don't think anybody does.
Oh, Gary, one last quick thing. Someone raised this question. Yeah, you'd be fucking fired for this. There's no question about it. So if you're a regular workplace that has a functional leadership team, then for sure you would not want the liability of an executive who did this. So maybe that's changing as well. But
Thank you, Jane. We'll go to Dr. Francine, followed by Daryl.
Well, I always say this. I grew up in New York, so nothing about Donald Trump is new to me. And I notice, there's a lot of New Yorkers on the stage today. I mean, this fucker is the same guy he was in the 70s. And he learned it from his father. So it comes down through the family. They turned away Black people from their apartment buildings in the 70s, and the government sued them because this was the beginning of the era of fair housing. And they settled with the government so that they didn't, so that they could get rid of the publicity. But they didn't even change their policies. And in '89 or whatever it was, with the Central Park 5 shooting. By this time, Donald Trump thought he was such a hot shit that he took out full-page ads in the New York Times to, say that these people, the Central Park 5, who were 5 black teenage boys, that these guys should be killed or, given the death sentence. And he didn't care, whether they were guilty or not. He went right to giving them the death sentence. They were then exonerated on the basis of DNA evidence. And he didn't care about that either. And he still doesn't care. And and he's too old now, I think, he's not too old because I'm older than he is. But, some people are done changing. And Donald Trump, you can tell by his entire presidency, Donald Trump lives in the 80s. He lives in the nightclub, disco, grab him by the pussy era of the 80s. And I'm purposely using all this language because he uses it. And if he uses it, why shouldn't I? And I'm so disgusted, and I feel like there must be something at some point at which out of the country we can turn around and say to him, listen, dude, this is not only your country, it's our country. In fact, we have probably paid more taxes than you because you think it's so cool to duck paying taxes. And so we would like our country to be respected.
I don't know what you're doing.
Publicly. We do have racism, and getting rid of Donald Trump is not going to change that fact. But we can at least, and I don't know if this is such a great idea after I'm saying it, but it's at least we could pretend. At least we could act civil. And I know, Alan. I feel bad. I don't know what to say, but I am so embarrassed about our country. As so many
Embarrassed. That's what it is. Embarrassment.
Just
I can't believe what they're gonna say. Oh, I'm so embarrassed. Oh, just think about what they're gonna say about me. Oh, just think about what they're gonna say. Oh, they're enforcing the laws. Oh God, they're enforcing the laws. I'm embarrassed. So embarrassed.
There is something in the Epstein files that shows that Donald Trump raped at least one 13-year-old.
Well, let's not go down that path.
Ooh, Gary Baumgart's putting out conspiracy theories that Trump raped a 13-year-old girl. Or was it a boy, Dr. Francine? Ooh, Dr. Francine's gonna get sued for libel. Better be careful, Dr. Francine. Ooh, she's just fed up. Hardaway. Somebody just committed slander against Trump. Dr. Hardaway, gonna lose it all. It's gonna cost you a lot of money, bitch. Ooh. Ooh, you're gonna get reported, bitch.
I'm just passing along a little bit of that training to the folks here. The comment about how people in other countries view us, I think we're becoming a lot like the Iranian people. People are highly critical of the government, but they embrace the people. And I think that's what's happening with regard to the United States. I understand your point. He was elected and then elected again. And there may be folks who, I just think that generally the feedback I'm getting is that the people who are critical of the policies of this administration don't bear ill will to American citizens, but they certainly are not enamored with our current government. Daryl, followed by Les.
Hey Gary, one, I hope you don't have the flu. It is going around. Wear your mask when you're in transit if you can.
Always wear your mask. Always wear your mask.
And we'll know by Monday, but thank you.
Yeah. So, we mentioned the Central Park Six, and we mentioned, that he'd been sued by the government when he wouldn't African Americans. But what we don't often hear about is that when he decided to get into the casino business, he fought very hard against the native tribes that were also, this was becoming a really big business. He fought against native tribes getting the licenses as well, and this is almost verbatim. He accused some of the native tribes of not actually being natives. He said that it's almost a direct quote. He said they're too dark to be Indians. And he said, I don't even think the Indians think they're Indians. And let alone the fact that he's calling them Indians as opposed to Native Americans, it's just a whole other thing. But this is actually who he's always been. And I don't think that it benefits anyone to pearl clutch, because even when he'll do something like this, and himself and the people that agree with him, they're laughing their asses off because they're thinking to themselves, let's upset the libs. Let's get the libs into a hissy fit. Let's do this thing. They don't care about how anyone feels about this. They don't care about how anyone's going to react to this, because to them, they think this is their ability to push buttons on people's backs as they literally run down into the basement and giggle their asses off, that they're able to have the effects that they do. He's always been a bigot. And I actually think, bigot used to be a very, very strong word. They used it. Archie Bunker was a bigot. There were these television characters that were bigots. He's always been this way, and I just don't think it serves. It doesn't serve anyone to let them see that they've been able to get under your skin, because this is what they're setting out to do. I think this is all part of psychological warfare, and I think that when they see people get upset, they huddle up and they high five each other. As job well, mission accomplished, job well done. Let's piss off the libs.
Right, and I actually suggested that might be part of what they're doing here, or what he's doing here, or what his staffer is doing here, that it was done with intent. I don't know, maybe it wasn't. Maybe he liked seeing himself as the lion and didn't pay attention to the rest of what he posted. But for God's sake, you're responsible for what you post. So, and by the way, and even if it was a staffer who did it, ultimately he's responsible. If I would use the analogy I used earlier about me getting fired, if I was in a position of management at work and I had a staffer, I think I've mentioned this before with regard to Scott, I would be responsible for what the staffer posted. So that's not a get out of jail card on this criticism. Thank you, Daryl.
But at the same time, he's running around telling everybody that they should actually celebrate Black History Month. This is
by the way, I'm glad you mentioned that. And I'm going to move on because there's so many people on the stage. I thought about this earlier. The fact that this would appear during Black History Month is just mind-boggling.
Normally, I say at 5:55, we are no longer going to be inviting folks onto the stage today because we have so many people wanting to speak. I want to get to everyone, so I'm going to say two things. I'm not going to, moderators, please invite anybody else onto the stage just because of the time. So we're going to do that cutoff 5 minutes earlier than we usually do. We will go into extra time at the top of the hour with the intent of getting to everybody who's on the stage. But let's all please be cognizant of one another and try, myself included, not to hog the mic for too long so everybody gets a chance. And we'll go to Les, followed by Linda.
So I've known this guy has been racist since before the 1980s. His properties in Queens did not include black people. He was sued by the DOJ. And I believe this is why he's got such a reaction to, why this has become a hot button for him to try to screw all the DEI stuff and stuff, because his family was brought to court for not renting to black people, which was against the federal laws of the time. And then, of course, this Obama thing, this birther thing, and, that was another example. So, and then the most recent thing that got to me was, and I was thinking about this again just in the last few days, because he took down historical markers that mentioned that plantations had slavery.
And at Independence Mall, the home, maybe not at Independence Hall, but in that area in Philadelphia, the house that housed slaves and was commemorated for that, so that people would understand that part of our American history. That's been taken down too at his orders.
Precisely. And so, frankly, I don't need to see anything else to know that he was rare.
Les, your mic's open, but we don't hear you suddenly. I can't hear you any further, Les. I'm sorry. But I think we got your basic point, and I really appreciate that. Excellent points. Linda, followed by V.
Is Trump racist? Is water wet? At this point, we've named several examples the whole entire evening of his bigoted, racist behaviors and remarks. I wanted the other story. Is this actually true where he's thinking or wants to install a Christopher Columbus statue on White House grounds? Has that been confirmed?
I don't know if it's on the White House grounds, but that statue was taken down and it is being returned. And when they reported it as being returned, I presume to its original pedestal, but I have no idea about the details. But it is true that statue under Trump's decree will be resurrected.
Yeah, he's definitely racist, but he just has this fixation, obviously on Joe Biden, but particularly too with Obama. He seems to just be so fixated on him with like the birth certificate thing and all the comments he's made about him and his administration. And in the Presidential Wall of Fame, I want to read this. I'll let someone else talk. What he wrote under Barack Obama's picture, he put he had, I guess, on the plaque, he had written, Barack Hussein Obama was the first black president, a community organizer, one-term senator from Illinois, and one of the most divisive political figures in American history. As president, he passed the highly ineffective, unaffordable CARE Act, resulting in his party losing control of both House of Congress and the election of the largest House Republican majority since 1946. He presided over a stagnant economy, approved the terrible Iran nuclear deal, and signed the one-sided Paris Climate Accords both of which were later terminated by President Donald J. Trump. Then he goes on to write, under Obama, the ISIS caliphate spread across the Middle East, leaving collapse into chaos, and Russia invaded and took Crimea and Ukraine. He crippled small businesses with crushing regulations and environmental red tape, devastated American coal miners, and weaponized the IRS and federal bureaucracies against his political opponents. Obama also spied on the 2016 presidential campaign of Donald Trump and presided over the creation of the Russia hoax, the worst political scandal in American history. His handpicked successor, Hillary Rodham Clinton, would then lose the presidency to Donald J. Trump. So, I mean, yeah, he's pretty fixated and obviously petty, and that's all I want to say.
Well, a lot of that has nothing to do with racism. It has to do with political rhetoric. And it is true. He does refer to him in the third party often, and that really gives us a little bit of insight into who he actually is, as if we already didn't know. V followed by Chris.
Thanks, Gary. I think, yes, to be brief, racist for sure, for everything that was highlighted earlier. But I think that racist post is appalling on its own, but the context around it would make it even worse. It was produced, published through official channels, defended from the White House podium initially, and then allowed to sit online for roughly 12 hours before anyone in power thought it should come down. I don't think that's a mistake. I think it's a window into the values and judgment of what our White House has become under Trump. And in light of that, I hope you, Gary, and press outlets intend to file a FOIA, or Freedom of Information Act request, to uncover the full chain of events behind that video. Who proposed it, who created it, who signed off on it, which offices were involved, and what internal objections, if any, were raised before and after it went live. I also want the records that explain why the press secretary initially defended the post publicly, and what changed internally between that defense and the eventual decision to delete it. I think the public has a right to see whether this was incompetence, indifference, or a deliberate strategy. And this isn't the first time we've seen how orchestrated Trump's use of Truth Social can be. As you may recall, in 2025, there was an AP photographer who captured Marco Rubio passing Trump a handwritten note during a White House press event, urging him to approve a Truth Social post, so that he could be the first to announce that Israel and Hamas had agreed to phase 1 of a peace deal. That post appeared about 2 hours later, framing a fragile and complex diplomatic step as a personal branding moment, rather than a serious act of statecraft. Though I think that same machinery was what mobilized to choreograph that announcement as clearly capable of controlling what goes out on his Truth Social account. So when a racist video goes up, stays live for half a day, is then defended by the press secretary before being pulled down, finally, I don't think we can pretend it was some rogue accident that a staffer accidentally did this. I think we need the emails, the drafts, the talking points, and the decision memos that show who thought this was acceptable and why. Formal records request is really the bare minimum. That would be a step toward accountability. If this is how they communicate in public, I think the public deserves to know what was happening behind the scenes. I don't think that Trump created the post himself. He was interviewed by NBC.
I don't think it was created at the White House either, by the way.
I don't know if it was or not.
I'm pretty certain that it was.
I honestly, I don't know. I don't know who created it.
Well, I think that's been tracked. That's been tracked, and in fact, William did some of that tracking. If you go back to the chat, she even names the organization. Now, maybe that organization's a front for the White House. I don't know.
But the fact that it was even floated in the White House by staffers, I think we deserve the name.
If it was.
Maybe it was directed to Trump. Maybe Trump saw it and he just reposted it. I mean, he did just literally verbatim say on a like on an international captured event, live debate. They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats, which was the most bizarre thing that I think I've ever heard at a presidential debate, which was incredibly racist and also a trope that created action. And if you recall, there was an Ohio town that was then suddenly bombarded with Trump supporters brandishing guns, actually like AK-47s on their shoulders, just trying to patrol the streets and make sure that dogs and cats were safe. What was the intention behind it? What was the strategy behind it? And I think there was something that it was beyond Trump himself. And I would like the names of the people that were behind the scenes and who told the press secretary to defend it in the first place.
Yeah, all good points. And here's the thing. We all repost things that other people have put on social. But whenever you repost something, there's an implied endorsed you're reposting. So it's even though you may not have had anything to do with the creation of it, you're responsible for amplifying what the person originally posted.
But also it's an insult to the office and then an insult to the American public that the press secretary defended it and that it lived on the internet.
Well, that's the job. The press secretary to defend anything that the president does.
Yeah, but under the president's name for 12 hours.
Thank you, V. You're right about the length of time. I mentioned that earlier. I think the last press secretary that stood up for what was right against the president was Horst, who was Jerry Ford's first press secretary, and he resigned just days into office when Ford pardoned Nixon, and he thought that was very improper for the president to do, and he resigned his position. But other than him, they're going to parrot what they believe the president. The fact that she did it is an indication right there that this was something endorsed by the president. Because why would she defend the president if the president had nothing to do with it? So there's your prima facie evidence that the president was involved, in spite of their claims to the contrary, in the posting of that racist depiction of a former president and first lady. Chris, followed by Denise.
Oh, well, we're back at it again, Gary. Blitz Friday is here, and today's edition is Trump Race. This isn't you doing a blitz. This is our administration doing a blitz, giving everybody something juicy to talk about. I'll be honest. As many people have stated already, we already knew this. This is nothing new. Is he a racist? Yes. Has he done racist things? Yes. Has he done prejudice things? Yes. Has he done all things to depict brown people as the bad guys? Yes. He's done it all. So the question's a good question because of the moment, but the answer is extremely obvious. The scary part about this is, as you may know, and as many people in here may know, there will be people to defend it. I don't remember exactly who said, and they actually came before me, who said Caucasian people or white people need to take this as a reality check and not find a way to look past it. And I 100% agree, because there will be ways that people try to speak it as if, oh, well, I'm not 100% sure. Scott even did a terrible job at it. Scott normally gives a great submission, but Scott categorized racism in 4 different manners. And my question in the chat is, okay, so when you're categorizing racism, did they all stand when black people were being hung? Did they move the category 4s to the front of the photos, or did they tell them, hey, you guys are a little more taller, stand in the back? You stand with a little more pride in your chest, stand in the back, so the people who's a little bit slumped over because they're a little sadder about the situation, maybe they cared or did not care, but they're here. Maybe they should stand in the front and give them some of that braveness, some of that pride that you have. So you guys stand in the back. Yeah, yes, Trump is racist. Yes, we need to stop speaking past it. And yes, his administration is also racist. He told you he got the brightest and the best and the brightest. So if his staffer even did this, guess what? His staffer is racist. The people in his administration picks them. I'm also with Barr. All right, so cool. We're just gonna say that Trump decided, all right, I didn't do this one. So which ones are you doing? I've been telling people at 5 o'clock in the morning, I can assure you, Trump's not writing full sentences. I've seen many of Truth posts come across my X feed of full sentences and detailed examples of just, like she said, policies being ran through social media. I'm positive he didn't write them. How? Because I've learned and listened to enough Trump to know this ain't how he talk. This is not his lingo. I watched enough rallies and enough meetings.
Well, people speak and they write sometimes in.
And Gary, and you know what? I'm glad you brought that up. This is not the way he writes either. We've seen him actually tweak things. We know it because the way he talks is the way he types. Most of us type the way we talk. I'm a victim of it. I talk exactly how I type, and I type exactly how I talk. So yeah, you can say that, and I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Again, looking for the benefit of the doubt. I'll give it to you.
Again.
But that ain't who's texting or putting those posts up. And that's okay if that's the case, and we can say, well, Trump may not.
Well, regardless of whether he is responsible for the word, regardless of whether he generated the words or somebody else generated them for him, he's responsible for it. Example.
I 100% agree.
Example. When Melania writes a book, we know she doesn't write the book, but she's responsible for the words in that book. So it doesn't really matter, to quote Hillary Clinton, what difference does it make? Who wrote it? And in this case, you're talking about things other than the particular posting today that's so offensive.
No, I'm actually still talking about it. I agree.
There's nothing written there. There was an AI-generated movie that somebody else, obviously, I would agree with you that he had nothing to do with it. He did not produce that movie. And yeah, I think everybody would agree with that.
And I type the way I talk. And I 100% agree. We're still on the same page. I also meant, I'm regurgitate the proper words for you. But I know he did not create the video. But that doesn't mean whoever actually created it, even in the person who posted its algorithm. How is a racist video in the president's algorithm on his page? Okay, so sure, again,
it could be that somebody brought it to his attention. Who knows? So what's your point, by the way? I don't get the point.
My point is this, and I'll land here. My point is this, just like you said, somebody brought it to him. If it's his staffer or if it's him, those people are supposed to be the best, the brightest, and the most sufficient for the job. We're seeing that they're not. This goes all the way to his whole cabinet, J.D. Vance, Stephen Miller, Stephen Bannon, his pit bull, Tom Homeland at this point. All this show, Kristi Noem, all this goes to show is they're not the best people for this job. So even if we decide on getting Trump out because all of a sudden today we come to grips that he's a racist after he's showed us for decades, then fine. It's not going to change anything because the racists are still going to be doing the job. You got to get rid of all of them at this point because somebody in that administration made sure it went across the board. They kept it, like the last person just spoke by, they kept it up for 12 hours. They actually approved of it. Somebody was fine with it until it hit the fan. That means everybody is complicit at this point.
I think when you turned the mic off, you clipped off your last word there, but we got you there.
I said everybody's complicit.
Thank you. Thank you. Chris, we'll go to Denise, followed by William.
Hi, I've got 3 points, but the main point I want to say, Gary, when you started off, and I think it hasn't been pointed out, you mentioned that Lion King video, and that is not what Trump posted to Truth Social exactly, and I double checked this with many sources. I'm going to read just the paragraph from USA Today, and basically what he posted or was posted on his Truth Social is the roughly minute-long video centered on footage discussing unsubstantiated voter fraud allegations in the 2020 presidential election.
I think that's a different posting.
But this was on his True Social. This is what the controversy.
Well, he posts a lot of stuff on True Social.
No, wait, Gary, this has got this. Just let me finish, because what I'm trying to say is, before it flipped to the clip of the Obamas within this post, they did not run the Lion King video. There was not all these other people and Biden and all that. I think it was confusing because Carolyn Levitt said the Lion King video, and then Steve posted in our room the Lion King video. That's not what the controversy was about specifically. He posted a video about voter fraud, and it only showed the Obamas depicted as monkeys in the jungle. It didn't show all the other people, and which is actually, even they're both bad, but that is, I think, even worse. You can't even say.
Are you suggesting that the Lion King video was never posted on True Social by the president?
Correct. Carolyn Levitt said this came from a Lion King video, and Steve posted a Lion King video. I can read this again real quick. It just says the minute-long video footage discussing this voter fraud allegations unsubstantiated, and then it flipped to a clip of the Obamas. The image of the Obamas, which appears to have been generated by AI, showed the bodies of two apes whose faces were replaced by that of the former president and first lady. They appeared to be in a jungle with apes flying in the background. So the actual video on True Social only depicts them at the end of this minute-long video. It's misleading because that Lion King was brought up by Carolyn Levitt, and it was also posted by Steve. But I found this, I went back to double check that I was correct about this, and I found it. I posted it twice in the room. I'll post it again if you need me to, but I posted it twice. Different sources. There's like a Mississippi, local news source. I posted USA Today. There were about 10 sources that all said this.
Okay, thank you, Denise. William, followed by Barbara.
Wait, Gary, I had a couple more things. That was my main point, but if you don't mind, really quickly, I also feel like when Trump shares this, and I feel like he shared it only because it came in the middle of a flurry of his emails all during the night. Like, staffers probably aren't up in the middle of the night like he is, and it was in the middle of this flurry of other posts. So I feel like he probably did post it. And Trump has had kind of a reputation of signaling on occasion. People said things he said during the January 6th event. He was signaling certain things in what he said. And I feel like this could potentially be some form of signaling, whether it is or not. This makes people who are prone to being racist, who are prone to saying racist things, it kind of makes it okay in their mind because the president shared this. It gives them a green light, and I think that's another thing that makes it really bad, along with everything everyone else has said. And the final thing is, my social media has been full of my friends of color today, either very sad or really actually feeling threatened in some regards. And a friend of mine posted this, and he's a white friend, but he said, in the wake of the Trump post on the Obamas as monkeys, I'm grateful that my biracial daughter is only 5, and I don't yet have to explain to her that the president of her country is a racist, voted twice into office by some of the parents of her little friends. And now I'm done. Thank you.
Well, I think the most important point you made was that people feel that this may be a signal to racists that they can act out their racism, and they feel threatened physically as a result of this. Thank you, Denise. William, followed by Merrill.
Yeah, I want to follow up on what Denise said and what you just said, Gary. I think it's a relief if everyone can just acknowledge that Trump is a racist towards black people. I think that's progress. But beyond that, there's something more insidious. What he has done is given an entire permission structure for all the racists to crawl out from under the rock and proudly...
The racists are going out from the rock!
Display it and be loud and proud about being racist. When those people in Charlottesville were marching down the street without their hoods on, showing their faces in plain sight,
Yeah, that's part of the permission structure. Come on, racists, come on out, pull your damn hoods off, loud and proud. There's good people among the racists marching in Charlottesville too. So yeah, I think that's more insidious. The permission structure that's been created. So within the White House, somebody, whether it was posted by Trump or not, I think it probably was, but who knows? You know, maybe he was lying when he said he had control over what was being posted on his platform. He's lied before, but he's got that permission structure for whoever's working for him to put something out under his name, some racist trope about black people being lower primates, and that's disgusting. That's all. So,
somebody told me one time about the president, and this is kind of your point, he listens to the last person in the room. And Stephen Miller's an advisor, and Laura Loomer's an advisor. If either of those two people were in the room with him, they could have been the person that told him, hey, this is a great idea, you should do it. Aside from his just natural inclination to do that stuff. Which I think is pretty interesting, considering that former presidents are usually not people that listen to the last person in the room who has the loudest and most objectionable voice.
So the two things can be true at the same time when it comes to this. There can be a longer video that was posted by the president that was not the Lion King video that Steve referred to in the chat, but also the portion of that video that depicted Michelle and Barack Obama was apparently extrapolated from the Lion King video. What ABC News is saying, and I whenever I fact check, you know, I'm only looking at one source, and I don't have the time to do the kind of correct deep dive. But what the ABC story is suggesting is that it was a 62-second video, and it did mainly talk about the 2020 election, but at the end, it abruptly showed the faces of Barack and Michelle Obama superimposed onto cartoon ape bodies with the song "The Lion Sleeps Tonight" before cutting back to the rest of the video. So I was incorrect when I, in the beginning of my opening salvo, referred to the Lion King video, but it is correct.
Damn.
That short depiction of the former president and former first lady came from the Lion King video, and who combined two posts like that? How did that happen? It gets back to the whole question that was raised.
Oh, shit.
Who was behind all of this? Who created the final product? That's now that I see this, and I appreciate Denise correcting me. Now that I see this, what her point was takes on greater significance, in my opinion.
But whoever posted it, there was a permission structure for them to post this racist trope, and that's something that has a history in the Trump administration, 1 and 2, and he bears responsibility.
As I have said repeatedly, ultimately, no matter who was involved, the buck stops here.
Absolutely.
As a previous president once said, famously, or he didn't just say it, he actually had it on a plaque on his Oval Office desk. I'm not trying to say that the president doesn't bear responsibility. I'm saying that I now understand better V's point that we want to know who all was involved in putting this together on behalf of the president. I don't think anybody believes the president has the ability to do that.
Skills to put the
skill set. A skill set. That's a better way of putting it. Thank you, William. Meryl, followed by David.
Trying not to be too long, although I've got a lot of thoughts. I think you know how I have felt about Donald Trump about 3 months before he was elected the first time. First of all, anybody who ever read the New York Times, when he went after those young men, black men, he not only, after they were exonerated, he not only called for their execution, they were given money, they were paid because they lost years of their lives. They were entrapped and they lost years of their lives in prison, young men, and he then was outraged that they were getting paid any money. He didn't want them to get any money. But anybody who knew how the intensity of it, how he felt that he would take out an ad in the New York Times, tells you that he knew an audience. He knew an audience that was going to be okay with that. They all weren't all enraged like I am, or like some people are. He had an audience, he knew, regarding the lawsuits about them not, he and his father not renting to black people. Well, they were sued twice, not just once. After they settled the first time, they did it again. So, and his niece has always said, he's raised by his father was a racist, and it isn't his DNA. That's one thing. I would also like to point out I don't know if you saw what I wrote in chat. In my mind, when we've ever talked about Trump, we have to dance around. Like I said, there's an elephant in the house wearing a tutu, and we all pretend we don't see it. Or when we start to talk about it, there's always somebody who's going to say, no, that's not what you're seeing. Or my favorite is, well, yeah, but he likes Israel. Or look at, he's fighting anti-Semitism on college campuses, as if that offsets something. It doesn't. You can be good in this area and not good in that area. And besides that, I think he's also transactional in a lot of areas that he gets credit for being a good guy when I'm not so sure he really is. The other thing is, take a look at, we talked about, take a look about, not only besides walking besides Nazis, how about the gentleman who ran their car and killed somebody at that event? And Trump, by the way, he never said anything for about 2 days about the Nazis being there. What he did say was he defended the people that were there because they were good people because they didn't want the statues of Robert E. Lee and all these other people taken down. He ignored the fact that they didn't have a permit for that night. They had a permit to be there the next night on another part of the park, but he immediately wanted to defend them. He's also, do you really think that his anti-diversity issue is just because he didn't want women in the military? Really? How about blacks? When are we going to actually talk about all the black people? How about the admiral, all the different black people who he felt did not deserve their jobs? Not because they were bad at their jobs, but because they were of a race that he did not approve of. And I really, it troubles me a lot when I hear people say that his anti-diversity was just because, well, he didn't like women in the, no, he did not like, everybody knows he doesn't like women, other than he has no respect for women. When are people going to realize how that man got elected the first time? He reached out and tapped into every exposed nerve of every bigot there was. And he lets you know that it's okay. It's okay. If I won, if I feel this way, you can feel this way. When you think about all the ICE agents that are there, how many neighborhoods are they going to bust a white Irish au pair, a white Irish nanny in a gated community? Is that ever around there? Do you think is that a focus? If that person might be illegal, is that a focus? I don't think so. I think that Trump is exactly what you get. I think that the FOIA, do you have any idea how many people have tried to get, have had to not been able to get information using FOIA? There's lawsuits about it. So I would caution you to not to be too excited that you're going to get something. And I just think, we always say he says stupid things, or he says things to draw attention away from this or draw attention from that. That is who he is. He's every bad thing that there is. That's character. That's his character. And that's bad character. And bad character includes...
Bitch, let me go hit my projection bell, bitch. Take a chill pill, bitch. Last week you called him a pedo. 10 minutes ago you called him a pedo. Hello? Hello?
Thank you.
Thank you, bitch. Thanks, Karen. Bye, Karen. Hello? Hello?
Gary, hi. A lot of the comments already, Gary, I think, speak to the question. And, it's unfortunate, we're even debating this, as I mentioned, on some other topics we discussed. I think it's informative from the standpoint of it should help illuminate how far we've fallen and how much farther we got to go. Being back a big chunk of perceptions and the thought process that go in to seeing it and to justify it. It's okay for a meme like this to leak out into the universe of the online world and not be able to put that genie back in the bottle. Why it's a few minutes, that's a step. Just in terms of the way it's nice in terms of services, bringing down that's supposed to continuation of the time perceived
Thank you, David. Hermes followed by F. Gray.
Good evening, everyone. Yes,
Gary, can you hear me?
Loudly and clearly.
Wonderful. It's been a while since I've been on here, but I just happened to be scrolling and I saw your topic and I saw what I think is a very short answer to that question, in my opinion. And a lot of your speakers have already said it. Meryl, Steve, Chris, others, you are still on the invite to the F grade barbecue. And I just wanted to say that, linking, whether that be Barack or Michelle, but linking black people to apes and whatnot is a foundational idea within the whole structure of the white racist theory. Those of us, who are critical of it, those people could tell you all about it. It goes back a lot of things, talking religion, politics, everything, and it's for it's stuff like this that's no wonder that the last 3 elections that only 2 out of 10 black men and only 1 out of 10 black women support the president the last 3 elections because it's made a very simple equation to us about this man, this virus. That's why I don't care if you voted Jesse Jackson back in the day. I don't care if you voted majority black folk in the day. We have all experienced such people.
after they were harassing and persecuting Ruby Freeman, a poll worker, to the point, she and her daughter had to leave their home, resulted in a multi-million-dollar lawsuit with Rudy Giuliani. We don't hear much from Rudy Giuliani anymore. I think after that happened, whether we're looking at Lisa Cook, who's on the Federal Reserve, one of the most smartest women in America in the financial world, and he wants to go after her on some bullshit charges, excuse my French there. And then whether going back to 2020, when you look at the states that he went after, Michigan, large black population. Pennsylvania, large black voting population. Georgia, large black voting population. Milwaukee, Wisconsin area, large black voting population. He criticized, he questioned the election results in these predominantly black cities. So whether we're talking about what just happened today, yesterday, it's irrelevant to the main point. We know who he is. There's no surprise here. And the other thing I'll say,
there ain't no motherfucking surprise.
Is that
why the fuck you talking about it?
Yeah.
Ain't no motherfucking surprise.
Like the crust, he's the public face of the racism in America, but we still deal with something. And I go back to the words of Dr. King, 1963, letter from Birmingham jail. And he says, I've almost come to the most regrettable conclusion that the Negro's greatest stumbling block in his stride towards freedom. It's not the white citizen council. It's not the Ku Klux Klan, but the white moderate who is more devoted to order than to justice. If the white moderates out there would do more, not always on the day that they vote, but in their neighborhoods, in their communities, in their churches, in their schools, in their households. The more they would talk about this, the better America would be able to someday, perhaps one day, stamp out what I think is eventually going to be the root downfall in America. Whenever this empire falls, I think one of the root causes is going to be it has never healed from its several hundred years wounds of racism and bigotry in the country. Thank you.
700 years it hasn't healed itself. Maybe another 700 years of calling out the complaints are gonna heal us. We're gonna heal us with our complaints once and for all. 700 years of complaining wasn't enough. We gotta submit another complaint to the room. Hello? 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 Hello?
They're more devoted to order than they are to justice. They're more devoted to the procedure of following things than they are toward the general outcome.
They're just a politicking propaganda. Hello?
Well, good. They should hit a lot of people hard. And
hello?
We celebrate Dr.
Hello?
King's legacy.
Hello?
Most of us don't know much about his words other than that I have a dream. When letters like
hello?
Birmingham jail or
hello?
The address he gave
hello?
At the church in Memphis in 1968. When you look at those speeches and those letters, you get a
hello?
Gary, thanks again, man.
Hello?
I appreciate your contribution and everybody else's today. It was a very vibrant room, and I think everybody made excellent points. So we come to the end of the day and the week. So until 5 o'clock New York time on Monday for the next edition of the Critical Thinking Forum. Everybody in the path of the optic glass, stay warm. Everybody who is interested in football, I hope your team wins. And let's send our prayer to the Guthrie family as well. So to 5 o'clock New York time on Monday, everybody be safe, be well, and
something?
This nigga was born Cassius Clay.
The beginning of time, I'm not going to accept the beginning to time.
Wait. Okay. I'm a little confused, but.
Hey, Donald. Hey, Megatron.
Yeah, that's cool, Congress. Thank you. So, Joanna, maybe Joanna's help me out with this. So, Joanna, he's saying that he wants the physics to work like it works now. To tell him when time began. He's saying time didn't begin.
No, I don't think so.
Exactly. You don't think time began. So I'm saying to him, you said that time didn't begin. That's what it said.
No.
So now, Joanna. You said began.
I don't think that time.
Isn't time just a concept, gentlemen?
No,
Right here with the rest of the stuff. So Joanna, I'm trying to tell you, the physics that we use needs to make sense only in time. If there's no time, that's before time. You can't use physics. Put that in the chat, please.
So, what this logic do is remove timeless dimension completely, and we can just throw it in the trash. So, no, I'm not assuming the time is simple.
Well, they do carbon dating, and so even with a tree, you can find out how old a tree is. You can measure progression of the length of an organism. Hello?
One sentence.
Hello? Correspondence of a field theory? How about we just go one at a time? Hello, moderator? Hello? I was just trying to answer the question. What's on your mind? Hello? I would like to answer the question in the room. What's on your mind? Hello? Hello, what's on your mind? I'd like to convince you all once and for all that God exists. Hello? Okay, so I want to frame the conversation in the sense that this is actually a show called Convince Me God Exists. It's a game show that's been happening for thousands of years that predates Christ. And so when you put on your own game show about Jesus Christ or about Moses or about Krishna or about Muhammad, that's your game show. And so when Donald does his show called Convince Me God Exists show, that's Donald's show. And earlier, Megatron even had a room about how everybody's point of view is very specific to that individual. No two points of view can ever be alike. I would just suggest that we all actually just read a book and go to the gym, fatties. I am complete.
Why would I need to?
Because you're saying that there is no time.
No, I'm not saying that.
What was before that? Because we have, it's called Planck time.
It's called Planck space time.
Yeah. I'll call it whatever the fuck I want. You know what I'm saying?
Time.
So now, right, we have this thing called Planck.
Planck. That's the first
Planck. And that shows something with physics, don't you think?
Well, no, it describes.
It does it, right? It does, right?
It describes.
What does it do?
It describes the structure and objective reality.
Exactly. So what's the objective reality? That would have to be something that we can verify with the physics, right? We're using the physics, right? We're using the physics. Just answer the question. CID. Stop trying to trap me into this set thing. I'm not falling for it.
I never ever said anything like that.
Point of order, moderator. Could we maybe get this live streamed on YouTube for the record so we don't have to repeat ourselves in the future? Thanks, Donald.
I love to.
Big fan of your YouTube live recording it. I've rebranded it. I call it I Find Retards. I hope you enjoy my rebroadcast of your retarded production. Anyways, it's called a Retard Finder, and thanks for being a participant on my Retard Finder show.
Okay, that's the last time you get to use that word.
Sorry, retard. I'll go back to Megatron's Bible Quran room and record other retards. Hello?
You can't use the word retard.
You retard. All right, he's in the audience and he's in the comments, so we can stop using that.
Can I ask you a good question? Would you take a flight if it was from Israel to Iran with a layover in Palestine? Or would you take a flight from Iran to Israel with a layover in Palestine?
I would not fly.
Donald, how do you feel about helping out Iran and those Muslims?
I don't like foreign affairs.
Me either. You know, there's videos that say they want us dead, or they're going to convert us.
How does it feel, Donald, as an atheist, the Muslims saying that Islam is going to be in every American household?
Yeah, they say they're going to come here and they're going to force you to convert.
It's as convincing as Jesus resurrected from the dead.
But no, they're here already, Donald. They're here. You know they're here.
But they're not in control.
Well, not yet.
They're never going to be.
They're starting off.
Whoa, what's with the never stuff? You're an atheist, you can't say never.
False. You can never get more than 2
You
electrons
see standard again?
out of the electron core.
It's an ambiguous word.
Out of the electron core. So there are things that will never happen. In America, with the Constitution that we have
Is
now.
this a hypothetical?
Hello.
We have Muslim people in government.
Hello. So in America, with the Constitution that we have now, no religious cult will ever come to power.
There's no one for the Constitution to change. There's a
serious?
cause.
We have militias all over the United States. What are you talking about?
But they're not in power.
What do you mean they're not in power?
They're not in power.
Who's the mayor of New York City?
They do silent jihad, bro.
There's Democrats and Republicans all over the country that are.
Do you know what silent jihad is?
It's not in power.
It's not in power at this moment. But
Yeah,
don't answer me
it's not
stupid
in
questions,
power.
okay? You gotta give stupid answers. All right?
The Constitution prevents any religious sect from becoming powerful.
If they become the majority rule, what do you think that's going to happen? They're going to make amendments.
It's a parasite. It's a parasite, Donald.
They're not going to be able to change the Constitution in a meaningful way.
Remember aliens when the thing jumped up and it sucks on your face? That's Islam.
It's been trying for decades, and it's never worked. It's never gonna work in America.
When you say never, right? Are you saying that there was a beginning?
No.
Well, then what is forever?
I never said forever.
Wait,
You said
Islam come to power? How did Islam come to power then? Overseas.
Islam has not come to power in America.
What about overseas? How did it come to power overseas? How did
They
don't have the American Constitution. That's how.
You know what I'm thinking? If Islam comes to America, you're going to be a Christian again.
Islam is in America. I'll never.
Yeah, you're going to turn into a Christian again because they're going to start pissing you off.
Fuck off. I'll never be a Christian.
I'm just letting you know. Watch, let them start knocking on your door like Jehovah's Witness. You're gonna smash your partner, right? I'm just saying, you'd rather be a Christian than a Muslim. I'll tell you that. Not much of your life will change if you become a Christian.
I'd rather be neither, and that's what we're gonna do is be neither.
Well, they're gonna force you.
No, they're not.
They're going to force you to 5 times a bird.
No,
they're not.
They do that all the time. What do you mean, no, they're not? How do you want to stop that?
How am I gonna stop them? It's called.
What if 911 doesn't work? It doesn't work, guy.
It's called the Civil Rights Act.
What if you run out of money?
Rights.
What if you run out of money? What if you run out of money to pay the
I don't have any money.
Then you won't be able to afford to pay jizya.
We already had a Muslim president. We had Obama.
Rights.
We had Obama. He was the first Muslim president.
False. Okay.
You won't be able to afford to pay jizya. They'll convert you to Islam.
I don't know what that is. So it doesn't matter to me. As soon as you find a way to make a constitutional law that forces me to pay extra taxes because I'm not your religion, you let me know and I'll pay those taxes.
Well, it won't be really an option. It'll be that or
Or
jail.
Figure out a way to do that legally and let me know and I'll pay those taxes.
They did overseas. What makes you think they won't do it?
I don't live overseas. I don't live overseas. I live in America. I don't know about you, but I live in America.
You think the Constitution's infallible?
I think more than
Muslim majority gets the power?
There is no way that a Muslim majority can change the Constitution. No, that's impossible. It's impossible for any religion to change the Constitution. It's set up in a way where religion cannot change the Constitution.
So if there's 90% of the Muslim population, what do you think is going to happen?
I think that there will be 90% Muslim.
Something reflected, and then the 10% whatever.
Wait, Sheikh, let me ask Sheikh a question. Sheikh, would you rather take a flight to Iran with a layover in America from Israel, or would you rather go to Iran with a layover in America, but you had to start out in Palestine? Which one? Which one would you choose, Sheikh?
I'd probably go with the first option. It's a lot less stops, to be honest. How would you do it, Mr. Congressman? Mr. Congressman, have you seen Bitcoin today? Yes, no? Yeah, Donald, you still there?
Donald, are you there? Hello?
Step away for 5 seconds and freaking falls. Alright. Hello. Oh, you're just gonna do it again, man. Don't do that. Oh, what's wrong? No, you can't. Okay. Oh my gosh.
We have an ethnogenesis
We are genetically.
Everybody does. Everybody does.
Hold on. I'm gonna land. We have a genetic. We are genetically distinctive from the continent of Africa. Genetically, we're even genetically distinctive from y'all in the Caribbean, and I can drop the link to show you the Pew Research. That shows.
Shallow lam.
Sound waves occur regardless regardless of an observer. However, biological sound in the brain perception of those waves, therefore the physical disturbance exists, but the sound as a mental experience requires a receiver. So exactly. Sound waves, again, listen, physical vibration in brackets, sound waves occur. Panda.
Y'all know how to pander. I don't kiss people ass. When I say shit, and I mean what I say. I don't care.
I say what I mean.
I say whatever.
And I mean what I say. Shit.
I don't think that nobody.
Fuck with me now. Shit.
You know why?
Why?
Because I don't have an ego problem.
Woo! Nigga, that's because there ain't no such thing as an ego. That's why you ain't got an ego problem. But that ain't smart. You don't even know you ain't got no ego. That ain't smart. Hello?
I just opened it strong to go off because I'm kind of pissed. I've been pissed yesterday. I was pissed today. Then I go into the room. I'm reading my messages. It's just getting worse and worse. Like, oh, this happened to me and you didn't say nothing then. I don't give a fuck at this point. Speak up for yourself. If they kick you out, and then guess what? Let me know, then I'll be like, yo, don't kick him out. I remade groans for people when they got kicked out because I knew they was like day one. I'm tired.
I'm angry. Leave me alone. You angry.
It's a bullshit status. They should have stood on it. But I would like to talk to you about a theory if you're willing to have that conversation.
Ooh, he got a theory. What's your theory? What's your theory?
No, I'm good. Y'all go ahead. Y'all have it right now. I just wanted to say what I hate, right? I'm fine with this. And even taking a break, like somebody was like, oh, you should take a break. Taking a break doesn't work because you still come back to these same people.
Hello? Bitch, you need to take a break, Patty. You on here every day, Patty. You supposed to be working for your colonel, Patty.
So, in a previous case, it was asserted
Hello?
that when an individual called a black ICE agent the N-word, that it was okay if the protester calling the ICE agent was black themselves, right? So we've established that it's okay if the person that is calling the ICE agent the N-word is black, then there should be no outrage. It's just, whatever. Now, the question then becomes, if a black person made the video
that Trump posted on Truth Social that depicted the Obamas as, some kind of apes. Would there be something wrong with that if the originator of the video was black and it was just a reposting? Very simple, straightforward question.
Hello?
Are we being pumped?
Hello?
Trent, go ahead.
Hello?
I want to hear from you. I don't want to hear punked. I don't want to hear because this is the hypocrisy right now.
If it gives,
right now, there's a beef.
As a black
going on right now.
If it gives any group of others.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Yes, indeed. You're going to be shutting the fuck up in the hallway. We appreciate you, Jay. And that your mama made a degenerate. We're going to bless you elsewhere. Back to you. If it gives anybody, I don't know if I'm being punked. I feel like this is basic. If you were making a joke, even as a black person, and it gives another group a way to disrespect the group you're from, I thought that was common sense.
Hello?
I don't give a damn who made it.
Hello?
That's the commander. Are we being plugged right now?
Hello?
So Janet, here's the thing. Corey Holcomb and Anton Daniels had a major beef right now. And Corey Holcomb, he started hitting on Anton Daniels' family, started coming at them, calling them ugly. And it has escalated now to where he's selling T-shirts with Anton Daniels' wife and daughter depicted as monkeys. I see no outrage in the so-called community about this. I don't see any problem with that. Nobody's upset. Oh, how could he do that? This is racial. This is foul. I see nothing. I had crickets.
Brother Anthony, I'm gonna have to add the ER to your shit. You're not brother Anthony, you're brother. I'm gonna have to enunciate my E's and my R's with you. Brother Anthony, we the people asked you a direct question. And you are now diverting the jury to black on black violence.
Wait, no.
We're gonna move them out the way. And we're back to your president, to the president of the United States of America, because that's who I asked you about. I didn't ask you about Tom and Jerry, Cat Dog, Two Stupid Dogs, none of them stood. I didn't tweet none of them. I did not ask them. As soon as I want to know about them, I'm going to come to you first. I'm going to say, Brother Anthony, tell me about, hey Arnold and Gerald. The question on the floor, Brother Anthony.
Hey Arnold.
What you know? What you know about Helga and Gerald? And that's Nickelodeon. Okay. So what are your thoughts about the leader of this country having so much on his plate that he's already fucking up in, but finding the mere millisecond to be able to post a very vile thing to post during Black History Month? What are your thoughts about that? We don't want to hear
Janet, did you not hear me say that did you not hear me say that I thought the video was a bad look? It was the wrong thing to do. I don't believe the story that's being floated. Did you not hear me say all of that?
No, I didn't. So you got that first part, but I'm specifically saying it was the president. So you're saying that you don't believe that he really took part in that.
I said that I believe that he actually posted it. I think it was the post. I don't believe the story that's being floated.
Why is it wrong? Tell us why it's wrong.
as monkeys. It's inflammatory. It's wrong. That's why it's wrong, Jeremy.
Is it racist?
Since I gotta.
Is it racist, Anthony? It's kind of like your
Yes, it's racist.
There you go.
Okay, as a matter of fact, then you know what?
You got there. You got there. Go ahead. Keep going.
As a matter of fact, the inference, the key word is inference, is yes.
Inference, okay.
Racist. Okay, thank you.
So you think it's wrong, but you're defending it from the other side?
Deborah, it was a thought exercise, and this
It was trying to make a comparison.
Exactly.
That there was an outrage when these two shucking and jiving knucklehead blacks did it over here, but because the president of the United States, one of the leaders, a leader of one of the most, wow, I don't even know what to say.
It could be true though.
Hello? It's intellectually.
Hello? Is it true? That's what I want to know. Is it true? Allegedly. Allegedly. Hello?
You compare
Hello?
regular accounts or the actions of regular people
Regular.
to the president.
Hello?
The president of the United States
Hello?
should be
We
held
got
to a
people here
higher standard.
he posted this during Black History Month as if
Okay, but
extra egregious, which is hilarious in of itself.
Well, I was okay. So but that's the part you wanna. But that's the part you wanna focus on. Somebody saying, bringing up Black History Month. Right. So, not the act itself. What's more important to lay out is what's a random comment, not the real action that's happening.
Yeah, because you agreed that this was racist, right, Anthony?
Hold on, Jeremy. With all due respect, I got the floor.
And be inferred.
Anthony, did you hear what I said or asked?
Deborah, I think
I'm just saying. Okay, so you. I'm sorry. What?
I heard you got interrupted while you asked.
You want to focus on the comment, an offside comment about it being Black History Month, rather than the actual act itself?
I want to focus on every aspect of it. The Black History Month, the act itself, the fact that he wasn't the person that originated the video. He didn't sit down and create the video. Like, I want to focus on the totality of the situation.
Right. So I respect that you. I respect that, and I heard you say it was wrong. But it sounds like in his defense, you're bringing up some other thing that happened from somebody we don't know. They were black though, or whatever that was, because I only halfway heard that part. But go back to what's happening right now. You don't see. You think it was wrong, and you don't want to talk about that. You want to talk about this Black History Month, and somebody said that, and that makes it worse. Why can't we just talk about what happened?
Deborah, I think that this thing has been dissected for, honestly, no less than 10, 12 hours. However, let me see, I guess, I don't even know what time it is when you're at, but it's been dissected since this morning. All right? Like, I literally went to sleep, woke up in a room, hearing about this shit.
I'm just hearing about it. I didn't even know it happened all day. I didn't know it happened all day. I just heard about it an hour ago.
I
I mean, Anthony, in all fairness, like, if people wanted to talk about it the rest of Black History Month, I would get it because it's just so ridiculous, right? Like, it is insane.
Can I make a submission?
Go for it.
I gotta put this. I really don't believe like anybody who is a true like MAGA follower or a Republican. I don't want to put this jacket on anybody who is MAGA or who is Republican. I kind of want to be completely partisan in my submission that I'm about to make, and not demonize one over the other. I really do believe that a lot of people just don't have a problem with it. And people want people to really think and believe that they do have a problem with what we saw displayed, and now that it's carried over into the wee hours of the day. Like, I think it will be nice for us to all feel like, okay, yeah, there's a problem with what we just saw with our own eyes. Like, it's clearly racist. But the reality is, you do have some people who just really don't have a problem with it. They really do accept it. And that's even some of our own people. Like, you even have certain people on this stage who will continue to follow behind Trump. And they don't have a problem with his antics. They don't have a problem with the staffer. And it's really telling, and I'm not pointing anyone out, but I've heard multiple people say on different spaces and different stages today on Clubhouse and even on their own forums on different social media platforms, can we move on? Like, I've heard more people say, can we just move on? Like, why do we have to keep beating a dead horse? You know, it really wasn't all that bad. Anytime I hear somebody make those type of blanket statements, it really does show that they really don't have a problem with it. And then they like to cover it up by saying, well, can we focus on Black History Month? Like, why do we have to focus on the negatives? Why can't we just focus on the positives of Black History Month? And then the reality is, and I've came to accept this too, even with my own people, because as you all know, even in the Black community, we would like to say, you know, we got to stick together, but not all skin folk is skin folk. So I really do believe that people really do actually, they enjoy it. They thrive off of inciting hateful rhetoric, even racist rhetoric. And we just have to get to the point where it's not us moving on. I feel just like you, CEO, when you said if people want to spend their time talking about it all day, I agree. Like, I have no problem. I'm not moved. I'm not disturbed by us constantly talking about it over and over and over because it has impacted and touched us in many different ways. So I'm for this conversation. But I also want to give a different perspective that for the ones who continue to keep adding on and saying that let's just move on. It's not that big of a deal. It wasn't all that racist. We had to believe them the first time. Don't give no second chances. Don't give no third chances. This is how they truly feel. They don't have a problem with it. And just because they're Black, we cannot assume that we're all fighting this for the same causes or struggle. A lot of us don't believe in Black history. That's my take on it.
Yeah, so I just say one thing real quick. So I absolutely agree with you. I think there's just one thing we have to come to accept, that there are certain people that just don't like criticism, right? And so they just want to kind of say, okay, it was wrong, you know, can we move on now? Because they don't like taking the heat all the time. So in Stefani, I think there is a universe of people that's their reason, that's their issue. They just don't like being critiqued for too long.
Yo, I just want to be clear. I'm on Starlink right now, so I missed your whole submission. I believe you said something along the lines based on Win Safrani's submission that, you know, if people want to talk about it, fine. I'm not trying to silence any conversation. I'm just, you know, coming with a different perspective. multiple times, and Janet can attest to this if she's here. Yeah, she's still here. That I said that I disagreed with it, and the inference was that it was racist. This has been established. I thought that looking at this situation from a different angle might yield a more interesting conversation. I'm one person. If people don't think it's an interesting conversation, fuck it. Let's go back to the original conversation. Whatever. I'm good either way. But it's like black people in the N word. Now it's okay for black people to pick other black people as monkeys, but that's okay. We don't have a problem with that. It's okay for black people to call other black people the N word. That's okay. There's no problem with that. If you guys feel that this is intellectually consistent and it makes sense, then cool. Far be it for me to argue with you.
Wait, you keep saying you're trying to present a different, but you're not presenting a different angle on what Trump did. You just keep talking about what niggas do.
Comparing it to blacks, yeah.
Man, that doesn't make any sense. So you're actually not interested in talking about Trump. Like, why are you bringing up Corey Holcomb? Like, you just keep talking about, okay, Trump did this. Now, hypothetically, if I did it, what would happen? Like, that's not talking about what Trump did. And that's not introducing a new angle.
I'd like to. I'm sorry.
You don't even know what.
I'd like to hold on real quick. Hold on, can you hear me?
Okay, sir. Yeah, we can hear you.
I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. I would like to do a group exercise if we can, real quick. Please, no one participate and take it personal. Anthony, if I tell you shut your bald-headed monkey ass up, that is not the same as a white person or anybody else creating and turning black faces into monkeys, founded in a very racial, vile manner. Can we agree on that? Is that fair to say?
You're missing my point.
No, I think you caught mine. That's why you're dodging it so hard. Is it fair to say that the two are not equal? That means my cousin can tell me, shut your wide nose ass up at the barbecue, and that's still gonna be my cousin at the end of the day. Can't nobody talk down on my cousin. Can't nobody disrespect my cousin in front of my face. I'll probably roast my cousin, Call my cousin special dark black blue. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
So why do you keep trying to say it should be okay for Trump to do it because these Negroes over there?
That's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
That's not what I'm saying. That's the fucking issue that you're missing. I'm saying if Trump were to quote Corey Holcomb and his T-shirt of Anton Daniels' family as monkeys, there would be nothing wrong with that because he's quoting a black person. The theory is that it's okay for black people to do it. He's not the creator of the meme. He's quoting somebody else, so that therefore makes it okay. And what I'm saying is that it shouldn't be okay for black people to do it to other black people or anybody else to do it to anybody else. If it's wrong, it's wrong. It's like if the whole N-word saga, you have black people who say, listen, it's a disgusting word, don't use it. And then you got black people that use it every other word. There is a conflict. There is a disagreement.
I think Trent's trying to get it. After they let Trent go.
I don't know if you know what like a consistent line of logic is. You're not following one. You're just like introducing random scenarios to the conversation and saying what if. So like you said if a black person posted the video Trump posted, it would be okay because a black person called them monkeys. But a black person didn't do it. So why the fuck are we talking about this random? It wasn't a black person that posted the original.
How do you know that?
We know the conservative person.
Who posted it?
It's a very well-known.
What's the
Do you want to answer? I'm sorry, I don't know what I'm doing. Actually, I don't know what I'm doing. This is on me. I'm sorry to the stage.
Okay, Trent, go ahead, Trent. Trent, you still here?
Yeah, thanks, you. Look, the meme was racist. 80% of Americans think so, including the leading Republicans think it was racist. It was a racist meme. There's just no two ways about it. I actually wanted to say something to Patty about what she's already gone, about what she was saying about the room in general. And as abhorrent, and at times I agree with Anthony, as abhorrent as I think his opinion on this matter is, fundamentally flawed. I think he has the right to discuss it, or else the room gets boring because it becomes an echo chamber. And I'm speaking of what Patty was speaking about before. What I do disagree with is attacking personally and pushing people out of this room. And this is why you end up with the same people on the stage, is because you've pushed out other people that have other thoughts, and even professionals who want to share things that have experts in their fields. And that's what I would have told Patty if she was still here, but that conversation is gone. I will say this, but real quick to Gwen Stefani. This is not a small deal. I've had conservative Texas Republicans today, two of them in fact, call me, and one apologized, to say, I want you to know personally that this is not something that I endorse. There was a man here earlier who said that he's voted for Trump multiple times and said how he was disgusted. This is a conversation because it did come from the President of the United States. It is a big deal that we are allowing a President of the United States to tweet something and then say they didn't tweet it, but tweet something at 1 a.m. was not only racist, but racist about probably the two most prominent black people in the States and former presidents themselves. It's unprofessional, and it's not what we should stand for as America. I will say this: there are a lot of things that I will excuse. I will not, say, go against that. I've been to David Allen Coe concerts. Okay, like there are a lot of things I will excuse, but I will not go to the point and to where we are bending over backwards to excuse abhorrent racism because it's dangerous it's dangerous for all of minorities, but especially African Americans, and it's disrespectful to the people like my grandfather who went through things so that I can have a great life. So I would say to anybody of any color that's excusing what they saw today, I think you need to look at what your reasoning is for cowtailing to something that in your heart, right? I think it's a bit performative, Anthony. You know in your heart that this was wrong. And sometimes we admit, like the White House now has come out. The White House. You said it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Even sure, you have to cuss and even the White House is preaching to him about that part because even the White House was wrong. Yeah, I got you. I got you. So to Trent's point, hold on, we gotta calm down because I think although Trent was preaching to Anthony about what Anthony said was wrong, I think when we get a point where we start to try to justify the logic, we get away. It's no different than when people have a family member that passes away, and instead of just saying, I'm sorry for your loss, they say, well, it gets better in time. Well, it's not the moment. We just have to sometimes leave it where it's bad. I can't defend this. But when we try to get into people's mindsets that we're actually not in, that's where it gets kind of, I think it's wrong, but now it feels to other people that I'm justifying. So, go
That's what I'm going to feel. I was going to land my plane. That's not what I was going to say.
Yeah, but
the world is rescued. Let me just finish what I'm.
nah, yeah.
My man. Just let me finish what I'm. It's not going to go well. Trent will come back. No, you're not going to come back to me. I got to go to the center. Yeah, cool story. All right, cool. Bye, Trent. Yeah. So, Tiandria, I understand what you're saying, right? And like I said, what is it? Yeah. Cool. Bye, Trent. Yeah. So, Tiandria, you're always leaving and coming back. I know. That's the same story all the time. Tiandria, I understand what you're saying. And it was just a thought exercise. It wasn't, I stated prior to stating anything else how I felt about the situation. All right. I think we can, chew gum and walk down the street at the same time. I think we're capable of that. I think we can, look at these situations for what they're worth. Because we're not the only people having these conversations. Other people are having these conversations. You can believe that people are calling people from this, on this app and apologizing for something that Donald Trump posted. You can believe that if you want to. That kind of bullshit.
I agree with you, Anthony. That's bullshit.
And it's
Trent saying that was bullshit.
Insulting our intelligence. It's straight up insulting our intelligence. Motherfuckers want to be relevant so bad. They want to be so
Anthony, I agree with you 100%. And I was going to try to get to that. Why would two white people on your job, Trent, have to come? Should we believe two white people came and apologized to you for something Donald Trump did? They apologized for what he did last week and the week before and the week before and the week before.
Well, y'all.
But today they came to apologize. You full of shit, Trent. Full of dookie poop. That's what you're full of.
So Deborah, you didn't have any white people apologize to you after George Floyd?
After who?
George Floyd.
No, and I work in the police department.
Okay, so I had call me. White people call me, apologize for George Floyd. Yes. What can I do?
What happened today is not the same thing as that.
It might be in the sense of like, and I'm not speaking for Trent, but if they were, let's just say they made some on the line kind of questionable comments with Trent in the past, right? And they might have thought Trent was like, thinking something negative about them. They might have did that to salvage themselves. So I'm not saying it happened. I'm just saying that's not
what happened. There was a whole lot of white people that were disgusted about what happened to young George Floyd. No, not really.
No. You weren't here earlier when the man came in. It was Tim Zassman came in and apologized and said that he regretted his vote. And then
I heard the conversation too, and I heard the back end of his conversation.
Yeah, okay.
I don't even know why he voted for him.
Okay. What I was going to end with is this isn't happening in a microphone. This isn't the only event, right? We have what's happened with ICE. We have a number of things that are happening across the country, and what this administration is representing, and people are regretting what they voted for, and I just think we just have to be honest with ourselves in this amount of time. I don't have any reason to lie to you guys.
CEO, did those same people? Do you still work with those people?
No, they didn't call me. Nobody called me today for this. But that's your question. Yeah, nobody called me today about this. You're talking to
I'm talking specifically about the ones that they needed to apologize for.
No, they did not.
They didn't call Trent either. Sometimes it's just okay to not defend what white people do.
especially Black people.
Yeah, Anthony, I'm not convinced there was any value in you making that comparison. So I think that's where you went wrong. I just don't think it was a value. So, we can agree to disagree. It's not a big deal. I think that the comparison is very appropriate. I think that there's a certain level of hypocrisy in certain communities, and like I said, if we just hang out in echo chambers with people that just like-minded people, and we keep on patting each other on the back and say good job, good heck of a job, Brownie, heck of a job, that there's no room for improvement. There's no room for maybe looking at something slightly differently and coming up with a different answer. There's no room for that.
But Anthony, when someone asks you a question, particularly a lot of times you come back with the straw man. It's always the straw man. That's an echo chamber. You're part of the echo chamber. Your responses stay the same. At some point, it's the straw man. So what are you talking about? And secondly, if you've been on the app for 10 hours talking about it, why do you jump back up on the podium to talk about it some more? If you're tired of talking about it,
I haven't been talking about it. That's the thing.
When you said something, you referenced being here 10 hours talking about it.
I said I was in a space that went on for hours and hours. I said nothing.
Okay, but when this particular room opened up, that's what they started talking about. So why did you come on stage if you didn't get tired of hearing it?
Deborah,
or talking about it?
I didn't say I was tired of hearing it. I said that I heard about this for X amount of hours ad nauseum, and I was looking to shift the conversation. And if the conversation didn't shift, if somebody thought what I had to say wasn't worthwhile, then it's no big deal. Well, just shift in a different direction, man. That's all. No, that direction didn't work. That one didn't work. Listen, I humbly, I don't even know, it's like you have people that are acting like they're responding. People I like, know, and respect that are acting like they're responding, and their response clearly isn't addressing what I was saying. And then you have other people that are saying things that I didn't even say. This is typical clubhouse stuff. In order for you to address the situation, you have to grasp the concept. If you don't grasp the concept, it's like the Tower of Babel. We're speaking different languages.
You know what I find ironic, Miss Deborah, is that when you passed away and we were in this room, we talked about it of different people across the aisle, whether you were for MAGA, whether you were Republican, whether you were center, whether you were far left, far right. We spent, I want to say, 2-3 days talking about it, and without any hesitation, there was no pushback. At least when I was in this room, there was no pushback. We spent time talking about the Charlie Kirk death and how impactful his rhetoric was, whether it was a negative or positive impact. We didn't rush by it. We didn't rush past it. But it seems like anytime we start talking about anything having to do with being black, or whether there's any type of racism going on amongst, against us in our own community, it just feels like, and I'm just only speaking from Gwen Stefani's point of view and what I see. It seems as though it's a rushed job. We have to get over it quickly. We can't stop talking. We have to stop talking about it. Maybe spend 30-45 minutes on the topic, but by the end of the night, we better be done with this conversation. But when Charlie Kirk passed away, it was none of that. It was none of that. It was black people, y'all better not glorify this man getting shot and getting his head blown off. Black people better not say nothing bad or nothing negative. And let's just be honest about this in this moment. If you really want to be honest about it, black folks didn't make light of that man's death. We did not.
We did not. That was made up. But we dealt with it. We dealt with it. We listened to different people's perspectives and point of view. We didn't try to make light of anything. Some of us probably said, oh, well, we didn't care. We didn't have no feeling about the man passing away. It didn't move us in any kind of way. I heard anybody and say, oh, get over it. But it seems like every time there's an impact when it comes to racism, Black folks just have to hurry up and get over it. Like, at what point do we say, like, silence all of that? That shit don't even make any sense. Like, why we gotta rush it? I don't know, that's crazy to me. I don't know.
It's crazy to me. You make a point. Yeah, I mean, you make a salient point. I mean, this was anti-Semitic, right? It'd be going on. It should be going on. It's wrong. It's disgusting. I mean, it's not even a mistake, right? It's not like, oops, I clicked the wrong thing.
Well, I mean, but unless you're in a room 24 hours a day, every day, that's how do you determine whether it's being talked about or not if you're not in the room all day? I don't know. I hear you with Stefani, but I don't know how.
It's the made up lie for anybody to come on stage and say, well, I was in here before and I didn't say nothing, and I come back and y'all still talking about it. It's like in an indirect manner, if someone's saying, y'all shut the fuck up and move the fuck on. And it's like, you know what I'm saying? And I just don't believe it. But one thing I can appreciate about a racist, and I gotta say, and I gotta admit, I appreciate Trump. I can appreciate Trump up front. I can tell you why, and I'll shut the fuck up. Let me shut my fat ass up after this. I can appreciate Trump because I've always known the man is racist. That's why I didn't vote for him. I didn't vote for him in 2016. I didn't vote for him in 2020. And I damn sure didn't vote for him in 2025. That's one thing that Stefani can always say. And yeah, some people might even say, oh, nigga, you just went into the booth and you just voted Democratic because that's all that your people knew how to vote. It's Democratic. You don't know what the fuck you voting for. But this black motherfucker knew not to vote for this motherfucker because he always knew people's racist. And that's one thing I can appreciate a racist. I can appreciate a racist. Hell, I sit on this stage 24/7 with motherfuckers who don't think I'm the smartest crowd in the box. I sit on stage with motherfuckers who think I got AIDS and HIV. I sit on stage with motherfuckers who honestly believe that my blackness ain't worth a damn because I'm a gay black man. So if I can just sit with a racist and have a conversation and be okay with that, I'm gonna watch that people can't be okay with being who they are. Don't cover up for us. If you're a racist, you're a racist. If you don't like your blackness, you don't like your blackness. I mean, you feel like the white race is more superior than the black race or any other race. Feel that way. I just don't get why people want to just feel Don't lie. Don't lie and think that it bothers you because it don't really bother you. You're not moved by what she said. You're actually enticed by it.
Bro. This shit coming from you, bro. If a white person calling me, bro, some race ass shit, fool. Personally, fool, I'm in the ass with the trade. I'm just kicking that shit. I'm just kicking it real. I would get your ass with the trade, fool. If you white, fool, you come my way, fool. You swing this shit, fool. Alright. Shit, better watch what you say in this whole fool. Cause you say some wrong shit, fool. I'm swinging around with the trade, fool. So, shit. Yeah.
If anybody has a translator, I'm happy to, Hey, usually I'm a resident translator for that type of shit. I ain't really understand what he said in the phone, motherfucker. But look, let me say this. Hey, my bad, yo, dog.
Hold up. One mic.
Okay, he said, fuck around and find out you're gonna see that Draco.
Why you are right. But yo, here's what's up.
Hey, OG.
This idea that Joe Biden is a racist. And, you didn't vote for Donald Trump. You course he's racist, but you voted for Joe Biden. You know, it's laughable. It's laughable. Joe Biden is a
as a Delaware person in a room, I have to speak to this. So, Anthony, like, was not a fan of Biden the last couple of years of his presidency, but I lived in Delaware for many years, saw Joe Biden many times. I can't tell you another senator who probably did more in terms of, like, just for the constituents of this state, including the black constituents. And I can tell you, whether it was the president of the National Urban League or whatever black organization it was, they felt like Joe Biden was fully behind them. So Joe Biden, at least in the 2000s, I don't know about before that, but from about 2002 to 2008, which was my experience with him, he had a great reputation in the black community in Delaware. You wouldn't find a person who would say something negative about him. So I don't know how you can make the comparison. It just doesn't seem reasonable.
Lucino, the irony of what you're saying is that they go back to the mid-1980s on Donald Trump. And, prior to that, they go back to the freaking 70s on Donald Trump to try to prove his quote-unquote racism. And if you'd like us to do a comparable analysis on Joe Biden, I can certainly,
I would challenge you. Hold on. I'm going to challenge you to this comparable comparison. Let's go with the last 24 hours.
His brain dead, right?
Why we got to go further? Why we got to go further? Why we got to go further than 24 hours?
His brain dead. He can't speak anymore. He can't tweet and he can't speak. What are we doing here, CEO? Last 24 hours, my good man. Yo, CEO, you came on.
I would say that part of that's what you. I would say that part of it. But the last 25 years, if you want to compare the records of the last 25 years.
What did Obama do? What did Obama do that Trump's not doing, or what do black people really gotta do? No. What do black people really gotta do with this presidential shit anyway? Really?
I'm just go ahead and speak real quick. Hey, it's no way to spin this. Anybody trying to spin it, it's just one of those people who consistently tell you that we shouldn't worry about anything racial, regardless that this can be deemed as harmless in the sense that nobody is quote unquote physically hurt. Man, this is the leader of a nation. Like, I want to repeat that. This is a leader of a nation. I was not a fan of Bush. I wasn't a big Biden fan. You feel me? They didn't conduct themselves like this. Obama didn't. Reagan didn't. The first Bush didn't. These are all the presidents that I didn't live through. I know Jimmy Carter didn't. I wasn't alive for that. You want me to keep going? Richard Nixon got goddamn impeached and put out of office. He didn't conduct himself like this. Shut your drunk ass up, nigga. That's what I'm saying. I ain't talking to you. Shut your long ass, shut your bitch ass up, man. You gonna die drinking something, so shut the fuck up. Sorry, Tiandra. Sorry. I don't like talking to that nigga because he always full of them Bud Lights. But nah, seriously, man, like, this ain't even nothing to spin. If anything, just sit it out. The whole, you don't have nothing nice to say, don't say anything, it's nothing to spin. When you got Tim Scott, bitch ass, you know who bitch ass Tim Scott is? You got him going on there. Well, he did say, well, assuming this is a fact, but he's still saying that this shit is bullshit. So any of you black men, because I heard it all day in the room I was in. I actually was in the room with these niggas listening to this, listening to them call Michelle Obama a man. Man, like, this is disgusting. Yo, dog, you know I fuck with you, man, but you shouldn't even be trying to spin this one. Seriously.
You came a little late to the room. It'll tell you that I stood on business. I said it was wrong. Whatever. This is not rocket science. All right? We're having a different conversation, but you're still my guy. I got nothing negative, nothing but love.
And you did, Anthony, and I said that too. I heard you when you said it. However, when you come behind that and say but, it negates everything that you said before the but. And you wanted to spin it. Period. I mean, y'all ain't figured out yet. You say the right thing and then say but, then you just erased everything you said.
I agree, Deborah. The cool thing is I didn't use the word but. I never said but. I just wanted to have a different conversation. And that's what I attempted to do. But I'm past that, you know, we could get back to the business at hand. You know, people comparing, you know, a straight up assassination on a college campus of a man to you know, some truth social post. You know, and mind you, there was plenty of people that spoke very disparagingly of the guy that got killed, you know, in spaces that they, you know, they're at. You know, I find it very, very interesting. But, you know,
that's just disingenuous, Anthony. You're telling me I didn't hear you say it was wrong, it was disgusting, but black people disparage black people all the time and nobody gets upset. I didn't hear you say that.
And them Charlie Kirk ass niggas, man, I didn't heard this, man. I done been disrespected when I told people, hey, I really knew Big Floyd. I'm from the south side of Houston, nigga. I frequent 3rd Ward, County Homes. I worked in the YMCA out there for 4 years. I knew this man. I knew his family. One of his best friends is one of my close friends in rap music. So when I tell people, hey, the shit they were saying about Big Floyd, regardless if you felt like his lifestyle was worth anything, I heard the things that people in this app said, on this app, excuse me, not to mention all of the shit that's been said by elected officials and mainstream whites. So, man, niggas can miss me with that Charlie Kirk shit, man. And I ain't even one of them guys that believe in smoking dead homies. But I wanted to fire up a Charlie Kirk pack, but I didn't, just because I gotta be as righteous as I can in my approach. But man, stop that shit, man. Anybody that was on some Charlie Kirk shit was telling us that Big Floyd, oh, he died of a fentanyl overdose. He wasn't murdered. Oh, he kicked a pregnant woman. So man, stop that shit, man. I'm tired of this. I told Nick, man, if y'all follow me on Instagram, you'll see my story last night. I said, look, man, I ain't giving them no more grace. When you say dumb shit, I'm not giving you no more grace for oh, we're having a conversation. No, that's dumb shit. It's not helping us to spin this type of shit. Either you're going to be in a situation trying to improve it, or you need to just move out the way. Because at this stage of the game, man, we're witnessing a lot of things we've never witnessed. I'm 41 in my lifetime. We witnessed our president say civil rights was bad for white people. Like that actually happened. And you niggas be on this bitch trying to tell black people that we need to be more focused on what happens to us, like we not already focused and or traumatized by that shit. If you niggas were around us, and I'm gonna keep stressing that to y'all on this app, because y'all don't be around us in real life. That's why y'all come on this app, so you can talk to other black folks. But if you were around us, you would know why motherfuckers ain't out here doing that type of shit. Because people are traumatized by that, nigga. You ever seen a nigga get shot in the head? Probably not. You ever seen it happen multiple times? Probably not. So miss me with that shit, nigga. Talking about why we don't talk about blacks fighting, disrespecting other blacks. We do, nigga. You're just not around it to hear it.
Glad you said it.
I really hate that Trent had to go to the symphony on this because I know that
you don't want to have a good symphony experience. It's crazy, man.
I know you had just made space for new speakers.
I'm glad Rob said it because he sure was up in here trying to say that Miss Deborah was lying and didn't she didn't hear what the fuck he said. He was every time he would make a stand, he would come right behind and say
always insert the but. Well, black folks need to do better. Black folks need to do. I'm so glad Brown said it because, like, it mind boggles me how certain people will just draw a deaf ear to this bullshit, but then always put the plight back on us as black people. Well, white people wouldn't do what they're doing to us if we knew how to treat ourselves better in our own community. Man, let's do with all that bullshit. Like that's the shit. You can't say that you condemn one's actions, but then you always insert it with a but. That shit is so fucking aggy. That's what you gotta do to these niggas. Unless you wanna have content and you want room for engagement, I get that. Keep them type of niggas in there. It's good to keep the rooms open. But if we talking real, man, you got to make these niggas feel like shit. Seriously. Make them feel like shit. It ain't no more of that. Oh man, you gotta give everyone, man, let's be open-minded. Nah, man, we been open-minded. It ain't get us nowhere. Niggas is clowns, man. Hope everybody doing well tonight, though. Guess we done, man. I'm about to go shit on some more FBA ass niggas, dog. What them niggas at? But I'm an FBA. That's what's crazy, T. By definition, I'm an FBA, ain't it? Yeah. I got bitch ass Tariq Nasheed on Facebook getting at me, man. And I told him he a grifter. But I think that we just need to become okay with this saying this is bad and not trying to justify. And I tried to give Anthony an example of that, of when people pass away and people say it gets better. Like just tell people you're sorry for their loss. Like we don't have to put extra stuff on things. Sometimes we just have to leave the sauce off. Because even if you feel, and Anthony feels as though he denounced it, we get lost because when the conversation continues, it starts to feel like justification. This is bad. It depicts people. Like, I remember my mom telling me that she had a professor in college that literally said that his dogs were smarter than black people. These are real life experiences that people have and ideologies that people hold. And just because you maybe feel like you have not come in contact with it, it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. And so when we start saying, well, this person did this person did that, we get away from the point. And the point is that our current president posted this. And it's sad. And it doesn't feel very presidential, in my opinion. But what does that word mean? I don't know. I ain't gonna see for him to be he's so childish. Like it's just like, oh my God. And I don't believe that he didn't know, that blacks have been associated with monkeys this whole time. I come on now. And I'm like, we have really gotten to a place like our features were made fun of. Larger lips, hips, noses, and like the larger lips. Now we see other people trying to emulate that. And the whole cosmetic plastic surgery industry are really trying to replicate natural features that we have. So you're right. I just don't understand how they cannot. Oh, Van said that Anthony went right to 420 to talk about it. Oh, Lord.
what? Your dog is not smarter than you. Oh my God.
No, I haven't yet, Brett. Matter of fact, I just met him on here. It was last night or 2 nights ago. I know what I got myself into coming in here. It's all good.
But I thought you worked with this work. That's what he's been saying.
It's a very large organization, 100,000 people. So I've never met her, ever. So, she works at a hospital in McAllen, Texas. I'm up here in Philly.
Now I'm getting the tea tonight, y'all. Y'all see this?
The other night they met, and shout out to Kim. Oh man, where everybody go? They beef when there's no room. There's a room, they leave. I can make it make sense. Unless you get up here and you don't get up here, where's the usual suspects? I see y'all shout out to people. Who's that? Manta Musa? Well, welcome. Sound familiar? James. What's up, James? With Al, the Deuce Sharpton. PTR, always gotta shout you out. I love seeing that PTR. Yeah, guys, you know what it is. Shout out to Patty. She restarted the room for everyone to come on up here. We can continue the conversation. The microphone is open. We know the hot topic of the day. I'm here for it. I'm not making excuses for it. You guys, I always talk about my mother-in-law. That's my mother. As soon as I walked through the door, she got the news for me. She said, "You heard?" I'm like, "Yeah, ma." "What's wrong with that, man?" That's my fake accent. I said, "I don't know, ma. I don't know." So, she sits home. She loves Channel 2. So she gets her news, her Price is Right, her stories. But she always has the hot topic of the day. And she also mentioned, him wanting certain things named after him for us to get the funding for this tunnel here in New York. And she is over it. She's 75. She is definitely over it. And she always like, "What's wrong with this man?" I'm like, "Ma, I don't know what's wrong with him." When you have people that are grown, you're making them upset. To me, that's a problem. I don't like when she is upset because of something our president did. She should be chilling, enjoying herself, and playing bingo or something. And yes, you see what Trump do? Fool. A cute little Panamanian accent is hilarious. I can't do it like her. But again, every day I come home from work and she has the scoop, just as like us in this room, and it's concerning. I don't understand it. I keep asking, what are we gonna do about it? I feel like we need another march on Washington, like in Malcolm's day. Like the whole nation just needs to swarm on DC and let these people know that we've had enough. And change, I think change can come about. It happened then. It's happening now. We see, what's going on in Minneapolis and in Minnesota. Things starting to simmer down and troops are being recalled, not troops, but ICE agents. I heard earlier, I did not know they're not going to Maine anymore. So it's we the people, man. Let me know when y'all ready. We go down to DC. But welcome to the room. Let's go. What's up, Anansi? Welcome to the stage, V. I see you came to the stage. Let's keep the conversation.
Good evening. I like the March on Washington idea. Felt the same way when I saw those students camping out on their campuses. It's like, go get them on the White House steps. But to the topic of the monkey photo, ape photo. it was like, oh, this is just fake outrage, when it was first brought up, and then it took 12 hours to take it down. It was posted twice, apparently, according to Atlantic. And right after it was posted, there was a meme coin that was dropped that has raised like a ton of money. Probably about to be a new rug pull. Like all those things combined to make me think that this was not an accident. But they say it was some staffer. Okay, so the president's social media, which can crash the economy briefly, hopefully not forever, but it could crash the economy. A random staffer can just like post stuff to that. Who's in charge?
Yeah, actually, you took my first point, which was that. But then the second point is then in October of 2025, you may remember the AP took a photograph of that Marco Rubio had slipped to Donald Trump asking for his authorization to basically put out a Truth Social post related to the Israel-Hamas negotiation phase 1. And that indicates that he authorizes all of these groups to go out. So the idea that, oh no, he was completely without blame, that this was some staffer who went rogue, is completely improbable. And I think like a FOIA request, look at what was the chain of events for both the White House secretary trying to first defend it, and then the fact that it lived on the internet for 12 hours under his account, thing everyone should be concerned about. This wasn't a mistake. I want to know, was this complete ignorance, or was this
This was Dementia Downer Hour, where he usually posts a bunch of, how long ago was it where he posted like 56 things? Like every other second. This is not new for Donald Trump. But the response is interesting to me. The fact that they read the apology in the last room, the fact that it was taken down, multiple Republicans being like, "Oh, this is clearly racist." I was shocked by that part.
The fact that it took so long for it to be taken down, and the fact that the Republicans didn't call for any accountability, is like the thoughts and prayers argument with gun violence. It doesn't really land new for Donald Trump. He did it quite routinely in his first term. This is basically what is to be expected, but there's still no accountability. And until there is actual accountability, which would be an impeachment, I don't see anything changing. I don't think that this will change at all. I think that this is part of a strategy to more deeply divide people.
Yeah, the AI content is here to stay. And the fact that that's injected into capital P politics is not a good thing. And the idea that it's going to bring more stuff like this is
I think it began even at the national debate with they're eating the dogs, they're eating the dogs, which was basically where this entire second administration started.
Well, has less control, like, over being able to, like, the whole, like, the picky comment, like, that's what he's, you know, that's where he has always been. But it's less, what's the word? It's like, because he has, like, you know, I would say dementia, but he could just be old. But, like, because of his, like, faculties failing him, he's gonna have more slips like that.
Yeah, and he doesn't really understand AI. So I definitely wouldn't credit him or anyone he knows of creating the tweet. I think that's been well documented. The fact that it was reposted to his account and he is the president is completely disintegrating any respect for this office, but also the American currency and the trillions of dollars of funds that rely on it are also at risk. The fact that there are alternatives that have been well thought through by other nations, and we're now like seeing the demise of America. So make America great again is ridiculous. It is not happening. This is actually like I don't like everyone in this room probably already knew that from the get-go, but we're seeing it in real play, and we're also seeing people that like voted for the man say, oh, this is a step too far. And finally, like, some people are opening their eyes at least, but I don't think it's enough. I think they're going to continue, because I think that the fact that this lived on the internet under his account for 12 hours and that the White House press secretary initially defended it indicates that this was a signal rather than just noise.
You know, and this could be like conspiracy brains. But I wouldn't put it past them to just have put this out here to have a controversy that wasn't the Epstein files.
Yeah, no, I actually think that was the case. And also, I heard you smiling to the reporter who asked a serious question related to that.
Right, exactly. And I was going to mention to your point about the staffer, like, they named the staff, or they said it was a staffer, but then didn't name them and didn't fire them.
They indicated they did fire, but because they didn't name, how can anyone check? That's why I think FOIA requests are important, because the entire thread of input with regard to the posting of it and also to the press secretary's statements in defense, the then subsequent removal, all of that should be documented and should be subject to review by the people. And if it isn't, if it becomes this redacted version, even in the Epstein files, there were things like terms like don't ended up getting removed. And the only reason that I can think of is that it included Don at the beginning. And there was like a urgent find, and we're going to redact because we're under pressure to release something. And so you saw terms like don't just getting arbitrarily removed when it was very clear what the word was. Fill in the blank. Why else would it have been removed?
The crazy thing is they could just, search and Control F, and they still let some in on accident. Did you see? I haven't opened it yet, but there's like a version of the Epstein files that someone made, and they keep updating it where you can look at it like it's a Gmail, and you can search it, you can look at certain time periods. Like, it makes it, one, a lot easier to kind of run through. I saw someone in a video kind of showing it, but then it's also like you could just, it kind of makes it easier to process, I think.
Yeah, because there were so many, it's basically like the same tactic. The problem is that this went through court, that because Epstein died by potentially suicide, we didn't actually get to see it through public trial. And so all of these files should have been already, like the relevant ones should have already been consolidated, and we didn't get to see them. And the individuals that were involved are no longer part of the government. So that is also a problem. But also, not just a distraction from Epstein, but the Trump administration is trying to make 50,000 government, basically civil servant jobs are no longer protected. There are individuals that have to swear political allegiance are the ones that are getting to replace them. And there was already a database was put together by the Heritage Foundation to try to replace these officials. There were people that were supposed to be allegiant to the Hatch Act, which indicates that you're not going to swear allegiance to any political party, and that you're going to perform your duties objectively. Those individuals have all been fired or have left. And what I really hate is that there are individuals that have resigned based on principle, that are the principled people that we actually need in those positions. Which happened in Minnesota with individuals that decided to resign because, hey, I'm not going to look into Miss Glenn and her background, rather than looking at the ICE agents that were involved in her execution.
I mean, yeah, the federal government is going to take a very long time for it to recover. And it's kind of disappointing that the Democrats they kind of like fell for the framing with the Doge Act when it was like, we want the government to be efficient. We want it to be right sized. I was kind of disappointed in that. But yeah. That's what I remember the most from the Project 2025 was that they wanted to destroy the executive, basically, and have all those people who would be under the Hatch Act be loyal to Donald Trump. That's why all those people are leaving.
You're out. Yeah, I was about to thank you for keeping the conversation going.
Oh, you're welcome. I was going to say thank you to V. She said she had to leave.
Oh, okay.
They thought they had to leave.
Said earlier, rinse and repeat. And what I meant with that was he is constantly going to do something. And it seems like the things that he's doing are getting worse. This one was bad. It's like, we've become, I think, a bit
accustomed to him just saying and doing wild stuff. But today it was like that. The gloves are off. Like everybody's pissed. Everybody is pissed. And so it's like, can he top this? I think he can. I think there's more to come. We didn't even make it through year one. And he really done so much. And like I said, let me know when y'all ready. We need to go down to DC. To go down. Somebody needs to organize something. Let's get every organization under the sun, regardless of political affiliation. And we need to go down there. Like, we know this from history. Things don't change until people just say that enough is enough. And this is not what we want as a country. The world is watching. I haven't even seen international responses. If anybody has any, like, what are world leaders and other figures around the world saying about what's going on here in America today? Matter of fact, I'm going to do a quick search.
The Holy Father. You've gone so far as to give those pictures to.
I mean, the last time I looked, they're trying to isolate the U.S. They're trying to figure out how to move forward in a new world order without the U.S. as like the head.
Afraid of losing consensus. I don't work with me. I am the young pope. I put no stock in consensus. You all these things. You put on airs as a politician. You still.
That's not good. You know, we've always been at the forefront of just thought and industry and fashion, if not at the forefront, neck and neck with everyone else. That's scary to hear you say that the rest of the world is like, forget about America. We don't matter anymore because of this guy. That's crazy. It's like, let them figure it out. I see Goliath is in here. Goliath would love to have you come up. I don't know what you have for us. But we've been talking about this all day. And my question was, you know, what are international figures saying about what Donald Trump did today at this?
I sent Matt an invite. Matt was dragging people earlier. It was a beautiful drag.
So bad I missed it. The best of the best. Yeah, we just kicking it, man. A lot of people scurried away across the street, but me and TT are holding it down. And yeah, we can talk about this all night. We don't have to change the time because I know. Yes. Well, I'll be back. My wings are here. I'll be right back.
You know, a few years ago, I read a book of Exit from Hegemony, and the cover of the book was like the back of Donald Trump. So I do think that what's going on and the way things are being run right now has did permanent damage to America and our place within the global structure. And it's sad. I think it makes us less safe. So it kind of seems like the opposite. Instead of making America great, America was made worse.
I mean, definitely this dating is worse. The relationships are going to be forever changed. I mean, I don't know if anybody watched that Surrounded video where I can't remember his name right now. I'll look it up. But he's a Texas candidate for this Texas Senate, and he was talking to some MAGA supporters, and he was like, "Why would you put a tariff on an ally? Please explain to me." And he was like, the man who was responding to him was like, "Oh, because they made an ad that we didn't like that was like mean to Donald Trump. And I was just like, is this is the logic of like tariffing our allies? Where I read today that we're putting a tariff on any country of 25% of any country that trades with Iran. You know, I don't know how long that list is, but
I feel like it's the little tariff that the tariff is gonna be able to solve it all. If you don't do this, I'm gonna throw a tariff on you. Like, this is not how tariffs are meant to work. Tariffs have a place, but when I just say, oh, a 50%, an extra 20%, like, at what point does he become the little boy that cried tariff?
oh, and then like they I can't remember who said it. It was someone from like the Treasury said that the tariffs have raised so much money. And you know, Trump supporters will be like, "Oh yeah, the tariffs raised so much money. It's like as big as the deficit." And it's just like that's not a good thing. That's a bad thing. It's like they did like a reverse Robin Hood where they cut taxes for the richest people in the country and then raised all of this money from the people with the least amount of money because they have to buy these goods no matter the cost. I'm about to look at the BBC and see what they have to say about this video. I read like 50 words before they said, you're gonna have to pay for this. It's $8.99 a month for the BBC.
Divine, did you grab your wings?
420 is open. Do you want to just move over there? We can move everybody. I dropped the link in the chat.
Yeah, I didn't want to close it without. I don't know. Do you want to check with Patty, or am I just close it? I don't care. I don't mind moving over there.
I think that's where Patty is.
Yeah, she over there. They got stuff on the ground. She over there.
So you want to check with her to see if we can just close it?
Yeah, let me check real quick.
Okay. I just sent her in. Oh, I was gonna say, I'm sure y'all can just close it. I don't know how y'all been acting up the past couple of weeks, but Patty's like, in my New York voice, we ain't leaving no goddamn room open without one of us in there. Boom that bitch. No, I'm just kidding. Not really, but you know what? I try to be on my best behavior all the time. Not you. I heard people was cutting up in here and y'all be pissing people off. Now y'all know Patty got real stuff to do. Sis is dealing with a lot of stress, and then people be acting a fool in the room. Child. No, I appreciate Patty in the space, and I appreciate y'all too. I really do love y'all. I'm just the baby mod. I just come and go like the wind. I'm the baby sister. I have no real responsibilities other than, just to tag along. So and I actually spent a lot of time out the room today because I didn't work today, so I took a long nap. And I said I couldn't hear people arguing while I was taking a nap, so I actually just logged completely off. And then I came back, and then I'm like Anthony was picking with me today. I'm like, I didn't do anything. Yeah, that was weird. You think Divine coming back, or is just gonna shut it down? He was gonna check with Patty to see if she wanted the room to be shut down. She went in open 420? Well, she's in 420, so a lot of the people started going over there, and then I'm like, we just really splitting the room up where we can just probably all be over there together. Well, I can take that responsibility and shut it, so that is not on you. Well, he said he was gonna check, so if he was gonna check, then, but he should know to come back, right? There he is. She said shut it.
She said she messaged you. Nothing.
The Avita album.
Thinking, what's the song that, Another Suitcase, Another Hall? Is that Another Hall?
Yeah, that's a good song.
It's a pretty one. I have this idea that all musicals have to have like a pretty song by the marginalized female character. As a little outtake.
So there's an interesting musical that does not, where the song of the lead female is not the takeaway song of the musical. And that is rare, I think. I think most musicals have a takeaway song that's like the lead female, like you just said. This might be too common. Maybe there's just so many. But I think you're right. What did you just say about the lead female?
Well, no, I'm actually thinking not the lead. What I was saying was like a pretty sweet song by like the marginal female character. There's like some little, in Les Mis, there's no, I can't remember. Jesus Christ. I know way too much about musicals because people suspect my sexuality because of this. Because my sister was a super musical theater person, and I spent my entire childhood listening to Cabaret and Evita and all
all this stuff, and I never wanted to be, but I'm weirdly familiar with a lot of his music. Not as, yeah, it's just truth. You know, that Evita movie with Madonna was really good, I thought. Another reason, another season for making Whoopi? Is that weird? Corey going?
That is the song of the second female in Les Mis.
Hey, you should play
Ebony.
Like Jada.
Oh, wait, Davidson Coach is here. Coach. Wait, is Coach here? Or is that an old comment? Coach, I need some advice. I have $400 to invest.
Sorry. It's not coaching, just more so like inspiration sources.
A little drop of rain can hardly hurt me now. Can I remember that scene? Oh, you said suitcases in Evita. I don't know if I can find the suitcase, but I feel like I remember vaguely. Suitcase Evita. Suitcase in the hall. That may be a little hard to.
Yeah,
I don't know if I can pull it in.
There's that one scene where what was the politics when all the generals are like moving around, and it's like politics, the art of the possible, and they keep like one by one they keep getting removed.
Oh, is that right? Dark. I'd be surprisingly good for you.
That's kind of a funny one.
Man, I just have to apologize. Good night and thank you. I don't know that I can dig very deep on that one, but this is kind of a fun song from the musical, because it's not the lead in any respect, but I feel like in many ways it's the lead song.
Hello?
You heard that song? You know it?
On the street where you live.
Yeah.
Isn't that it?
It is, yeah. What's funny about that song is that this is a movie that has, what's her name in it? What is her name? She's the lead female. My Fair Lady is the movie.
Eliza!
Audrey Hepburn? Yeah, that's right, Audrey Hepburn. And of course, she's like this fabulous lead and everything else. But she doesn't sing in her own movies, right? So she doesn't get like the lead, the memorable song. At least not in that movie. I think though in Breakfast for Tiffany, she does get the lead song. I don't know that she sings it. If I recall, she insisted that she sing this song, and she actually did it okay. Everybody should know that.
Moon River.
Yeah,
it's beautiful. Thank you for this music. Thank you. Takes the desire to yell and scream at each other away.
You're not wrong. There's a tremendous amount of soul soothing that can be done with music.
Yeah. I've been listening. I haven't wanted to participate in any of the argument today. It's like I've been doing opposition research. This is nice.
It's just like a song you've heard before, but you can't remember it. Right. It's called Dark Eyes, if you ever want to hear it. And it's just a great little folk tune. You can't imagine a song being more perfect. Guess you won't recognize the name of that one, even if you recognize the piece. That's Eastern European.
you mean. Sorry to interrupt if I did. Can I ask you a couple questions?
Yeah, sure.
Do you think I feel like, I think it's been way less than a month that I've been reacquainted with you and your friends. I don't know if you remember the timing, but I feel like it's 2 or 3 weeks or something. I don't know how close attention you pay to that stuff, but it's like less than a month though. Anyway, how important do you think it is for someone to disclose like personal opinions to have like a good conversation about things? Any?
I don't see the need to disclose.
Awesome. No, you don't have to go into details. Unless you want to. You want to go into details?
Not really.
Oh, cool. So, I mean, you answered the question. You don't think it's necessary, right? That's cool. Cool. All right. Yeah, no, I agree. Have you noticed, like, not just with me, but have you noticed, like, an Inquisition style interrogation of certain people to see, I don't know, like, have you noticed that?
I just think that some people.
Well, I'm saying most. I'm not saying some. I think most.
If you want to have a good conversation, you need to learn how to have a good conversation. And sometimes it's unintuitive. And I would say most people do not know how to have a good conversation. They simply don't know. And it's obvious. And they might be experts in math, or they might be experts in fixing airplanes. And they don't really get a chance to have difficult conversations. And so they just don't know how to have them.
It's not just about having a good conversation. Like Agamemnon, yeah, I agree he's polite, but he's dishonest. He's making up shit, making his own. He'll say that you're agreeing to shit you don't agree. Like, I agree he's polite, but it's like that deceiving style polite.
That's not really what I sensed was going on when Agamemnon was here. I felt like he was playing 4D chess, and you guys were struggling to keep up with 3D chess. And there was a little bit of a gap there, and he was trying to draw people into a more difficult game, and most people could barely handle 2D chess.
I mean, I wasn't privy to the Agamemnon thing, CM, so I wasn't around for that, but I guess go for it. Talk about that.
He can't play 2D chess, let alone 4D chess.
Well, he made a kind of tricky proposition. I think maybe he crafted or borrowed a syllogism that relied on some tricky changing definitions, some category errors. It had all kinds of little sneaky things in it. And rather than take the time to try to find the sneaky things, people were just getting personally upset with him, and I think they were projecting a lot of their personal history. But I think their personal history is itself frustrations with being unable to kind of solve his little puzzles. And then people laughing and telling us they get frustrated and they throw the puzzle at the wall. And that's fine. If you can't solve the Rubik's Cube, you have every right to just like throw it on the ground, break it into a million pieces, call it back back together the way it was and say you did something. I mean, you can do that if you want. But you should just admit it. That
No, let's do it, man. We're pointing out his bad that false supremacy.
the fact that you then expose the fact that you don't have a coherent worldview that allows you to interact with his puzzle. I didn't have that problem with his puzzle. I saw through it immediately. But then I also understand like all of the ways in which his framing is incompatible with mine. For example, to call something information is to distinguish it from that which is not information or some version of this. To call a pattern and distinguish it from its examples, for example, is problematic. Now, I have a zero set theory, which basically says there are no sets, there are no patterns, unless people impose them. And so patterns are arbitrary and they're social constructs. And we say that two crystals are alike because we evaluate them that way. But without our evaluation, those two crystals would never know that they're the same thing. So for all intents and purposes, they're not the same thing. So they can't have every property alike. Anyway, it's just, you don't have the tools to interact with his argument. And that made you frustrated, and so people got excited and emotional. I don't know why you guys act like children sometimes. When somebody asks a question that you don't like.
He wasn't asking a question. Again, he was making a faulty argument. We pointed out his bad definitions, useless definitions, wrong definitions, on premises. Because you were following me. Because you also.
What's your analysis? What's your analysis of his syllogism? It goes like this. Premise one, the universe requires information. Information is necessary for the universe to exist. That's premise one. Premise two.
And that was his premise, but that's your premise, and that's false too. The universe doesn't have to require information.
The second premise was information is mind dependent. And the third premise, well, the conclusion I think was therefore.
Premise two is also false.
The God of the Bible, I suppose, is how this goes, but information is mind dependent. Well, I see it depends on the definition of information in all these cases, doesn't it? But how would you have information without a mind? How would you isolate information from the thing itself without a mind?
Here, you're using information in two different ways. It's like you can talk about the sun, and you can say the word sun is a word, or you can talk about the sun as the word it's referring to. And so you can say the word sun is subjective, it's made up, it's created by humans. Yeah, the word is created by humans. Like, you're using it in two different senses. He doesn't know what information is. He's using the word information in multiple different senses.
Well, I think that was largely the chief criticism. But why is that something to get emotional about?
It's not. It is when he starts saying,
so why did you get emotional? So why did you allow yourself to get emotional? What is wrong with you that you can't handle your emotions when faced with a simple analysis of a kindergarten syllogism? It wasn't that complicated, was it?
Not even a syllogism.
I think that's called a syllogism. How is it not a syllogism?
it's not worth entertaining. Really. This man is making
Syllogism is a three-step deductive reasoning method comprising a major premise, a minor present, and a conclusion. How is that not a syllogism? I think you don't know what words mean.
a flawed
Sorry?
piece.
I didn't hear you.
In order for, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Listening.
I just realized there's like tea in my house. What the fuck? In order for syllogism to be correct, it has to be both valid and sound, right? None of which what he was doing were. Again, he's using wrong definitions, different things in different senses. So, dude, he's a master at this. Well, I don't know what master, but you should see his other argument from like a day or two ago for theism. He starts saying that atheism doesn't predict pain. That theism predicts pain, but atheism doesn't predict pain. As if atheism was like a predictive model. Like atheism doesn't even predict anything. It's the rejection. He does things like that. Next time, ask him to do. Next time you see him, tell him, "Oh, tell me about your little proof of God." That with the premise that atheism doesn't predict pain and theism does. Again, as if atheism was a fucking predictive model that makes predictions about whether pain exists or not. It's like dumb as hell. And then he'll be like, "Oh, but that's it. I proved it. I proved God. You have to accept that I proved God." He's a troll, bro.
Do you understand that's an ad hominem, Sam? It's not like a valid. What does that add to the conversation? Well, and now you're just right. You're just. Do you hear what you just said?
I pointed out. I first.
No. There's no answer beyond. You just said you don't care. It's fine. Never. Can I go back to answering my? Can I ask my question about now, please?
Sure.
Thank you, Sam.
Joe, you're a troll too, Joe. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Sam. I appreciate that. Great. I forget. Do you remember where we left off, Benjamin?
Not entirely.
So I was asking if people. Like, I feel like I've noticed, not just with me, but with many other people, if there's a sense that someone is leaning in a particular way, there's like an attack on their, to want to get information out of the person personally, instead of discussing the ideas or what's happening. They actually want to get detailed information on how the person behaves, etc. And then once they get that information, they decide whether or not, I don't know. I mean, it's a big deal for them, and it reminds me of some type of inquisition. They like, with me specifically, they're just like really obsessed with our Orange Man Bad, Trump, and stuff like that, and yeah, like a couple of them, they're like, "Well, did you do this? Did you do this?" It's like, how is that? Can we just talk about the topic? And according to you, I think what you were saying earlier is that you believe that you can have a good conversation without getting the disclosure of these personal things. Did I get it?
Help me out here. You just feel like because you can't engage in well, this room tends to attract people that have a fairly dim view of Donald Trump. If you want to have a conversation in that environment, conversation in an environment where people closely share your ideas.
This guy said
People closely share your ideas, then you can get away with some of the least articulate expressions known to humankind. But if you want to have a conversation with people who don't agree with you, you have to be more talented, like my main man Marshall. Marshall, how you doing?
I'm good, Benjamin. How are you?
I'm hanging, man. I'm hanging.
Good to hear.
So Marshall, you have a good time in this room. What you like hanging out in here, Marshall?
I don't listen to the opinions, but I like the people. So I separate. I don't always agree with what everybody says, but the people were nice generally. Like, let's say want to indict me, in which case as much as I like history and politics, I myself don't like being the center. So as long as I'm not making the center of attention too frequently, I really don't care.
Yeah, I think the people are generally nice in here too, except
you gotta back off your mic. You're way too close. Marshall, do you think you could get more comfortable with being centered and the center of attention?
I mean, probably over time, but I don't particularly like it. Like, the stuff I have to say about history and politics can be interesting to people, but I don't, me, myself, I don't find Marshall particularly interesting to other folks, so it's, it always strikes me a little weird when people focus on, your views matter, so tell us. That to me is always a little weird. Not something I couldn't get used to, just something I find.
Yeah, Marshall, I started hanging out in here like a few weeks ago, and Benjamin's been pretty pleasant. Most of his friends here are fairly pleasant too, but some of them seem to be very, very opinionated on politics, and they want to know what side you're on. They demand to know what side you're on.
That's not the case. We have people.
Sam, you haven't even really been hanging out here. It's small on here.
Donald Trump. Benjamin, tell me, what do you have? A bright view of Donald Trump? What the fuck is a dim view of Donald Trump? What do you have? A bright view of Donald Trump?
A dim.
This is the dumb shit this guy says. It's like brilliant political shit. Get the fuck out of here.
CM, you're like really low. Like, this is unbelievable, man. I thought Abe said you were cool. I was like, what's... Oh, man. Well...
Bro, Joe, you exposed yourself in that room with Illumi? You exposed how intelligent you are, bro. Listening to falling for this dude's AI fucking word salad, bro. So it's like...
Why do you have to be so judgmental, CM? Like, I don't... Like...
Sorry, bro. You exposed yourself.
Okay, great. According to you, I exposed myself. Thanks. So, Marshall, I take it that what I'm gathering is that you are not on the consensus side of like this room, because it is like a left-leaning group of people, right?
Big moderate Republican. So I don't like him. Never voted for him. I am disenchanted with my state and national party, but I still find my local area of activism working great. Right? Now, you don't put the book anybody national. However, in my area, providing an alternate for a party that's been the dominant party for 100 years, over 100 years, is, I think, pretty important. So that's about where I sit.
So you're just right enough that you don't piss them off too much.
Oh no, when they make me the center of attention, I piss them off perfectly. Because I'm ready to be offensive.
Do they ad hominem you and like call you stupid and an idiot?
People have called me stupid before.
Like repeatedly? Like how many times do they need to say it? Like a lot, right?
Once said something more than once.
Alright, yeah, well, it's been interesting. It's unfortunate that they have to rely on those tactics, but...
Yeah, but see, I think doing more people like Lourdes. Lourdes is rightfully so for some of the things you hear him talk to you about, but like,
honey catches flies than vinegar. So.
Right. Well, what other rooms do you hang out in, Marshall? I have seen you around the app a bunch, but I don't think we ever really talk, so. Never mind. Why don't we ask Benjamin a question? You know, he seemed like interested in talking with.
Oh, Marshall, here's a question. Is the Epstein file thing starting to make its way through your local Republican chapter, or is there kind of vaccinated immunity on this topic?
It makes its way through, but it's not what people talk to me about. They talk to me more about the economy than about Jeffrey Epstein. Because
So are people supporting Trump based on the economy or for other reasons, in your opinion?
I expect the economy. The economy and a more conservative social play. We're like I've said many times, we're 95% Hispanic, but we're also quite culturally conservative. You could consider us to be in the Rio Grande Valley provincial. Right? Our attitudes are more provincial, our culture is more provincial.
Did you say it's very Hispanic there?
Yes, 95% Hispanic.
Wait, let me just get this right. 95% Hispanic and the Republicans win for 100 years.
Yep.
That's amazing. So do me a favor and make me understand the way you understand why Hispanic community is voting for Republicans in 2025, if you can.
In 2024, when the election was held, there was a lot of over the economy, a lot of your immigration. And the more culture conservative people here tend to hey, we need some ability. Now, the result of that, the population along with several protests. There are protests last year. We participated in No Kings. I think there was an Ice Out protest and a couple of others. So our area has been governed by the Democrats for more than 100 years.
Wait. Your area is governed by the Democrats, but you vote Republican?
Yeah. We're the only party, the Republican Party is the only party that has enough vote share to compete with the Democrats. Right? We don't do it super well. We do it in a couple of seats, right? And that's like where you at least when a GOP or a political movement is nascent, they'll start with a couple of offices and they'll try to fill the ballot, right? There'll be a couple offices they focus them on. So we're able to run a more competitive atmosphere in the Rio Grande Valley in a way that really, while it's culturally tended by Trump, it's not actually Trumpish. The more Trumpish people tend to get forced out of the power establishment here. Don't get me wrong, like, there are people that get included because they're part of search committees. But if you really want to be a leader in the Hidalgo County GOP, you're not this giant, MAGA hat waving crazy motherfucker. You're far more practical about your area. You need for safety, investment, and enforcement, but you need to treat people here with dignity, right? Like that's a big thing I hear a lot. You put the law to treat people with dignity.
No, I get it. So, what is for your demographic? What is the motivation behind building a wall? Can you explain that?
Yeah, it's been a Border Patrol ass thing for about 30 years, which is where my demographic usually tends to go. And What it does is not a solid wall from Brownsville all the way to Del Rio, for example. It's a wall with holes in it near populated centers. So we have lots of ranch land, which if people wander on the ranch land, there's no water, there's no food. You'll wander from hundreds of thousands of acres, and during the summers and the fall, you die if you do it, if you don't have enough water. But it pushes people into more populated centers where they don't wander around on ranch land and die. In 2024, farmers in 5 counties here, Hidalgo, Cameron, Willacy, Zapata, and Star, found a total of 854 bodies. For some farmers, that meant as many as finding 3 bodies a day. And so the wall moves those people into populated cities. So yes, the enforcement is heavier, but it doesn't force them on ranch land where they die.
So people in your community are just horrified by the fact that people are coming over the border and dying on their fields, and they want to stop that from happening. So they want fences that will keep them from doing it.
Essentially, yes. They want fences that will prevent them from crossing in the wrong areas. Right, if you cross in the right area, you're fine. You'll get order a fish roll, you'll get a good meal, you'll get a good place to sleep. Right, but if you hit the wrong area, you're wandering around in no man's land for hundreds of thousands of acres without anybody to really help you.
So what is the mood about immigration in your demographic, would you say?
Now, no more enforcement, but more want humane treatment.
They want to do what?
Some want enforcement, more want humane treatment.
Humane treatment as they send them back, or?
Humane treatment is they make their way through our system. Right? If you come into contact with a border official, right, supposed to be treated correctly, they don't want them to be stuck in places where they have to use space blankets, right? They don't want people piled in unacceptable living conditions. They don't want people to stereotype other folks, right? Like all of that kind of stuff. They're for enforcement as long as it's doing it in fashion. They're just not for enforcement if it's inhumane. Most Republicans think about immigration, but they stalled the way with McCandless and said, no, with McCandless inhumane, we can't do it that way. So that's kind of the attitude behind it.
So do people in your community think it's viable to just have the entire population of the world come across the southern border and let America figure out what to do about that?
No, they think things like, if you're gonna house somebody, don't house them in overcrowded facilities, right? It's more a question about treatment, less a question about actual enforcement.
That's cool, Marshall. What do you think about the proposal to fix the country that people are coming from so they don't have to come in the first place?
I think that's a
Is there a view like that?
good idea, but I think people have a rather deep view of other countries' history, and I mean like post-colonial history, right? So like you look at parts of Central and South America prior to the Spanish arrival. I mean, just areas of lots of learning and big highways and lots of transfer of information, right? They may have lived more primitively, but they did have a lot of like knowledge about stars and the universe and stuff like that. You get to the Spanish, these countries, say like Mexico, El Salvador, Nicaragua, Guatemala, Colombia, Venezuela, they run into endemic corruption issues post-Spanish colonization. I don't think it's a thing of the native culture. I think it's a thing of imperial colonial Spanish culture. It has gotten weaved into those societies, and there's a bit of endemic corruption. Now, if you look at, say, Central and South America, in particular from where we get cocaine, right, a large reason those countries are destabilized is because of American and European drug demand. Right, so that drug demand incentivizes those countries to continue to be corrupt, and those officials continue to be corrupt. And as a consequence, they are unwilling to provide good, livable situations for the people that they govern. And I don't know how you fix endemic Spanish colonial corruption. I don't know how you do that. My dim view of this is it has to start out with some thriving of civic culture that exists in a rather stable atmosphere, so people aren't always worried about their hand-to-mouth existence, right? Like history says, the less you're worried about hand-to-mouth existence, the more time you have to think. The more time you have to think, the more time you have to grow. The more time you have to grow, the better your ideas get, as long as they're challenged. And I think there are a lot of these folks in this country with combination of former Spanish colonial corruption and American and European drug demand that sets these countries on the course to be endemically corrupt. So I think those are the two essentially main causes of that. And I can't tell you why Spanish colonialization in most of its former colonies has driven society endemically corrupt. I can tell you, before the Spanish settled there, they didn't have wide histories of corruption. But after the Spanish settled there, huge histories of corruption, right? But again, you also have to count the American and European drug demand. Otherwise, we're not being honest about why those places are destabilized.
Yeah. So I think that there's the history of China is a long examination of this question. And I certainly would recommend you take Jason Dusek's advice and read any book by Francis Fukuyama, The Origin of Political Order. I think something like this would be a good start. But the brief thing is that in a system like China that operated over 4,000 years, they had lots of excursions from a workable arrangement, and the balancing point turned out to be too many taxes. You call that corruption, right? That's just the Dennis. That's the hierarchy taking more than it should, and then not enough taxes, which is the hierarchy not taking enough from the people. And when they didn't take enough from the people, when they didn't have taxes, they had difficulty raising an army, and then they would be overwhelmed by some neighboring tribe who would have a strong army, and they didn't because they weren't taking enough money to build that army. And then
I don't think it's just that. I think the nation system and the subjugation of people and the spread of diseases and all of those others had a lot more to do with the taxes.
Well, we're less talking about taxes and more about corruption, but using taxes as a kind of a proxy.
there's Latin American notions. So, I mean, Caribbean and Latin America are kind of like lumped in space of the political economy. And some of the countries in the Caribbean have the lowest taxes in the world, so I don't think it's just.
When you're in the Caribbean, you don't really have to worry about defending yourself because America's going to defend you, so you're good.
No, I don't know about that. Marshall might know a bit more about Caribbean history.
I mean, I know if you want to conquer the Americas, the first place you start the Caribbean, but I actually tend to agree with Benjamin. Unless you have somebody who is completely ignoring the geostrategic position of the Caribbean, then you're going to have somebody defend its strategic space. Will it defend those countries necessarily? Probably not. Will it defend the geographical position in which the Caribbean sits? Yes. So it's a little bit twofold. Right? Like, the people may not be super taken care of because the consideration is geography rather than its human capital. It's about more like where it sits rather than who inhabits it.
It's like imperial stuff, like you have protectorates of various countries that have been very strong or strong, correct?
Yeah, I mean, when regional empires start to lay claim to their surrounding regions, right, they typically fall under some sort of either formal or informal security arrangement. Whether that's like, hey, we're going to explicitly defend you, or hey, your position's important, so if anybody fucks with you, we're going to land some troops here, and we're going to defend this place.
Speaking of regional security, Benjamin, would you like to mod Austin so that they can do some security on the Sanon?
Strawberry.
Shrubbery. Well, I suppose we'll take that.
I was disposed. You're frustrated with the coach stuff?
I'm frustrated with the nonsense.
Oh, the anon stuff? You can't get rid of anon.
Yeah, you can. You can if you have a plus yourself.
Oh, really? If you have a plus, you can kick out add-ons.
Not having had one, but having observed it happen.
That's a fascinating question. I don't know the answer to that question.
I think it was like over 6 months when I bought it. It was totally worth $6. This is like one of my favorite apps ever made.
Is it like $6 for all time, or?
That'd be cool. Yeah, it's like $6 a month.
Right. Oh, you were saying. I think isn't that just Dittman bothering the people of YouTube with our conversation?
I have no idea.
Shrubbery, is that what you call them? I don't really think you can chase that problem. Well, Austin, you seem to have a different view, but Marshall, I was going to offer that getting society right is actually the exception out of the rule. The default is a dysfunctional society.
I don't know. We can both agree, though, that there's been a lot of mismanagement throughout the Americas, and we have way more mismanagement in the White House than normal.
We might, but we're probably going to pay a price, don't you think?
Well, we lost so much reputation. We used to be the shining city on the hill. was 20th century there, but like.
I guess I this is a bit of credibility. I don't know.
Marshall, does Texas have any like extremely eccentric and strange real estate developers?
Yeah, so keep that Austin.
Does Texas have any or any really strange and eccentric real estate developers?
I don't keep enough track of real estate to tell you. Jackson, pretty. Here's the money. Perfect.
Benjamin, are there any unhinged real estate developers in Colorado?
Unhinged real estate. Well, I suspect there must be. Colorado doesn't really attract bizarre real estate projects.
The same level of egocentricity as Manhattan and South Florida.
There really is very little in the way of iconic architecture in Denver. Charlotte has more iconic architecture than Denver, I think. Denver tends to get these big box, full block buildings that go up 30 stories, and then they'll have some tax buildings. Yeah. And nobody will ever go inside there unless you're an employee, so they're not really public buildings in that way. And you don't have restaurants on the 30th floor, things like this. Charlotte, on the other hand, will be a bank building with a restaurant on the ceiling, real estate agents on different floors, all kinds of stuff. It'd be a more accessible building on average. I'm just bullshitting, but
no, it's cool.
Honestly,
you're on a good line right now, regional. Are you familiar with the Hollywood saying, jump the shark?
Jump the shark? Yeah.
Yeah, I like it when you're not in jump the shark.
Oh,
I think next time I hear you say something totally unhinged, I'm just going to say jump the shark. And whoever's here to try to figure out what that means, they bring on.
That's fair. That's fair.
You sure?
The honest truth is I spend a lot of time listening.
Yeah, I could tell you're not normally that shocked. You just said a lot of memorable unhinged things. Steer clear of it a little bit. Or if you do want to say unhinged things, learn to say it in a rap rhythm with a lot of slang.
Well, I think it's important in a safe space like this is to process the ideas that you think are a little bit difficult because a lot of people are processing those ideas. And if you're not processing them, they're going to have the jump on you.
They're just trying to get ahead of you. I think that one of the things the Democrats were going to have to do.
But that's a major
Thing like sensationalism. Like, we've had a lot of history of sensationalism in America. We don't need to lean more into it. We need a less sensationalist country. Like, it's cool to have, like, like controversial stuff occasionally. Well, I would offer there's an important distinction between sensation for sensations. Hey, look, if you want sensationalism, just go out in the hallway. You're gonna
What's it called? I forget what the name of there's like that crazy club where people are like always shouting at each other. I forget what it's called.
I don't know, talking games maybe.
No, it's way more unhinged than that. I forget what it's called. Oh, chillism. Yeah.
Well, anyway, there's lots of sensational conversation. I think it's important to have thoughtful conversations about difficult topics and to really do the work and spend the time.
I think it's good to like know where you're going. Like topics about like sensationalist topics for the heck of it. Like, where are you going? Where are you gonna get to? Like, it's good to have discussions that are fruitful. Like something cool you say is like the Democrats are losing elections for Democrats, and they tend to do that a lot. Like that's a deep truth, and that's like a whoa. That's not like a jump the shark. That's like something worth discussing.
Yeah, but the details of how they do that are all things I think that you would describe as jump the shark. For example,
I mean, in politics has become jump the shark. Like
it has, but the Democrats lose a lot of votes because of abortion. They lose a lot of votes because of immigration. They lose a lot of votes because of how they're perceived on the economy, fair or not fair. They lose a lot of votes because Hillary Clinton signed NAFTA and sent jobs overseas as they see it. They lose a lot of votes because they have contradictory views that people can't make sense of, like queers for Palestine. Does anybody want to help me understand how that works?
It's very, very, very strange. And the thing is, like, most Democrats weren't on that unhinged jump the shark.
I think this is true. That most
there's a lot of like loud and
but there's no Democrat.
I was going to say a lot of
willing to bring up the rear. You know what you?
I was going to say a lot of the leftists are like disavowing the like those folks that like to say unhinged shit, like they hate the Democrats as well.
Yeah, but they're doing that. They're sniping at the Democrats because they know that they can land blows and they can create enough damage that the Democrats can't ignore them. And then
these folks are very, very lost and confused souls.
Look, I know people who voted for Trump in 2016 because they thought the Democratic Party was not progressive enough. And they wanted to stick it to the Democrats by voting for the other side as a way of sending a message. If you don't support our progressive agenda, we're going to support the Republican. Fuck you. That's an interesting approach. But the Democrats can be cowed by things like that until they lose elections. In my view, this is largely why Kamala lost. She lost ground with all of the ethnicities that she represents. She lost ground. I think she lost ground with women just very large. And I think it's because she was in this weird position where she couldn't say no to, I wouldn't even call them progressive. I would call, as you say, the jump the shark Democrats.
They tend not to be Democrats. They call themselves like leftists or
Marxists or
Well,
whatever the hell they call each other.
but they didn't come out for Kamala. Well, no,
Definitely not. No. Yeah.
but
I guess
the moderates didn't come out either. You see.
Yeah. And what was I going to say? What's the thing? I forgot what it was. Like accelerationists, like folks that want to see things more fucked up because they think it'll create a revolution or something.
Oh yeah,
This
I
is
think you're right.
major chaos, and yeah,
What
they're
if
not
there are a
part.
lot of progressives
And they're not
accelerationists, as you say?
They're not a part of the Democrats. Like, I don't know.
This is the anarchistic crowd, right? This is the people who feel left out of the economy, and like their only chance of really much of anything is if something big.
I think that's part of it. It's also
They
folks
don't have a
like
house,
jumping the
they
shark.
don't have a job,
Like
they're doing Uber Eats.
no, I don't think it's that totally. I think it's like, remember the guys in the 90s that were like white dudes with dreadlocks and they had pictures of Che Guevara like on their window or something like that? Like it's like those dudes, and
Those are hippies.
no, those aren't hippies. Like it's like these like they're trying, like the 90s was what it was, and these folks are like, I'm gonna jump the shark. Like Che Guevara is not controversial enough. Hanging up pictures of Chairman Mao so nobody likes me anyhow or whatever. Like, that's the way they run shit.
This is just like iconoclast in order to be iconoclastic.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And they're not.
Don't you think though that there's today a huge despair amongst the iconoclastic crowds, like people watching Chomsky end up in the Epstein files, who had really set their sights on these kind of far left iconoclastic leaders, and they realize that they're just right there eating bread with the capitalist pigs, and it's all been a lark.
I think hypocrisy is a huge part of that. Like,
What is hypocrisy?
the accelerationists or whatever the hell.
Yeah, look, I think we're
Like
in trouble.
these things are not good. Like,
But I'll be honest, I think blaming Trump for the trouble we're in is short-sighted.
well, that's an interesting thing to say. Someone said something interesting about that recently. Let me see if I could remember it. It's like Trump's the coroner, not the murderer.
Right, yeah.
I don't remember exactly what it is. Like, he's just the coroner. Figuring out that the death is there. I feel like most Republicans are evil. Like, how the hell did they choose such an evil leader? Like, they chose like a James Bond villain as a leader.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense. I feel like, I mean, it's weird. It's like I mentioned in the chat earlier, it's like enantodromia. Like, party of family values or whatever. And they like this abomination, chief politician.
So I've got an action-packed and fun-filled weekend planned.
Are we cooking something crazy this weekend or what?
I love getting these chickens because we eat them when we first get them, and we have it on a plate. And I put hot sauce over it, and then we take the rest of it, and we're gonna make some enchiladas, some nachos, and some a couple of tacos out of it, and then if there's any left, make a soup for the rest of the week. That's my excitement.
Wait, are these like live chickens or?
Costco, the rotisserie chickens, they're fully cooked.
Oh, you make that a rotisserie chicken?
And Albert, can you please leave? I'm gonna be out here in 5 minutes. So just leave for a second and tell Jeff something.
That's not how they usually get anonymous out.
Please leave. Please.
That's not how you get them out there fucking.
Nah, you gotta go into pretty women's asking politely.
I'm asking. Just go for 5 minutes.
Girl, I thought you were talking to me at first. What did I do to you?
Not you, Joe. Can you please
Yeah,
leave
this
for a
feature's
moment?
starting to piss me off for the clubhouse. I'm trying to convince Scott so I can think for the intros out.
Excuse people's lack of actual standards, moral standards.
Fucking weirdo.
The king of the monkeys!
Fucking feature they could have ever fucking introduced clubhouse for this anonymous creepy fucking feature just to sit in an audience and fucking peeping Tom.
Can you believe being a loser at a social audio chat app who gets upset that losers sit there and record you and put you on YouTube? Meanwhile, they'd rather be listening to something even better than you. I mean, think about that. Hello? Think about it.
Yeah, bro, she keeps cooking and how they need to leave.
I'm going to bid you all a good night.
Good night, Kristen. Right.
Bye, Kristen. Nice seeing you again. It has been so long since I saw you early.
I know. Hey, y'all have fun rubbing each other's feet.
I'm glad to know it's feet.
Only between the toes. You know how it works.
It's just the bros, broing out.
Yeah, man.
Bro.
You're back pretty early.
Yeah, I went to Shabbat dinner, and then afterwards I was gonna go out, and I'm like, like it's Florida, no one's out tonight. It's 55 degrees. Everybody's like, oh my god, it's winter.
My buddy actually just landed there. Well, he landed there yesterday. But they're going to golf. He went for golfing thing for the weekend.
Oh, that could be fun. How's the weather going to be this weekend? I think tomorrow is going to be supposed to be nice, actually.
He said it's supposed to warm it up a bit.
Lord. Go ahead and read it. Yeah, tomorrow's going to be 75, 73 on Sunday.
Is that true? Fuck, you know what I'm watching right now that I haven't seen in a minute? You know Adam Sandler, Little Nicky?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's on right now. I'm watching. It's hilarious.
I don't know if I ever saw that one, actually.
Or he's like the devil's son. You know?
Yeah, no, I know the movie. I must have.
You were the wealthiest. Oh yeah. Oh, this is gonna be messy. I get it in the Congo. You are the wealthiest resource geographically placed nation in the fucking world, and you are also one of the most horrifically poor nations in the world. And you know, correlation, coincidence. You were also the most fucking violated people of the world because of European colonization. The Belgians came in there and the fucking horrors that King Leopold, whatever the fuck cracker's name was, did to the Congolese people. But no, Green Sahara is like, bitch.
1 and 1.
Can I read from verse 15, Sister Evangelist?
Sure.
Okay, it say, who is the end God, the firstborn of every creature, and by
Said, oh, why did I say about and I said, I'm looking at my pajamas, I'm scrolling, and you're like, oh, what kind of pajamas are you getting? So please don't fucking BS me.
She's funny. But yeah, it was so out of place. It was so like I was so ready for like, shut the fuck up everybody, let's go to war. And she was like, I'm just looking for my pajamas. I don't know if it's gonna be pink or black. And I said, yo. She said, I don't know if I want pink or black. And I was like, yo, pick black.
See? Faggot.
Yeah, she's crazy.
She's nice. She's nice. She's nice. You know what I mean? Like, if she see my smile, if she see what I'm looking like, she's gonna be like, oh shit.
I don't know. I think she like me better because I'm light skinned. She like them. Like,
Yo, bro. You got it, bro. Yeah. No, you got it. Like, listen.
She is ginger. She's talking to a ginger, but you know what I mean?
And I'm just saying that this is something that I heard. I don't know. So I'm repeating myself, but yeah, I guess you guys got my point.
I just dropped a link in the chat. Hey guys, this whole idea of calling victims of racism is a popular microaggression, usually among white people. Usually
it's just the mindset that.
Hey, hold on, goddamn, bro. It's usually among white people, so I dropped a link to read about this. So whenever you hear some person calling the victims of anything, victims of sexism, misogyny, homophobia, racism, anything sensitive, is a way to protect the aggressor and blame the victim. And it's usually, not always, because we've learned here, is usually done by the aggressor. I know we've learned it's also done with people that tend to want to protect the aggressor. But it's a well-studied thing, so I don't want people to fall for it. This is a well-studied thing that typically around racism, white people do. And now we find out black people that want to protect white people do it as well. There's a whole link in the chat for people that want to read about this line of reasoning. I think whoever that was trying to interrupt you, you can go.
Can I jump in real quick? Just like a minute, 30 seconds.
Go ahead.
All right, thanks. First, I'm going to say hi to everybody. The thing is this, right? When it's a person, if a white man or a yellow man, anybody call you a monkey, there's some things I don't really have to worry about because I'm not going to bother myself. We're going to have to look scientifically. Characteristics, similarities of a human and a monkey. Okay, before I even go to the most important point of that. First of all, let's look at the human figure, the body. Check your lips, man. Check my lips as a black man or a black woman. I got the lips. A monkey don't. Your race have. Check everything on the body. Now let's go to the most important point. A black race is the only race that have no Neanderthal DNA. The Neanderthal DNA is the only DNA that is found in animals, and if it's found on any other human, that means you from that primate. Black men don't. We know. White men only came to existence in the 1400s, or only came to contact with the other race. Just recently, 1400s. Okay. So when somebody tell you something, turn history around to make you to make you feel offended, you're gonna have to think bigger. If Obama is a monkey, how come as a monkey is able to be your leader? Like make it make sense, you know. So sometimes let's have to as black people know, we're gonna have to play the same tactics everybody else is playing. Okay, because sometimes they flip the history. They rewrite history and make you feel and put you on the darker side of history. Yeah. So
That's all. That's where I just wanted to come in and like let's play these people tactics.
Hey Rohan. Hey Rohan.
What's up, Bobby?
Did you have that in your bingo book? Because I never thought I hear somebody say that white people never came into contact with any other races until the 1400s. Did you? Is that a thing? You've heard before?
Okay, look, this up, right? I'm African. Let's say in Africa a long time ago. Let me tell you this short story. Okay, sure. When a black woman or a black man have an offspring that is albino, people a long time ago people used to say that it's a curse. So some people would even to an extent of getting rid of their kids. So then they were like, this time somebody came up with an idea and said that we're gonna have to take these albinos, we're gonna have to stop killing them, take them to the other side of the mountain. That would be Mountain Caucasus, right? It's not taking them there. It's not taking them there, right? And then a few years down the line, evolution took place. They started having let's say 1,000 years later or hundreds, whatever years in time period. And then when people went back to
that's quick, boy. That's quick.
I'm loving this shit, man. People evolve real quick.
Yeah, so people went there to check evolution order took place. They have blue eyes, green eyes, long hair, and all of that. And then they went to school on us because they were bitter. They were mad. So when they came back to the contact, the Asians can hear.
Hey, no, let him cook. Let him cook. Hold on a second. I want to hear the whole hot story. I want to hear the whole story.
So at the time, Africa and Europe, it's just the borderline is not that white, you know. So when people went back to check up, and they were like, hey, let's check out these kids that we took to the other side of the mountain. And then they went, and already evolution took place. They're different now. And they have that bitterness because of what happened. So they were training themselves, they were doing a lot. They came back to Africa now, and what they did to come to colonize it when and they started like fighting people, burning down all the rice fields, like Timbuktu, right? Timbuktu, Kush, and all of that, and they sold our artifacts, they sold all the books, and then they lied, they wrote the history like that. The books were burned, but those books are still there. They have them. That's why I must stop there. Then.
I guess
to jump in real quick, I feel like
I was gonna say real quick. It's just one sentence. I gotta say, I think the lesson to be learned from that is just don't. Just don't kick out your albino children. They won't come back and burn your house. Yeah, just don't kick out the albinos. That's the lesson. They won't come back and fuck your house. Sorry.
Like 50% less ridiculous than the Yakubu story. Or something, you know what I mean? But anyway, I mean, I think like I also like you understand. I take issue with like free framing it as like being sensitive. I think it's about being accurate, right? Because he's saying if someone intends to be racist, okay, how would you ever ascertain whether or not they were intentional? Intentional does not necessarily entail an explicit confession, right? And so like here's where we have to, I feel like, just call a spade, right? So like Donald Trump is not like some teenager who doesn't understand racism. He was a grown man during the civil rights movement. He was alive during Jim Crow, right? So when he posts black people with their heads on monkeys' bodies, this man who grew up when Jim Crow was legal, he knows exactly what that means, right? He's not like some 15-year-old teenager who like parents raised him to not view race and doesn't even know you shouldn't put black people's heads on monkeys. Donald Trump is old enough to know for sure that if you put black people's heads on monkeys, right, but that's fucking racist. There is no way that you're about to tell me this 80-year-old man never learned that lesson. Right, when he remembers Martin Luther King being shot, he remembers Malcolm X being shot, he remembers when black people couldn't even like freely engage in trade within our own country. right? So it's like, I think that we're making way too many excuses, maybe because of our own ignorance, right? So I think that's just asinine and crazy. And then like, that's cool, right? So I think like we can make it, that's cool, bro, that's cool. But I feel like what I'm saying though is like, and the last thing I'll say, if we look at the board of peace that Donald Trump has created, right? He has invited Egypt, and I think one other North African country needed no other countries from the continent of Africa, right, to join the board of peace. Basically the entire continent of Africa is completely excluded. Their input is not needed. They were not invited to join. And this is what he's trying to use instead of the United Nations, basically, right? Africans not included. You see what I'm saying? Oh, but he also settled out of court for discrimination against black people. He also said that Barack Obama is from Kenya, and he put Barack Obama's head on a monkey. That's why I asked you. I asked you the same question, Free, that lady asked you. If you went into work and someone said, you're just a Nigerian scammer. He said Barack Obama's from Kenya, and he's scamming you. Then he put his head on a monkey's body, and he knows better. Like, I don't get it, bro. I feel like a lot of people just have like motivated reasoning, or like are intentionally blind, or just lying.
Compliment, bro. He's
Cool, right? But no, some people are just stupid, right? He's stupid.
Pull up his pants. He's sagging.
Since we evolved from monkeys.
Tell that N-word to pull up his pants. They sagging.
This is a distraction from what's going on with Iran. I'm a war veteran. Let me speak. I've been hearing you guys speak.
Here come the distractions. Go ahead.
No, I'm offended. But what are we doing?
What we're doing is, I thought you said let me speak, bro, but what we're doing is talking about it. That's what we're doing. You have something to say?
Sorry, my technical difficulties. My apologies. My mic.
Oh, okay. We can hear you now, but you were muted. But go ahead. Now we can hear you, but you're back to muted. So, he left. I think he's gonna come back.
A quick toast for it. Roman, you still here? Roman, you still here? Email.
Hello?
So is it just a consensus that evolution is not real? I was trying to understand. I got hurt twice. I was trying to see what the vibe check was.
One guy. No, just one guy.
Real, bro. Because it's hypocrisy, bro. Because if evolution's real, then that was a compliment. That Obama being a monkey and a president, that would make him like the player of the apes.
Can we not go back to this evolution thing?
He's a monkey.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, man. It's not surprising that somebody who does not believe in evolution would also take being called a monkey as a compliment. I'm not surprised about that shit.
That's how much.
Yeah, I was just label.
No, go ahead.
I just found it. I was sitting here listening to the whole thing, and I tried to get political. I tried to say political shit, but I just found it interesting that because he said it twice, he was like, "It's a compliment." Unless he be trying to argue that, but it's a compliment because if evolution is real, there must be a compliment. I'm just trying to understand. So, what is the Jalen? What is the alternative? I'm just trying to hear. So don't go crazy. Just kind of give us a 30-second alternative to evolution. Just look at it.
No, what do you mean the alternative to evolution? The whole concept, 30 seconds. The concept of evolution is that man was never created. It was always God created the monkey, and the monkey evolved into what we are now. But the only fallacy I have a problem with is that why are monkeys not evolving into man now? Why don't monkeys and gorillas and apes still evolve into man? Either evolution is not real, it's a lie, or guess what? It might be that monkeys are different from man. Maybe that monkeys are actually a separate creation than man. We are not monkeys.
I can explain that.
I
So what I'm saying is that the bottom line is this: there's a distinction between monkeys, gorillas, apes, and us. We are not monkeys. So whoever believes that on this call, I'm sorry, but you're sadly mistaken. I land my plane.
Okay, I got a couple questions. I'm gonna make it quick. So a couple questions. Question number one. Do you have a cousin?
Don't ask me questions. Go ahead and make your point. I'm not going to be able to answer you, bro. I'm going to get cut off. So don't ask me any questions.
Oh, he's crying. Okay, it's okay. Okay. I'll just get a statement here. What you said is stupid and makes no sense about why are monkeys not turned into humans now? That's stupid. That's stupid in the same way as saying if you have a cousin, why are you not your cousin? That makes no sense. They're two distinct individuals. Why would one individual magically morph into the other? That doesn't make any sense. That's fucking dumb. That's the first point I wanted to make. Second point I wanted to make, it is a question. You need to be able to answer this in order to make some sense. I'm trying to make sense of this shit real quick. Why is it that chromosome 2 in humans is literally two chimpanzee chromosomes fused together?
Because you're on the
Okay. I'm sorry about that. Can you answer that for me, Galen?
Hey, can I answer you?
No, let Galen answer. Ask Galen.
Let him answer because my answer is not good.
No, Galen, I'm talking to you real quick. I asked you a question, man. You want to have a conversation, bro. Let's have a conversation.
I'm answering you. That doesn't make any sense.
You really got a minute and 30 seconds, bro. I'm going to you one conversation. Are you going to answer the question or you going to cry? You have a conversation with us, man.
I'm already answering. All right, so if you want me to answer, you got to be quiet.
Brother, you got to somebody about no respect. If I got a question, I'm going to ask this shit. Would you like to answer the question or no?
Do you want me to answer the question?
Don't worry about it. Hey, don't worry about it. Hey, go ahead now. I'll answer the question. He's a little bitch about it. Go ahead and answer the question. He's a little bitch. Go ahead.
Can I ask you?
Yes, sir.
So when you look the way God created everything on earth, everything is including the trees, the mountains, everything, the elements, every shit is just almost similar, right? The monkey, the chip is closer to the humans, but remember creation is first, and everything evolved later. So that's I can't put it like that. But
that's the question. That's not the answer. That's not the question. The question I asked was if humans did not evolve from a common ancestor from monkeys, then why is the human chromosome two chimp chromosomes fused together? That's literally what it is. How do you explain that? Is my question. Without evolution, how do you explain it?
That's a tough question, brother, but
yeah, really.
You're right. So I can answer this in like two different ways: scientifically or in a Christian way.
I don't care about Christian shit. I care about the science. Scientifically, I need you to explain to me how chromosome 2 in humans is literally two chimp chromosomes fused together, and we are not related to chimpanzees. I need you to explain that.
Let me hear your answer first.
What do you mean? Let you hear my answer? What do you mean?
Because I know where you're going, and right with this.
I don't evolve anywhere.
Right. We all evolve. They say we all evolve from monkeys, right? That's what science says. And because a human's baby is called the monkey's baby is called as a toddler or whatever, as the human. So
the question I asked you is
the question is we evolve. They say we evolve from monkeys, and the monkeys they kind of stop their evolution. So we can.
I'm gonna ask you one more time. This is the question. Humans have 46 chromosomes, 23 pairs, 46 total. Okay.
Right.
Chromosome 2. You got two copies of chromosome 2, right? It's
literally two chromosomes in the chimpanzee genome stuck together at the ends. That's what it is. My question to you is, we know how it happened because you relate to chimpanzees and our ancestor had a fusion of them, and that gave rise to us. That's how that happened. We understand evolution. You don't think evolution is real. My question to you is, how the fuck can that happen? Right? Statistically, if we are not related to chimpanzees. That's the question. Specifically about chromosomes. How did that happen?
Well, I don't want to agree with you. I know you're right. Yeah, we are technically we have the same ancestor with the monkeys.
So you agree. So you agree. There you go.
Scientifically, yes, scientifically.
Why don't you want to agree then? Why did you say that? I don't want to agree with you. Why did you say that? Why do you not want to agree?
Because I don't want to agree with science. Because science is real.
Why?
Because if we're the same with monkeys, then why are monkeys still not did not evolve to be fully humans? You know, because science discovered.
Why are we going to do that? That's almost been a pet peeve of mine. Let's say you have a corgi, a dog, right? And you own two corgis. Let's say that's the case. And one of the corgis goes to Japan, and the other corgi goes to Nigeria. Okay? And let's say both corgis have a whole bunch of fucking babies, and their families grow up in Japan and Africa separately for thousands of years, and they begin to adapt to the environments in Japan and Africa. And one gives rise to a Japanese version of a corgi, and the other gives rise to an African version of a corgi. Why would the Japanese corgi all of a sudden evolve into an African corgi?
It's so funny.
That's what you're saying with the books. What you saying? That's what I'm saying. It doesn't make sense. You see what I mean? It's like, why would that happen?
Yeah, you're right. The thing though, that also, why would the white people call us monkeys when they also have the same
No, you guys don't dig at it. Let's not go crazy. What I'm asking you is that how is that about if humans evolve from monkeys, why monkeys still around now? The same thing is literally if a Japanese corgi in Africa, if a Japanese corgi turns to a Japanese corgi, why African corgi still around? It's the same question. It makes no sense.
Right, it's an environmental changes, right? Because it's the same shit. So you believe you're a monkey then?
You're a monkey, bro. Yeah, you're definitely a monkey. More specifically, you are a New World ape. Yeah, for sure. 100%. You know,
I don't understand.
You can barely eat, bro. You might real love it. You must barely. Yeah, everybody here is a monkey, bro. Not in a derogatory way, in a taxonomical way, but if I call you a monkey in the street, that's still insulting. What's the point? Just be a man. What do you gotta do, though? Why is everybody so offended by this photo of Obama being a monkey? That is a colloquial version of being a monkey. You're saying with the intent of being derogatory. If I walk into you on the street and say, hey man, you're a fucking monkey, obviously that's derogatory. Now, if I actually walk into you on the street and say, hey man, how you doing, taxonomically speaking, we as humans are all, apes. That's not insulting, that's just me making a taxonomical argument. I think we're all apes. I'm saying you're a monkey and I'm not. We're all monkeys.
Well, I got a question for you. So if we share the same ancestor with the monkeys, can you also say that the monkeys were once human and they evolved and became monkeys?
That's dumb.
Right. You should have guessed it was the dumbest question possible. Go ahead. Right. It's dumb, but let's say at some point we were the same thing, right? So down the road, somebody evolved into something else. So did the monkeys evolve to be monkeys out of humans or the humans? Like why you have to agree
with the negative side, because it seemed like right now everybody else is thinking that they're monkeys.
It's the beginning of the end argument.
Exactly.
It's the real insightful.
Right.
It's the implied. You're fucking everybody up. It's the implied. We know what the son of a bitch was saying. We know what he intended. We know what he meant. It's different coming from someone. It's different from coming from someone who actually looks like me, than the leader of the world, than the man in the most powerful office ever. It's implied of what he was saying not only about a former president, but a former president who was of color. This is how he sees you. I don't know how many times he has to make it plain for you. Him and his daddy and his granddaddy did not rent to your kind back in the 70s and 80s. He took out a big-ass ad to call for the death of the Central Park individuals. I don't know how many times he has to tell you you ain't shit for you to get the message. It's the implied of it. And like they said, there were no monkeys or no apes in the Lion King. It's the implied.
Well, Rafiki was there, which is a baboon.
I said ape. Okay. Yeah, got your point.
Like, there were lead roles, but the monkeys were definitely there, like when Simba was born and shit like that. The monkeys are there. It wasn't no gorillas, though.
You know, I never understood the whole thing. That's why I asked the question. I never understood the whole thing. I just don't understand. I don't understand why. Like, well, what is the aversion to saying, "Hey, bro, like, listen, like, you evolved from a fucking monkey"? It is what it is. I don't understand the aversion to it. I guess I just don't understand.
I think I understand the problem. I think
The thing is that though, everybody, okay, we all evolve from the primate. So what they're saying is that there's some macro evolution and micro evolution.
It's just evolution. It's just evolution. There's no thing macro evolution. That is the thing.
But they're saying with some micro, it's mean their brain is more bigger, smarter than our brain. So that's what they imply when they say that we're monkeys. So they say that at some point we evolve.
Of course, we all understand that. Yes, if somebody said black people are monkeys, they mean it as a derogatory thing. That is fine. We all agree with that. If somebody says that humans are monkeys, that is not derogatory. Humans are in fact monkeys. Like that's just a fact. I don't have no feelings about situations.
We're primates. We're not monkey. There's a difference. We are primates.
Sure.
it always would be in
You get the point, monkey and primate. The situation, you understand what we're saying.
We're overall monkeys, whatever
You know,
call them. But I just wanted to go real quick. So to kind of help Galen out, I think, and Nick, the reason why I think a lot of people are confused on the evolutionary thing is they think that the monkeys back then are the same as the monkeys now. So they're assuming it was like some weird Pokemon thing instead of understanding it's a tree branch. So there's an overall monkey that probably looked more like a lemur than anything, arguably, and then different families of it or its ancestors branched off. And generally, it requires isolated population. Let's say monkey group A.
Monkey C.
This side.
Monkey do. Monkey.
So
Monkey.
What understand is that we all branched off, and within our isolated population, we evolved differently. Are monkeys going to turn into humans? No. That genetically too.
Motherfucker, they took my shit down.
A billion years later down the line, because they look something similar to us, it's possible. We wouldn't call them humans, but it's possible. Does that make sense to you?
But the monkeys that white man is talking about is the macro and micro. But also when you come to try to define what let's say what your brain is, the brain is defined as a muscle.
Monkey.
So the black man has the strongest muscle. So that means we have the strongest brain. So we are all
Just Google MIT courseware for evolution and just read it. It's free now. It's a college course you can take.
Yeah, this is bad. This is bad. Like, what's not okay? So, racist arguments of like calling monkeys and all this kind of stuff are already bad. These kind arguments talk about how the brain is a muscle, therefore we're stronger, and therefore we should just say that we have better brains and all that. Are even worse, in my opinion, because they just do even further damage. Right? Like, let's not have that.
That means you are more
damaging.
than a monkey.
No, it's damaging because number one, it's false and stupid. Right? It's false and stupid. And number two, if you're arguing with somebody and you're trying to make this argument, you look dumb and stupid, which only reinforces the claims that somebody else is making about you and everybody else that look like you being dumb and stupid. So that's why it's harmful. So you got to stop with the misinformation, because that doesn't help. Actual information helps. You don't combat stupidity with further stupidity.
Yeah, racial. There's also things that racial group. Racism is a social construct. Ancestry is real. Race is not real. That's not a real thing, right? So you're saying, "Oh, I'm black, so I'm better." There's no thing as racial superiority, and there's no such thing as genetic superiority. Genetic superiority is environmentally specific. Like you take a Kenya and put it in, fucking Alps is gonna be just fine. You take that same Kenya and put it in fucking Antarctica, it's not gonna be so hot. Like that's not a thing. Like black people are not better because they're black. White people are not better because they're white. There's no such thing as genetic superiority where that shit don't exist. That's not a thing. That's real.
Man, only in Clubhouse will we talk about a racist post of the Obamas being compared to monkeys and start having to explain evolution. And this is unique.
Yo, I was sitting here like, yo, this is actually pretty deep. Like, I never would have thought that it would got this deep today, but damn, y'all just started explaining evolution to niggas. That's crazy.
All right, see, the thing too though is like, okay, look, when you look at Obama, if you ask Obama his name to his father to all of that, like when we were growing up as in Africans, like you gotta know all the family tree to creation, right? To the forget birth. Okay, ask a white man that if they know like their family tree, like I will tell you my name, my father's name, my father's father, all the way to like boom. Okay, it's ended with boom, right? The explosion, right? So, if you ask any other race or their children to tell you their family tree, the names to all the way backwards, they will not tell you. I will tell you mine, like all the generation to the first man that was created. Okay, that's when we were people before we became people. You know, oh, you tell me. So they're always anything better. So let's say the evolution theory. Can you also write your shit in all theory? Let's say that you say, instead of them saying that we're close to monkeys, can you say that you're close to a giraffe and come with that with a theory like that and give evidence?
Oh, I'm not a monkey.
Knows how it started. But I know how my family is a black man.
Hold on, and then a rhetorical question: can most certainly genetically prove that humans are related to giraffes?
What?
Matter of fact,
We have mammals. Giraffes are mammals.
No, I'm going to be deeper than that. All we have evidence to prove, I can prove right now. All life on this planet is related to itself. I can prove it when we prove it.
Exactly.
He's a still banana.
And so fucking bananas.
All right.
To a fucking alfalfa bee. You are related to a fucking alfalfa bee. Do you want to know how we know that?
How?
Because every single cell on this planet, every single cell on Earth, plants, mammals, whales, everything, has to go through what? Mitosis.
Yep.
That's how cells divide through mitosis. And guess what? The machinery for mitosis is concerned across every living thing on Earth. So how does that work?
Mitosis.
Hundreds of millions of species. How does that work where hundreds of millions of species just so happen to have the exact same process for replicating DNA and making themselves? Make it make sense. Yep. Yep, exactly.
But wait.
We know it because of the way cell division works. Yep, exactly.
But you're saying that the monkeys is related to the bananas?
Oh yeah.
Everything on Earth, including the
monkeys and the bananas, are also distant cousins.
Oh,
Yes.
to the conversation.
And giraffes too, because it was just a comparison. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You guys are not getting it. If you have to be purposefully obtuse. It doesn't matter if it's a mammal. Oh, okay, I got you. You got me. Yeah, you got me. Yeah, that's
Look who it is. It's CM, another talking monkey. Monkey.
Listen, man. From one African to another, bro. Let's be clear. You cannot. You yourself do not know your lineage all the way back to fucking.
I do.
You do not. Let's with each other.
Well, what about Africa? What about Africa? Because I can.
You know what's crazy? I actually know my patrilineal lineage all the way back about 20 generations because we keep track of that shit.
20 motherfucking generations. 20 generations. Stop recording rooms, weirdo. Oh, CM's angry. You angry. Leave me alone. I'm happy. Leave me alone. I'm happy. You angry.
I'm from South Sudan.
You angry. Leave me alone. I'm happy.
I'll say, when we were born as a child, the first thing when you start talking, they start teaching you your family lineage, going down. The boom.
Same here.
Okay, as boom, when they say boom, when you relate that to science, it's the Big Bang Theory, the boom, right?
Oh, God.
I know it's going back to that.
You think you know your? Wait. You think you know your and all the way back? Listen to the question.
I love how like you're upset that I recorded a room. See, CM, I'm not just recording a room that's already on replay, stupid. I'm putting it on YouTube so hundreds and maybe thousands of people can watch it. You see, CM? I'm not just like putting it back on Clubhouse. I'm putting it on X. Putting it on Instagram, I'm putting it on YouTube, I'm putting you guys everywhere. The world has to know how retarded you are. It's so important. So stupid people like yourselves and other people on here have absolutely no credibility. So in the future, I can always say, hey, by the way, check out this video of them talking about nothing, wasting all their time. You see what I'm saying? Try reading a book, CM. Try reading a fucking book. Or you can just hang out in my talking monkeys room all night long where I'm going to record a bunch of talking monkeys. Hello? This motherfucker knows his generations from 20 fucking generations. 20 motherfucking generations. Hello? And these dumb fucks are actually talking about whether or not they're monkeys. Hello?
This is what I asked you, bro. Right. Just answer that. Do you think that makes sense?
That's why I said that it's related relatively.
Let's try to say, are you saying that you know you answer a question so you understand?
Yes, I do.
I know I asked the question you brother down.
I said I know my elites.
Oh, brother, I didn't finish the question yet. I'm asking you, do you know your lineage? First man on earth? Is that what you're saying?
Right. From the first man that my tribe or my clan is coming from, or from, yes.
Right, I understand. That's why I'm asking you.
Right. I do. Yes, I do.
I'm asking you. So you're telling me you know your lineage from the first man on earth? Yes or no?
Yes.
Oh, what was the first man on earth's name?
Adam, motherfucker.
I know you want to tell me.
Oh, you motherfucker, read more books in a year than you have read in your life. Really, CM? Oh, I doubt it. Because I got the actual evidence of you here talking your shit. Come on, CM, go to another room and just talk your shit. I'll record you on not talking about nothing. Hello? And you obsessed with me, not the other way around, nigga. You see how I work you in here listening to my shit, thinking you make it funny. Let me help you with the chat. Hello? And then since you can't get your dopamine, you're just gonna leave because you a dumbass fucking motherfucker. You hear me? You stupid. You dumb. Oh shit. Dummy wanna say something. Hello. Welcome to the show, dummy. Hello. Hello.
Every tribe has when you chuck it backwards.
Hello, CM. Are you there? Hello.
Like let's say for my tribe.
Cat got your tongue. Cat got the monkey tongue. His cat got the monkey tongue. You hear me? Cat got the monkey tongue. CM can't come up. He's afraid. Turn the replays off. Turn the replays off. Why you got the replays off? Turn the replays off. Hello?
I'm trying to say, how long do you think, how many years do you think Homo sapiens have existed? Just for reference.
Yeah, I think about 250,000 years, something like that.
Homo. You a homo. Hello?
So you're telling me.
Hello?
You're telling me.
Hey, TNT. Tell this motherfucker CM he's a dumb talking monkey. Hello? Fucking monkey mathematician is what you is. Just a motherfucking monkey mathematician.
And the damn language no longer exists. But you also have lineages of your family history for 300,000 years, bro.
Now, okay, okay, I know what you're saying, right? It doesn't make sense, but right. But the main argument is that if somebody called me a monkey and I can trace my lineage,
Talking monkeys.
they cannot.
Talking monkeys. Fucking talking monkeys. These people are actually debating whether or not they talking monkeys. Hello? 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 My favorite time of the year is when the talking monkeys come out the top. Hello?
But it's a bad argument, and so therefore, if you use a misinformed bad argument, even if it's to my favor or whatever, right? Even if it's against white nationalism, white supremacy, it ends up being.
I thought we were just talking monkeys.
Easily debunkable, then you just end up looking foolish and embarrassing. Right? That's what happens. So you gotta not use bad arguments. This is from me to you, bro. Like, honestly. Because obviously we don't want to be fucking called this shit. We want to be, like, able to respond properly. We have to be able to respond in a reasonable way. Because we absolutely have the upper hand in this situation. We shouldn't have to use really bad arguments.
We shouldn't have to argue in the first place because...
There you go. You shouldn't even have to argue whether or not you were talking monkey. Hello?
I agree with you on that. But that's what it is. We are.
It is what it is.
You have to deal with people who think the shit and think that it's okay to say the shit. So I'm saying if you're gonna have a counter argument, don't use that one. You got plenty of good ones.
I agree with you, brother. Let's go.
I like that. That's a bill right here. That's a beautiful bill, y'all. Yeah, but you know what? They say they call us colored, but if you smack them, they turn black or purple. And they get sick, they turn green. When they're about to die, they turn pale.
Fat cock smoke dick. Who the fuck was that?
Nick, I gotta ask you a question though, because you seem to like you sound like you are agreeing with white men more. What side are you on, man?
No. See, my brain works, so I understand. If somebody comes up to me and says, "Hey, black people are monkeys," I understand it's derogatory. That's common sense, right? That's derogatory. We understand that. If somebody says, "Hey, listen, humans, from a technical standpoint, right? Technically, we are apes. If we get technical, we are apes. That is what we are. Taxonomically speaking, that's not an insult. It's a taxonomical classification. It's not an insult. It's no more insult than saying a frog is a fucking amphibian. It's not an insult. That's not insulting. I don't understand how that is insulting. So, I mean, do you not understand the difference between those? I'm not being a dick. I'm being an ass. You don't understand the difference between those two things, between a vertical and you saying black people and monkeys, or science is saying, hey, listen, taxonomically, we are classified as apes.
Right, I do understand that. But the thing, when white men call us monkeys, they're talking about macro and micro evolution.
You guys are saying so. It's not a thing. There's no limit.
It is because
There's not. And listen, I'm not trying to be funny. I don't like to throw credentials around. I know y'all get all weird about this. I try to keep it to myself. That I know for a fact that is not a thing.
And listen, we don't have Neanderthal in our blood, though, right? We don't have Neanderthal.
we don't.
In our DNA, so Neanderthals are monkeys.
That's not true.
Neanderthals are monkeys.
That's not true.
You know what I'm saying?
Listen, right there. Stop right there. No, listen. Let's walk this down. Get these silly. Neanderthals is pronounced Neanderthal, by the way, not tall. Tall, Neanderthal. Neanderthals, Denisovans, Cro-Magnons were humans. They were early hominids. They were bipedal. There were about 50 different groups of hominids other than Homo sapiens.
Hello?
So
CM, why are you back in my room? Let me help you. Let me help you find what you're looking for. Hello?
because they don't know.
Yeah.
This is the part where you need to listen because you're wrong right now. Neanderthal is a group. It's not an insult to say somebody has Neanderthal DNA. It's not an insult. And for the record, African people do also have a smaller percentage of Neanderthal DNA. That is a fact. You can pull the figures on it. That's not a discussion.
I already got the chat.
Look, all right, Nick. Look,
it's crazy.
Neanderthal, they existed 60,000 years ago, right? And sub-Saharan African, like where I'm from, we have they say 3 to almost 0% of the Neanderthal, right? Neanderthal were in Asia and Europe. 3 to 0. That's none.
Listen, stop. It's hold. Wait a minute. Listen to what you just said, man. Listen to what you just said.
We heard it.
There's the highest group, I think it's 5%. And that's
0.3 to 0. 0.3 to 0.
Yeah, listen, that's what I'm saying. You missed the point. You're still looking at it like I said, so it doesn't matter. You can have 15% the air, it doesn't matter. That's not insulting. It's just another, offshoot of humanity, dude. No, it's not insulting.
No, it was Neanderthals and humans on the planet at the same time too. They're two different species, bro.
Listen to me. Listen.
We can stop there. If you were Neanderthal,
You stop there. You crashing out. You crying now. You want to have a conversation? You want to run? What you want to do? Let me know. Man, you crying. You crashing out.
Are you not offended with that?
Okay. What you're talking about is genetics. I have a PhD in what you're talking about right now. You're just saying words.
See him Darwinist. You ain't Darwinist.
I don't believe it. Believe in it like it's a religion. I don't have scientific beliefs. No, sir. No. I don't hold scientific beliefs. I accept the theory of neo-Darwinian evolution. I do accept it, yes.
If you accept it, you believe. It's synonymous, bro.
No, sir. Beliefs are based on faith. I don't have faith in science. I have an acceptance of the scientific process, which has predicted that's not faith. Faith is some shit I can't prove.
But you're expressing something that you can't prove right now.
So you don't have faith. So you don't have faith.
You know,
Yes, I have faith in God because I do not have evidence that God exists. What the fuck are we doing?
Do you do cancer diagnosis that requires evolutionary biology every day? Isn't that what you I mean, I don't want to play this product, but
I'm doing it right now. I had a laptop with 4 monitors open right now. Diagnosed somebody with prostate cancer using evolution to do it. Yes.
You have the Neanderthal DNA.
Yeah, listen. I'm gonna prove, brother. You know what I'm gonna do for you? I'm gonna prove to you that you don't. No. See, if you want to have a conversation, we can have it. But if you're gonna just run every time somebody challenges you, that's that bitch move. You're a grown ass man, respectfully. Yeah, if we're gonna have a conversation, let's have a conversation.
Hey, you shot on the fence too much, though, man. You say you believe, a faith.
I don't understand my belief. Listen,
you're professing it, but you don't. It's weird, bro.
You said to me that I don't have evidence, and now I'm telling you that I do, and I'm trying to present it, and you're still crying.
Okay, my bad, percent.
Oh, okay, good, great, wonderful. Let's talk about evolution. I need you to tell me what the theory of evolution states before we get started. I need you to do that right now without moving. Tell me, when we talk about it in 15 minutes, what does the theory of evolution say?
That everything evolved from something prior to, and there's no exceptions to that rule. Everything came from something.
That's false. That's not what the theory of evolution is.
Evolution is a gradual change. If you want to define it.
That's not. No, I'm gonna ask you one more time.
Just teach us and wow us with your knowledge, bro.
It's not about lying about the civic way. I get paid to do what I do, but I do it because I feel like it's nothing. Because the theory, now listen to me. You have the conversation. You listen. You don't know. You're ignorant to this. You don't understand. You have classical Darwinian evolution, which is what you accused me of saying of being earlier, Darwinist. Okay? Clinical Darwinian evolution states that organisms speciate, right? They change as a result of natural selective pressure. So it's a theory. Theories explain mechanism. They explain how shit happens. Laws explain what happens. Okay? So that's a classical Darwinian evolution. We call it classical because guess what? Charles Darwin didn't know what genes were. Genes had not been discovered. Okay? So now, when I said earlier, I said I accept neo-Darwinian evolution. Neo-Darwinian evolution also understands that genes exist and it takes into account Greater Mendel's laws of inheritance, which teach us that genes exist. So the neo-Darwinian theory is this. I'm going to land it. Organisms respond to natural selection by speciating to become more fit to survive, and the unit of how that is conferred is genes. That is what the theory of evolution states. That is what it states on this thing.
Can I ask a question, please? Hey, T.
Anyway, so the Lord Luke, that is what the evolution says. That's what it says. That's it. So you're arguing about something you don't even know what it says. You're arguing about something you don't even know what it is.
It's like the acceleration of the current Homo sapien as opposed to every other species that predated it. Explain it. Explain it. Can you explain it? Are we the same as every other beast of the field, bro?
What do you mean the same? What do you mean?
Oh my God! You got degrees.
Biologically, yes. Biologically.
You got degrees.
I'm trying to let you know. I'm trying to say the same. Do you mean like?
I'll explain. So the shark hasn't evolved much in years, right? But they don't have society.
That's not true. That's not true. Keep going. That's not true.
I'm saying it's the shark, the alligator, a few different, the mosquito, a few species are perfect in their creation. They haven't had to evolve much to keep on I'm saying continue on the planet Earth, right?
Okay, sure.
They've been here way before the so-called Homo sapien has been, right?
Sure.
So exactly, you use Darwinism to explain our acceleration as opposed to those other infinitely longer existing species.
Sure. Yeah, I don't know about this, but I understand that. He doesn't really know. I understand the definition. Okay, explain it. Let's take a turtle. Sea turtle, to be specific. Sea turtle's been around for a long fucking time. And as you said, their body plan has not changed much. To answer your question, their body plan has not changed much because the place that they live in the ocean has not changed much. They've been doing the same thing for millions of years. A lot of aquatic creatures have the exact same body plan because the ocean does not undergo the same amount of change as rapidly as the land does.
Okay.
You have creatures that are around that existed when dinosaurs existed, when the fucking asteroid came and killed all life on the surface.
Yeah, mammoths, they changed a little bit, right?
They're extinct.
They say they were a form of Homo sapiens back before they around that time.
What?
I mean, that's what I heard. You heard that?
Mammoths were Homo sapiens.
No, I'm saying there was forms of Homo sapiens around then too.
Yes, that's true. Yeah, we hunted into extinction. That's right.
Okay. So all I'm saying is, what is so special about us that we have the milk, the fowl, the fish, and the beast?
I'm answering. This would be good. I'm answering. There's nothing special about you.
There is.
No, there's not. I'm answering your question. You asked me a question, I'm answering it. Humans have only been around for 300,000 years. That ain't shit. It's a millisecond. It's nothing. You're nothing. I'm not trying to be mean, but we're nothing. We are a blip. Okay? Pro-man has walked around for 3 million years. They walked around for 3 million years. There's none of them left. We've only been around for 3,000 years, bro. I'm answering your question. There's nothing special about you in the way that you think. The answer is nothing.
We are special because we've exceeded and we have dominion over all those other life forms that predate you. Yeah, we do.
You cannot say that we only exist at all. We have dominion over everything. You know what you're saying?
I mean, we said we put millions of species into extinction.
I don't want to make sure you understand. You have dominion over bacteria. You have dominion over bacteria that eat your fucking face off.
I'm not talking about bacteria. I give examples, bro. The bacteria, that's a different story. Even with that argument, we had the Black Plague.
Dog was number one shit.
The most, you know what I'm saying? That's the what's it called? The apex for real, right? But despite all of that, we evolved to the state where we are now in a blip, like you said, right?
So are you saying what men have also advanced?
That's the question. If we just evolved like every other organism evolved, what's so different about us?
Nothing. All right, answer me nothing. You think it's fast because
before the 300,000 years, we were in different forms. So I think Nick, you saying that we only existed for 300,000 years as Homo sapien or as humans, but before that we had a different form. We probably a fish in the ocean or probably something else. Like you can't just pop up.
Wait. You say, wait a second. Hold on. So you're telling me, I want to make sure I'm tracking this. You're telling me we used to have different forms before being human beings. And yet you got a problem with evolution.
Right. No, I'm answering him because he said that we only existed for 300,000 years as humans, as Homo sapien.
Correct.
But we can't just pop out of nowhere like that. We have to share different forms.
How come no other organism ever did it in the history
Wait a second. Before we move on to your next argument, hold on. We gotta take this shit like one step at a time. Because hold on a second. Yeah. So what you just said was we used to have a different form. How do you even like? I don't even know in what method you would be able to use to determine that humans. Hang on a second. Understand what I'm asking? How do you even determine if humans were still humans while not being humans?
God damn, good question.
No, I'm not. Okay, let me say. Maybe I didn't say it right. I'm saying for sure, 300,000 years that we became humans, that we know ourselves. But before we became human, if evolution is really true, then that means before we became human, we were something else in different forms. So, because there is a documentary where from a cell evolving till we became humans. So you right, but before we became something else.
So let me get it correct. You don't believe in evolution, but then you go on to describe the manner by which species evolved.
God damn. Nah, you did so. I don't believe in evolution. Look, you gotta put it this way. If you were somebody that did theology, you're not gonna believe in evolution. So, but if we're talking about science now, evolution, and you're telling me that we only existed as human for 300,000 years, but evolution. Let me finish. Right. Evolution.
Don't do Ichabod. Don't do that, bro. He just being.
Yeah, that's not discussed. What I said was that Homo sapiens only existed for 300,000 years. That is a fact. We have only existed as a solitary species for 300,000 years thereabout. That is true. There were crowmen that walked around for 3 million years. Hominids have existed for about 6 million years. The first hominid that emerged from its chimpanzee ancestor like 6 million years ago. So humans have existed for millions of years. Yes. Homo sapiens have only existed for 300,000 years. That is true. If you want to get fucking technical, Homo sapiens sapiens not really existed for 200,000 years. What's the technical?
But okay, I agree with that point right there, right? So with that science and that understanding right there, there's nothing special about Homo sapiens?
No, they're not. You are the most current. I'm gonna tell you why. You are the most current iteration in a sea of iterations. You saying that you're somewhat unique is like me saying that there's 40 cars in the garage and the yellow one is unique because it's the newest car.
Hey, Joe!
I'm not saying that. That's just
My question is
You met a niche. The niche fits for now, so you survive. The minute the niche changes and you can't adapt to it, I promise you, you will suffer the same fate as 90% of all species on this planet. 90% of all species on this planet are in